Pennsylvania Bar and the first Latino judge in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. He is a co-founder of the Black American Law Student Association, BALSA, at Temple University School of Law, and co-founder of the Hispanic Bar Association of Pennsylvania. Presently, he is a member of Temple University's Board of Trustees. He's of counsel at Dilworth Paxson and co-founder of Hispanics in Energy. Robert G. is president of G Strategies Group, LLC, a Washington, D.C.-based consulting firm excelling in policy analysis, advocacy, and litigation support for clients in the energy and utility sectors. A 40-year veteran of the energy industry, his leadership is exemplified by his diverse experience as an attorney, senior state and federal official, and technology executive. He is a native Texan and served as commissioner and chairman of the Public Utility Commission of Texas. Mr. G currently serves as president of Asian Americans in Energy, Environment, and Commerce. And finally, Jose Perez. Jose is a renowned entrepreneur and leader. He is co-founder, president, and CEO of Hispanics in Energy. In 2022, Jose was appointed as a National Petroleum Council member by Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. In 2020, Jose was named Energy Ambassador by the U.S. Department of Energy and tasked with assisting underserved communities in accessing energy offices and providing advice on enhancing equity in energy. Gentlemen.
Thank you. Good morning. I know we're having problems getting all in. Hopefully everybody will give your notes to someone else so that you have some gyp sheets, you used to use at school when you cheated in school. And so you can do that and give it to the participants who are coming in. It is a trying time, obviously, for many of us in what's happening around the world and the country. And yesterday I read about the fact that there is some controversy with regard to the Biden administration talking about ending the utilization of oil and gas altogether, and sort of pushing the continuation of the alternatives of what's happening there. And it's an area that maybe we can talk about. Also, and you should talk about during the day, because the issue always is conversion. The Energy Department has changed considerably. I was here in '77 when the Energy Department was created. That's how old I am, although I look pretty good for 100 years old. And so at that time, basically they just grappled up some departments to create that. Same year they created the Department of Education. And we have a man who has great experience in having been in the Department of Energy and working with two of my great friends, may he rest in peace, Secretary Richardson and my good friend Federico Peña, both of whom I served with also. And he has a way in which he can give us, the changes and the predicament and so forth. And then we have, obviously, our president from the organization. We started in a little room here when I was trying to get this thing going, and he had already started and had it going. And so we decided why compete when the important thing is to provide the services to our community and to work with our community. And it's been very, very successful, and this is our second year here at the Department of Energy. As long as I have been here since '77, we never had any conferences at the Department of Energy by Hispanics, and so particularly service providers and people who are looking. So it's a really great message that I think that our president brings to bear on this opportunity that we have, where there is plenty of money. We don't know how to get it, but we got to figure out how to do it, and we're not involved in it. Lastly, I'm concerned because throughout my activities, there are only 2 or 3 people who are on utility commissions who are Latinos in this country. out of 189 people who are commissioners, 2 or 3, they regulate water, TV, telephone, gas, electric. They regulate all of that, and it's a governor's appointment to most of them. So something is going wrong when Latinos can't participate in that level, where you have a lot of African Americans and women and all the others, and somehow, you know, we don't see it as an opportunity. And the second area of my concern is I helped create another organization called Latino Corporate Directors Association, and we don't have enough Latinos participating on corporate boards. I tell you, the only reason I can afford to live and retire today is because I served on a corporate board. They pay you well. You are able to make, as you heard from Joe yesterday, you're able to make incredible contributions to our community if you believe that you're there because you're Latino, not you're there because you're the smartest person in the world. That's what happens to a lot of us. We think we're the smartest person in the room, and so we forget what the real role it is to open avenues and opportunities for qualified individuals. You're not talking about not qualified. I mean, if you look at Joe's portfolio, started at $28 a share, yesterday was about $170 a share in 2 years. You tell me if Exelon is doing that, or some of the other Latino haven't been able to get an opportunity to do that. So getting our community to be involved in those corporate boards are extremely important. I'm too old to serve, as you heard, I'm 100 years old. So I am there trying to advise you how you can get on there and how you can push it. We'll first start with let me say, there's a big hero of mine who's here, and he always wears a cowboy hat. He's the only one of 2 or 3 people who have had the Medal of Freedom from the President of the United States, and that's Juan Andrade, who's in the back with his cowboy hat. And he's been here all the time, very quiet, and so I want to honor him because I can't get a Medal of Honor from anybody. And he gets it from the President of the United States. Congratulations. And we'll start with Mr. G, who will give us a real concept with regard to those issues relating to the Department of Energy. I knew him when he was here, and somehow he doesn't get old. So it's so great to see him age gracefully.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Judge Diaz. Let me make sure we have enough microphones here, don't we?
Yeah.
I remember the last time I saw you was, I think it was at a NARUC event in Scottsdale.
That's right.
You opened up the reception, and I remembered your eloquent and passionate remarks, some of which we heard this morning about the needs and the aspirations of the Latino community. And I think I told you at that time to the assembled group that your remarks reminded me of the late John Lewis, that you were a Latino John Lewis in that you're making good trouble.
Yeah, that's right.
So thank you so much.
Well, not only did I make good trouble, last year I spoke out of turn. I got a call from a CEO who no longer speaks to me.
Yeah, but John Lewis is good at making good trouble.
Yeah, that's right.
Anybody can make trouble. You want to make good trouble.
That's right.
So anyway, thank you. It's an honor to be with you here today. And then also I want to thank my very good friend, Jose Perez, for inviting me to speak today. I knew Jose when he was first beginning to form Hispanics in Energy, and I congratulate he and your organization for this event. Saw the program yesterday. The content was very high quality. I know it will be the same today. You have every reason to be very proud of what you've been able to accomplish. So I'm honored to be with you here today. Let me just spend a few minutes. As Nelson said, I did serve in the Department of Energy. I was in the Clinton administration as an Assistant Secretary of Energy, first for Policy and International Affairs, and after that, Assistant Secretary for Fossil Energy under 2 cabinet secretaries. And he mentioned who they were. It was Federico Peña and Bill Richardson. Federico is also, as Judge Diaz was saying, I didn't realize he was your best friend, but he is one of my prime mentors. I learned more from Federico Peña about leadership, about how to manage people, and public service. And I still today tell people he is the finest public servant that I've ever met. High integrity, noble, aspirational, just an inspiration to us all. And then I also want to let you know, incidentally, it was Federico who actually got me over the finish line to be appointed by President Clinton. And I know that as a fact because the people in White House personnel told me of the conversations they had with him as we were, as they say in DOE terms, down-selected. And I was on the short list of the last 5 candidates. And they told me they had a conversation with Federico, and what he wanted to do was to send a signal that it was important to have people of color lead the Department of Energy. I was the highest, not only was I the highest ranking Asian American in the history of the Department of Energy, I was one of the 2 or 3 highest in the entire federal government at the time. We had one Asian American who was the acting assistant attorney general for civil rights, Bill Ann Lee, and there was another woman over at HHS who was a assistant secretary for health and social services, I believe, a very good friend of mine. So I had an opportunity to not only serve the department, but also serve my own community in a very significant way as one of the 3 highest ranking members of the federal government. There have been many others that have served since then that have gone on to do, we've had members of the cabinet now, like you folks, but at that time, in the mid-1990s, we were still just starting to try to get representation, and Federico was the one who got me in the door, and I've never forgotten that. A little bit about the department. Nelson asked me to share my own thoughts. When I was here back in the 1990s, the budget was directed primarily towards what we call nuclear weapons stewardship, and about 2/3 to 80% of the budget was what they call stockpile stewardship for the nuclear weapons, and only about 1/3 was actually dedicated towards traditional civilian research of energy. And as I explaining to Nelson, I said, people said that the Department of Energy is really 3 departments. First of all, it's the Department of Bombs. Second, it's the Department of Science. And third, Department of Energy, in that order. But the difference today, because of the money that's been appropriated under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, is that there is a significant amount, a huge amount of money that is now being directed towards civilian technology in R&D in energy. And I think that opens up an opportunity for all of us, not just people in my community, but certainly for the Latino community, because of the numbers that you represent in the United States, and the opportunities not only to help to access that money for research, development, and demonstration, but also towards job creation, towards energizing our communities, and then the role you obviously play in maintaining equity and social justice, because those are also components of and factors that have to be integrated into the decision-making process, the grants award process at DOE. So I urge you to try to find ways to become part of this energy transition so that it would empower your communities to play a role in steering the destiny of America towards a cleaner energy future. Let me stop right there, and I know we're going to have a conversation.
Yeah. The President, Mr. Jose.
Thank you very much.
Perez.
Yes.
He says
thank you.
Perez, but it's Perez.
Yeah. Jose. Anyway, well, good morning, everybody. I've known Bob since we first started Hispanics in Energy, and I saw Kathleen, where's Kathy Sandoval? She walked in a little while ago. There she is back there, and former utility commissioner in California, and 11, 12 years ago when we were first forming Hispanics in Energy, these individuals, both Bob and Kathy, had a lot to do with how we formed ourselves. And so, and again, at that time, we only had like 4 people that are organizing this idea. And so, but Bob had a policy forum in EI here in Washington, D.C., which we attended, because they're 1 year older than we are. And so, it was really inspirational because we saw some of the things that communities can take a look at, not only in programs and funding and you know, the whole leadership structure of energy, what a community could do for itself, because there's a lot that needs to be done, not just for the Latino community, but for other communities. We also partnered very closely with the American Association with Blacks in Energy, and in fact, they incubated us for the first 3 years, because they were created in 1977 when Hazel O'Leary was here under the Carter administration. And so they've got almost, 45 plus years that have they've been developing themselves. And so what I recognized immediately is that when we had executive officer positions and we would get a call saying, do we have any recruits to come and compete for these positions, that our bench was a very small bench. There wasn't a whole lot of people to talk to in those days to try to refer to them. But on the other hand, with Abe, they had really nice representative group of people that could compete. And that's because they have been able to develop the community. And that's what we're trying to do. And so they were an outstanding role model for us in terms of the things that are possible. And we still work very closely with all organizations. But going back to the Asian community, in America, there's two very fast-growing populations. It's the Latino community and the Asian community. And in places like California, Latinos make up 40%, Asians make 16.5%. So, what we tell our energy friends is one-stop shop. Since I lived in California for a long time, I helped organize, and I'm the incorporator of the California Asian Chamber of Commerce, because they were very strong, but they were, discombobulated, if you will. And so we got them organized, and after they had their first event and they made $500,000, they go, you don't need me anymore. I'm just stepping off the board. But it's really important to bring other communities along and to be part of the whole of society. And so from that perspective, I really appreciate what Bob and his leadership has done. And we serve together in a group called Zero Week. How many of you have heard of Zero Week? One. Well, you should look it up. That's like the largest gathering of world energy leaders, and it happens once a year in Houston. The next one that's coming up is March 20th, something like that. And it's a whole week event. Registration
They
is
can't afford to register.
yeah, $8,500 for the registration. And but it's world leaders, anybody who's anything in energy in the planet show up to this thing. And so Bob and I, our counterpart with Abe, hold these forums to educate all those interest groups about our communities and what we're trying to do with our groups in the energy space. And so it's really important from my perspective, and we're really happy with everybody that works in this space. We work together, even though we're doing things that are very focused on Hispanics, and we really need to do a lot of work in this space. We understand that there's needs everywhere, and we got to bring everybody along somehow. And so I appreciate that Bob is here, that you're sharing his insight, and that there's a lot of more work to do, and we're working together. Now, this place, the Department of Energy, interestingly, so we're 20% of the population, and they have 15,000 employees here, but only 9% are Latino employees. So what does that mean? Well, the way I look at it is opportunity. And so somehow we need to help our friends here at DOE improve their outreach, recruitment, and placement of Latinos, because these folks that work here are making decisions about these programs, the FOAs, how they get described, how they're doing their outreach, who's going to be reviewing those applications, who's going to get the award, who's going to monitor the award. And so these are very important roles that people have to play, and in order to be inclusive, you have to include everybody. The other group that has a similar challenge, believe it or not, is Asians. And so we have a lot of success in certain states, but not at the federal level, which is something that we need to continue working on. There's only two groups that are underrepresented in the workforce here at DOE, and that's Latino and Asian. And so a lot of opportunity for collaboration, and it needs to happen not just here, but in the Capitol with the Congressional Black Caucus, the Asian Caucus, the Latino caucuses, and that's what we've been doing, is doing outreach with our senators, which, having three of them, look it up. Very rare that any group will pull three senators together to come and dedicate themselves to a special topic. So are we on the right course? Absolutely. I'm just an instrument. The leadership is right there. He's the inspiration. And if you look at what he's done in his past, you know, and in fact, what we discovered is that there aren't too many people that love throwing grenades into things to kind of shake things up. And so, and not in a negative way, in a really positive way. Sometimes, you know, it's like a family member saying, hey, you know, there's a mocosito, you know, you got to clean it up once in a while. And so it's the same thing. So somebody telling you, hey, this is what you got to do in order to fix things. And so, you know, I'm really delighted to be here with these guys.
Jose, one of the enlightening activities that I've seen with regard to you is how you've been able to really develop a strong relationship with the Secretary of Energy here. And that we've had Federico, who has been an incredible tie-in. So, you know, having a Latino on the inside gives you some feedback as well. Tell us how were you able to develop that strong relationship? Because I saw you in action in Puerto Rico, and I see you in action in other places where you talk about the hydrogen opportunities and so forth. Tell us how you've been able to do that, and what kinds of advice you give to other people on how to develop those kinds of opportunities and relationships.
Right. Well, our goal is real simple, is how do we get 20% of our community to be part of this incredible industry? And it doesn't just affect America, it affects the whole globe. Because every country that's developing is trying to figure out how to bring energy to the household. You'd be surprised how many people don't even have electricity in their homes. And so we got, you know, there's a huge demand. Here in this country, even though a lot of us have electricity in our home, our demand's going up because we're getting more devices that require electricity, electric vehicles. And so that if you look at the demand growth, you know that there's an economic opportunity, and economics is what makes good jobs, good business, and so forth. So with the Secretary of Energy here, Jennifer Granholm, she's really a special woman, and you'll get a chance to hear her later today. In fact, we're recognizing her because of the things that she's done today. And so we have Senator Catherine Masto coming in. She's going to make some remarks, and then the Secretary is going to come in and make some remarks. And you'll see the inspiration that we get from her, because she really is a heck of a great leader. And we've had good relationships with other secretaries, but this one's very unique. And so I think that one of the biggest contributions we've seen is not only do we have access because of incredible friends like Fred Fafle, and I saw him here earlier. Well, there he is over there. And so, people like him, people like Zach Valdez and others that are working here in this department, she's the one that gives them the empowerment to say, hey, you know, let's do these things. We have never had the Hispanic community come into this incredible jewel of America right here in the Department of Energy. And so this is the second time it happens. It's a new experience for them. It's a new experience for us. Some people get nervous. Says, oh my God, you know, these guys are, you know, they're not staying where they belong, right? And so, you know, they're moving on up. And so not everybody welcomes it. But they see it as, and I don't think it's an issue of racism or anything like that. I think it's just competition. You know, people are saying, oh, you know, now I got to share my space. And so it's a really interesting thing. And so we're really delighted that she's there. And I know that, you know, from our perspective, what she did in Puerto Rico, we were there this last July with Judge Nelson Diaz, and we recognized her for investing $1 billion in Puerto Rico's energy resiliency, including $450 million in solar projects. And so, then, you know, we were asked to provide reviewers to help review the proposals that were coming in. And so we've played a role to try to help Puerto Rico. And if you see what happens to Puerto Rico, I think it's about time, because every time there was a major storm that hit Puerto Rico, its infrastructure would fall apart. And so it's energy infrastructure. And so now we're trying to create resiliency so that when that happens again, they don't have to start all over again. And if you can imagine going without power for, I don't know how long it was, Judge, but 2 years. 2 years. I mean, in some places it's just really tremendous. And they're citizens. Puerto Ricans, people don't understand, they're American citizens. They're like us right here in the United States. But in many ways, we're treating them like a foreign country. And so, so I'm glad that the secretary did that. And so we gave her some recognition. We had some really nice partners there. Judge Nelson Diaz had led the program. And now that he's built the home there and he's got double houses, we have an official base of Hispanics in energy in Puerto Rico, and we hope to do something there where we can invite you all there. If you've never been there, it's a beautiful, beautiful place. And
Jose's already claimed my office, there. So, let me ask Mr. G, with the limited time we have. I talked about the limitations that are sort of occurring with regard to the energy issues, and you've seen it for a long time. And you've seen when you were here, everybody talked about climate warming and nobody did anything about it. What do you perceive that's going, and how can we as a community really be involved in that?
Thank you very much. Before I answer your question, I do want to commend Jose. Jose, you've done a much better job promoting my community than I have today. So, talking about the statistics and numbers of Asian Americans in California and all that, I should have been taking the lead on that, but you did.
Well, he's got a wife who's Asian, so.
Right, I know that. You have to make peace at home, but God love you. Thank you so much for promoting my community in any event. So I'm an unintended beneficiary of that.
If she's anything like my wife, you can't avoid doing it.
You know the old saying, happy wife, happy life.
That's right.
Got to do it. More specifically, Judge Diaz, I was at the department in the late 90s, and that was when climate change was really starting. It was percolating at that time. It was not the dominant driver of a lot of our government and energy policy as it is today. When I was Assistant Secretary for Policy and International Affairs, that was the first time they had the COP meeting, so to speak, at Kyoto, and the Kyoto Protocol came out of that. And so nobody knew what was going to. In fact, I was asked to go to Kyoto. Ernest Moniz, who was then an undersecretary, led the delegation, and I had one of my deputies go with him because I was spending time, believe it or not, in Central Asia trying to figure out how to route the oil and gas infrastructure away from Russia on behalf of the newly independent states of the former Soviet Union. And that was also a high priority, and Federico Pena made that a high priority, which is why I spent time with them on that instead of going to Kyoto with then Undersecretary Ernest Moniz. We know what happened with the Kyoto Protocol. It was eventually signed by the U.S. government. We were co-signatory, but we could not get the U.S. Senate to ratify it like a treaty. So it just became an operating protocol against which successive conference of the parties of the UN had meetings to measure progress in mitigating carbon emissions. Today, what I see happening is even though Congress has failed to enact legislation that would control carbon, and this happened at least twice around mid to late 2000, if you recall, first with Waxman-Markey and then with the Senate version, Graham, Lieberman, McCain. Many companies have an economic interest now. Those, particularly utilities, and also those in the generation sector, they have an incentive to control their emissions and to minimize carbon simply because it's good for business. And because there's a lot more spending going on now in emerging non-emitting energy technologies. It's been galvanized by the IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and then also by the Inflation Reduction Act most recently with the tax credits. But a lot of that was happening already. And then the states, our traditional laboratories of change have really taken the lead. And it doesn't matter whether you're still a state that's very heavily invested in, let's say, fossil energy. And there are a lot of states that are still heavily dependent on coal, and they still use a lot of natural gas, admittedly. But even those states want the investment opportunities. They want the capital inflow. They want to have the battery factories sited in their communities, like Georgia. Last time I checked, Georgia wasn't exactly a deep blue state, but it's getting a lot of that. You've got automobile manufacturers, you've got battery manufacturers. They're siting in Georgia, and that's where the investment's going. A lot of investment's going to the so-called red states for the clean energy technologies today. So I think that there was a shared economic stake now. It doesn't matter where you stand on the political spectrum, if you see there's an economic opportunity, you're going to pursue that. And I think that's principally what's driving that type of activity today. Nobody's waiting for Congress to enact legislation.
Are there any questions from the audience? If they're not, we'll continue to ask questions over here. So somebody stand up. I see everybody standing up at the same time. Please don't do that, All right, we'll continue. You have this one here? Okay. Let's continue, Mr. President, with the fact that the transitional phases of what the Biden administration talks about with regard to gas and oil, and what do you see the whole opportunity occurring in terms of the Latino community and Latino economic goal, so to be able to make a living.
A lot of exciting things going on in energy, and I know that we're already over on our time, but let me tell you that the information you heard yesterday about the hydrogen hubs is probably one of the most substantial ones. It's about a $40 billion opportunity. There's 7 hydrogen hubs that have been awarded the okay by the Department of Energy. They're still negotiating a contract, so there's no contracts right now. But the people you heard from yesterday are really important people. In fact, I keep telling all my friends to find out if they have kids, because you want to become their godfather, because these are people that are going to be really important in shaping the programs and the resources that are developing around hydrogen hubs. And if you don't know what hydrogen is, please look it up. There's plenty of YouTube examples. You can even make hydrogen gas at home. And so it's really amazing. It's water. And so, but the point being that it's a $40 billion opportunity. The 7 areas include the entire state of California. It's, if it matures, it's like a $13 billion project. In Chicago, Indiana, both Illinois and Indiana, and the Houston high velocity. It's mostly in the Houston area, but it goes into the Louisiana, the southern western part. The Mid-Atlantic, which is Delaware, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. And then you have the one of the Pacific West up in Seattle. It's primarily Washington and a little bit of Oregon. And then the one up on the upper state, in the upper country, it's the Dakotas, Montana, Minnesota, and a part of Wisconsin. And then Appalachia, which is basically in West Virginia, but it's got a chunk going into Pennsylvania. We did a quick analysis, demographics, to determine what the Hispanic community profiles were for HSIs, Hispanic Serving Institutions, and for the chambers, Hispanic chambers, and every area has something. And so we're encouraging all those leaders to connect with the folks, because it's going to be 200, well, you saw the presentations, just the one in Arches, they're looking at 200,000+ employees. And these are really good paying labor jobs. So somebody's going to get those, and so it's important to recognize that our community needs to get a benefit of that. And then the same thing with contracts. And our friends at Asians in Energy, they're doing similar kind of work with high velocity in Houston. And same thing we got encouraged with our good friend Larry Glover here, who's a longtime friend with the American Association with Blacks in Energy, to make sure that communities don't fall behind in the opportunities. Because everybody's got, if they just did equal opportunity, everybody should get a fair share. And we should do it in a manner that everybody benefits in terms of the quality level. And so we're very excited about it. You're going to hear a very interesting perspective today from our in-house attorney, Martin Montes and Fred Falfale, and it's going to be a very interesting discussion that talks about some of the mechanics that are going on right now to make sure that that happens, because it's not as easy as it sounds. There's a lot of work that's got to be done into it. It's very strategic. And so so thank you for asking that question. I'm sorry that we ran out of time.
Yeah,
we could probably talk all day.
It's okay. We started late, so we'll just cut the next panel shorter, that's all. I always think of hydrogen, H2O. Everyone knows H2O. It's water. So you just take off the O2 and you got hydrogen. And you've got enough H2O in the world to be able to do what Jose is talking about. So think of it that way. There's so much of it that there is an opportunity there. The other thing I wanted to say is that Jose is very, very modest, but we have been able to develop some, with Jose's help, partnerships with HIE. So we've been working with them to develop an institute in San Antonio so that we can get young people to go into the energy spectrum. And that's really important. The other stuff we've done, we developed also some opportunities and membership opportunities and joint efforts with the chamber. You know, Jose Nino, who's on our board, was one of the founders of the chamber when and so it is a wonderful opportunity for us that we're working with other individuals. And lastly, Maria has begun a chapter in Virginia to assist and to help us grow, because a lot of people who are interested in doing that. And on a national level, you know, a lot of times you don't get the interaction. So there was a guy yesterday who approached Jose about doing one in New York City for another chapter. And so that we really are looking for partnership and partnership relationships, because the more we have involved in this, the more we can sort of dissect the opportunities and bring people into this action. And we need your help to continue to do this, because we're not getting younger, and it's really important for the young people to carry this forward for our future. So thank you very much for your participation, for your effort here. And I hope you take home some really pearls of wisdom. And thank you, Mr. G, because you always are there for us. I've seen him at every single activity that we've been involved with. And it really helps us understand that there's more than just the
I think it's
Latino
important
community.
we support one another.
Yeah, but
It was important for me to be here today.
But you're
Yes,
wonderful
I
in
appreciate
that
it.
way, and we need to essentially expand, because there's stuff that we might not be able to get into that he can get into because of his stature in life, and there's stuff that we can get into because of our numbers that others may not be able to get into, that we can essentially cross-fertilize. And we model ourselves to some extent out of the African American ABLE, the organization that does the same similar activity with us on that. So it is really important for you to realize that if you don't get involved in this, you're going to be left behind in terms of the economy and the future efforts of the economy for our country. And I tell you, and I'm doing it because these people are hearing me scream, I tell you, if you don't do it, it ain't nobody's fault but our community who hasn't taken the opportunity, because this secretary is willing to give you a hand on anything you want to be involved with regard to this energy. And you don't know how long these efforts are going to be. So God bless you, and I hope to see many of you here next year. And thank you, Jose Mr. G, for your participation.
Appreciate it.
As we switch to the next session here, I'd like to encourage everyone who is sitting toward the back that as you finish your breakfast, please move back into the space toward the front of the room. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. You came here to the U.S. Department of Energy to a Hispanics in Energy Legislative Summit. You left your home, your pillows, your families to be here right now. For some of you, it's your first time here or your millionth time here. But the truth remains that you had an expectation and perhaps excitement to be at DOE, among some very accomplished human beings, many who happen to be Latino. And chances are you are a ratepayer of some sort, whether it's gas, water, electric, cable, you're a consumer of energy and other utilities. And that's why it's critical that you understand the very important role that utility commissioners play to ensure you have safe, reliable, affordable, and equitable services for all. Today, I have the honor and privilege to introduce you to two very smart and highly, highly, highly qualified individuals who happen to be Latinas, and might I add, of Mexican descent, each with a commissioner background, current and past. But before I do that, I'll quickly take 2 minutes to introduce myself. My name is Rosalba Robles. My husband of 30 years together and 4 adult children are Hernandez. My father is Robles. I'm the second oldest of 6. I'm the first graduate with undergrad and graduate degrees, and I started my PhD studies. I am first-generation American. My mom actually does not speak English. I was born in Chicago, but I'm raised in Northwest Indiana. My parents are from Jalisco, Mexico, and if you've ever been to Puerto Vallarta, Guadalajara, or enjoyed tequila and mariachis and mezcal, you've likely experienced Jalisco, Mexico. I work for a fantastic company called NiSource that sent 10 employees to be here at Summit. In my day job, I work for NiSource's Energy Supply and Optimization Department, where I lead a team and testify in rate cases, wind and solar PPA filings, electric fuel adjustment and resource adequacy tracker filings, and I deal with a lot of gen stations, FERC filings, gas forecasting, and testimonies. The truth is, NiSource is a great place to work, and we want your energy. NiSource is an innovative and trusted energy partner. We serve 6 states under the Columbia Gas and NIPSCO brands. We have nearly 4 million gas and electric customers and 7,500 employees, and we are hiring. NiSource has been named Time Magazine's World Best Companies, Forbes America's Best Employers for Diversity, and you will hear from some of the NiSource leaders shortly throughout the day. Our CEO, Lloyd Yates, is active on boards, including his role with the American Gas Association, and that's why it's critically important that NiSource continues to have healthy relationships with all 6 utility commissions to ensure we continue to provide safe, reliable, affordable, and equity services for all. So with that, ladies, vamos a charlar. This moment is yours. First up, we have Catherine Sandoval. Catherine Sandoval is a board member of the U.S. Chemical Safety Board. She was nominated by President Biden and unanimously confirmed by the U.S. Senate. She has achieved a string of firsts. She's the first Latina to serve as board member of the U.S. Chemical Safety Board. She's the first Latino to serve as commissioner of the California Public Utility Commission. She's the first Latina to win a Rhodes Scholar. She earned a master's from Oxford in England, a BA from Yale University, and a JD from Stanford University. She is also a tenured professor at Santa Clara University School of Law, where she teaches energy law. Next, we have Leah Marquez Peterson. Commissioner Leah Marquez Peterson was elected to the Arizona Corporation Commission in November 2020. She was sworn in on January 4th, 2021, and elected by her fellow commissioners to lead the commission as chair. Prior to November 2020, Commissioner Leah Marquez Peterson was appointed to the commission by the governor. With her appointment, she became the first Latina to serve in a statewide office in the state of Arizona. She's currently running for re-election now for second term beginning in 2025, so we do wish you the best. Leah has been an entrepreneur in Arizona for many years and supports Arizona's small business and community and economic development. She was honored to be selected as the 2022 Hispanic Businesswoman of the Year by the United States Hispanic Chamber, and she has served as the president CEO of the Tucson Hispanic Chamber. So ladies, the floor is yours. It was my honor to introduce you.
Thank you. 'Cause I don't know if you want to say anything. Thank you. 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 T
So, gracias, Rosalba. Thank you. It's such a pleasure, Leah, to share this stage with you,
No,
Commissioner.
it is, absolutely. Thank you.
Marquez Peterson. So we're both double-barreled last name people. So,
That's right.
and we both share a history. So you're from Arizona. My mother is from Arizona, from Benson, Arizona. I still have a lot of familia in Arizona. I was born in California, and so it's great to be here from our Arizona Southwest perspectives.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we thought with this charla that we would focus on some of the topics and objectives of energy regulation, focusing on reliability, safety, affordability, and equity. So comenzamos. So reliability. So as I'm now a member of the U.S. Chemical Safety and Hazard Investigation Board, which is a small agency that was actually formed after the terrible chemical incident in Bhopal, India that happened in the 80s. More than 20,000 people died because of that chemical accident in Bhopal. And in fact, they still don't know how many people died because of that accident. But 3,000 people died in the first 10 minutes. And so it really created a recognition after that happened, and then shortly thereafter there was an incident in Mexico City at a petrochemical facility where several people died, and then some incidents in the US, that the US needed to do more to promote safety and in the petrochemical energy industries, because when I was appointed a commissioner of the California Public Utilities Commission, I was appointed by Governor Brown in the wake of the natural gas explosion in San Bruno, California. So even though OSHA's rule number 1 is employers have an obligation to provide a safe workforce, we see every day worker injuries, community injuries, and in the chemical industry and energy industry, often when we have tragedies, they are what I describe lose incidents, right? That can create terrible consequences that can kill or injure workers, kill or injure community members, destroy property of homes and businesses, be terrible for the environment, result in air pollution or water pollution, and are also terrible for investors and insurers, right? No one likes to blow up their own facilities. So really putting safety top of mind is, I think, really important. And in the discussion yesterday, I think we talked about safety a little bit. I heard it mentioned directly once. But can you talk a little bit to Commissioner, you go by Marquez Peterson?
Leah.
Or Leah. So about your work in safety in energy regulation in Arizona.
No, thank you. And first, I just want to thank you for your public service. Thank goodness you're there. I'll start with explaining to those that might not be familiar that every state has a public utility commission. They might be called something a little different. In our case in Arizona, we're the Arizona Corporation Commission. Each commission structured a little differently. So we regulate typically electricity, water, gas, and wastewater for private investor-owned utilities. In our case, we actually incorporate every business in the state. That's where we get the Corporation Commission part of our name. We handle railroad and pipeline safety, and we manage and fight against securities fraud. So there's a lot of different things on our plate. You hear from other commissioners in other states that handle ferries and waste management and all these different components. But it's important to realize that the commissions exist. Of those throughout the states, only about 10 or so are elected commissioners. That's why I'm in this seat, as I ran for this seat and after being appointed. But most are typically appointed by their governors or their state legislators. And I wanted to bring that up and kind of start the conversation with the fact that our numbers are dwindling as Latino commissioners. Right now we are 4 in the entire country of about 180 or so that serve. When I was first appointed, there were 8 of us. So it's a conversation I have frequently with Jose and Hispanics in Energy about how we can truly have representation at the commission. So wanted to put that on your radar if you're considering or interested in being a commissioner. Our priorities as commissioners is really to focus on energy reliability and affordability, and safety, certainly health and public safety, and it's a balance we're always in the middle of. We regulate in Arizona almost 400 utilities. The majority of those are water utilities. And think how important that is. We're regulating a utility in which you ingest what we're regulating, so we need to make sure it's high quality, it's ultimately perfectly safe, as well as affordable for your families and your businesses. What we're known for primarily are the electric utilities. In our case, it's Arizona Public Service, Tucson Electric Power, and that tends to get a lot of the headlines. Honestly, people don't realize our commissions probably exist until we go through an electric utility rate case, which you've just completed a couple of those. But it really is important, I think, to have folks on the commissions that, you know, we've all been ratepayers, but certainly representing a particular perspective, you know, prioritizing the affordability of rates as we move forward in this clean energy transition. You heard from Rosalva, who, thank you for the introductions. About my background, I formerly ran a Hispanic Chamber of Commerce in southern Arizona near the border. We were one of the largest Hispanic chambers in the country with about 1,800 members that represented lots of different industries. It's really what led me to be in a commission role, because I got involved in advocacy early on at the commission and would go and speak or testify to my city council, my supervisors, state legislators, my federal delegation, and just started getting involved in all different kinds of issues. And I think the Hispanic Chamber Network, I'll put a plug in, is really important. So if you're not involved in your local Hispanic chamber, please consider that also. I'll stop there and we'll move on.
Thank you. Well, actually, I met Jose Perez through the Hispanic Chamber of Sacramento when I was working for a Latino-owned business. I previously worked for the Federal Communications Commission and then worked for a Z Spanish radio that was headquartered in Sacramento. And so Jose and Nancy Zarenda were very active in the chamber. So it's a wonderful place for community as well as activism and learning. You mentioned reliability, and so reliability is a huge responsibility and challenge for commissions all over the United States and territories, and also at the federal level. So the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, also one of their responsibilities is promoting electric reliability. So earlier last year, the U.S. Chemical Safety Board actually put out a news alert, which we don't do very often, because we were emphasizing the importance of taking steps to ensure electric as well as natural gas reliability. We have now seen 2 major chemical safety incidents, one involving a toxic cloud, the other involving fire and explosions, that were caused in part by loss of electric power. And in both instances, not only was electric power lost, but also the battery backup ultimately didn't work or failed, and that also happens over time. And both were also predicated on extreme weather incidents. So as we see more extreme weather, and right now we've seen droughts, wildfires, floods, we are increasingly seeing challenges to electric reliability. So it's important for people, it's important for all kinds of businesses. So can you tell us a little bit about your efforts at the Corporations Commission to promote electric reliability?
Certainly. What came to mind as you first asked this was, in Arizona, we have some pretty hot summers, if you haven't heard. We had over 100 days, over 100 degrees, and a lot of those days were over 110 degrees. So don't really come in the summer. Come in the winter. But it's top of mind, certainly throughout the entire year. But in Arizona, we need to ensure that we can manage the energy load that's necessary for residential as well as commercial during those peak periods, is what they're called, in the hottest time of summer, as we transition to more renewables throughout the country and certainly throughout our state. So top of mind is, for us in Arizona, kind of an all-of-the-above approach. How do we support the most affordable type of energy that will provide that reliability as we move forward? Arizona's blessed in that we continue to grow rapidly. We are seeing so many new commercial developments. We're seeing lots of population move, especially from California to Arizona. All of that is impacting the load that's necessary to serve residential and commercial. If you aren't familiar, we've announced microchip producers. Taiwan semiconductor industry has come in. Intel just did a $40 billion expansion. So much activity, economic development activity happening. and you layer on the request by data centers, which I think we're probably all seeing, I see a lot of you nodding, seeing throughout our states as they want to come and locate within high population dense areas. How do we manage that load? And do we? And where should they be? And what should that look like? So these are continuous conversations we have in Arizona. As chair, I launched an Energy Reliability Summit to particularly focus on not just how are we preparing for this upcoming summer, but how do we look 2, 3, 5 years down the road and really prepare. If you're familiar with the industry, we have, a lot of states have RTOs, regional transmission authorities, or other types of models. In Arizona, we do not. We talk a lot about Western regional coordination or collaboration, and those are a lot of the conversations we're having now. If we were to participate in something like that, how would it better ensure reliability and affordability for all of our ratepayers?
Yeah. So you mentioned the summers, and I remember as a child visiting my nana and tata, and certainly the 100, 110, 120 degree summers are a challenge. You also have some places that get very cold, and throughout America we're seeing reliability challenges both in summer and in winter. So winter problems with freezing and other issues that often end up freezing resources. So reliability is increasingly a year-round challenge, as well as we're seeing fluctuations. But also the water energy nexus. So this is another area that I think California and Arizona have a lot in common with the Colorado River, groundwater depletion concerns, groundwater replenishment concerns. But a lot of energy resources are dependent on water. And as water becomes scarce, it actually raises questions for the energy resource. Is this something that you've focused on in Arizona?
We have, actually, in NARUC, the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, I think I got that right, is our kind of national organization. I'm actually vice chair of the Water Committee, and I've paid particular attention to water and the many small utilities that we regulate throughout the state of Arizona and throughout the country. It's not only do you need that source of water if you're coming into our state or any of the states to ensure that economic development, but on the flip side, without electricity, the water pumps don't work. So if we have power outages or blackouts or whatever, which we don't, knock on wood, but if something like that were to occur, that would certainly impact the water distribution throughout our state. And that's, again, kind of life and death. Air conditioning, water in the summer. You absolutely need that. So there's a very important nexus where it's kind of played itself out even further in our state. We've hosted some cyber and physical security sessions with our utilities. What people thought was interesting is we didn't just bring in the electric and the water utilities. When I hosted it, I asked telecom to be there. We wanted gas. We wanted all the players, our electric retail co-ops, which are nonprofit and more rural in our state, to be at the table. Because if there was a catastrophic event, you need to be able to communicate one with another, and you need telecom. Right? Mm-hmm. We actually have limited jurisdiction on telecommunications in our state, as do many of the commissions. So it's important that they're at the table also, and we know that we can communicate with one another if something were to occur. So as a commissioner, you're kind of, I think, looking very reasonably. You're looking kind of from your own life experiences at what could happen, and how do I protect the public that I serve, and how do I ensure that we have financially healthy utilities that can continue to serve those citizens throughout our state also.
Yeah. So when I was in California as a commissioner of the California PUC, I led a proceeding on the water energy nexus. So we were looking at the embedded energy in water, right? So, when you look at whether your water heater or your tap, you have to think of all the energy that it took to move and treat and sometimes heat that water. I look at my lawn now and I see water, right? Because you think about the water that it takes, but I also see energy. So, it's led to some interesting tips in California, like when we do a lot of work with demand response, we've had to, because sometimes we've gotten really close on energy resources. And one of the tips is, okay, if energy is really low, don't water your lawn. Right? Not only don't run your dishwasher or washing machine, but don't water your lawn because it uses energy, right? And that's a nexus that most people don't make. right? As well as you have embedded water in energy, right? So there's a lot of energy resources that take water in order to make. And
Can I add on
yeah,
that?
go ahead.
So a lot of people don't realize Arizona actually has one of the largest nuclear power plants in the country, right on the edge of Georgia, who's expanding, but it's called the Palo Verde Nuclear Power Plant. And so it uses a lot of water in nuclear, but it's been very innovative in that it uses reclaimed water that's been negotiated from the city of Phoenix. So it's a really good model in building a nuclear power plant in the desert.
Yeah, which is great. There's a geological facility that in California where they also do a pipeline for reclaimed water to help to renew the geological field so that you could get that type of energy. So, it's really, really critical. So we're moving soon to the Q&A, but I wanted to touch really quickly on affordability, and then we'll open up to equity in the Q&A. So can you tell us a little bit about some of your work to promote affordability?
Yeah, I mean, we see 40 to 50 rate cases a year, and certainly affordability is a major theme throughout all of those. Actually, while I've been here in DC, I did take the time to visit our Senate to advocate on behalf of LIWAP, which is Low-Income Water Assistance Programs, which is not funded right now, so that's an important thing I think we need to put back on the radar. There are HIE, which is the Low-Income Program for Electric Utility customers, and that's existing. We also encourage our utilities to have low-income programs, and they're defined different ways, and they have tiers in terms of your income level, but it's something we certainly focused on in Arizona.
Right. Yeah, and I think like many of us, people mentioned yesterday their story. I started out in a trailer park in East LA, and then we moved up to the barrio. So, we know that many of our familias, our communities have affordability challenges. So keeping that in mind in regulation is really important. And then also wanted to address equity. President Biden has issued an executive order to promote energy and environmental equity. We are seeing, as on the environmental side as well as the energy side, more grants going to promote equity. And as you mentioned, that also it means inclusion as well. How can we make sure that our boards and commissions are inclusive and representative? So can you tell us about some of your work to promote equity?
Sure. I guess I define it as people do business with their friends, right? It's that simple. If there's a program, if there's a grant, if there's a business opportunity, people and companies tend to reach out to their network. So we need to ensure that that network is fair and equitable. So one of the things we've done in Arizona for several years with Jose's help is launched a supplier diversity summit. We brought our utilities to the table. I'll tell you, it was quite a variety in terms of how many were engaged in a supplier diversity effort. That's not mandated in the state of Arizona. This is completely something that we're showing them the great opportunities in diversifying their supplier base, whether it's women-owned, minority-owned, veteran-owned businesses. And it's gone very well. The electric utilities were much further ahead. As you can imagine, water utilities still have a long way to go. Our gas utility was pretty much at the table. One of the challenges we face, though, having run a Hispanic chamber, is the identification of the opportunity. Small businesses are so busy running their business that it's how are you aware and lift your head up to realize there's a huge energy transition going on, and whatever I sell or my service, I can actually plug in and I could apply. Now it's that application process is the next step. How do you fill out the application? How do you build those relationships in that network? And I think that's something our supplier diversity summits can continue to assist with.
Yeah, and California was very active with the Supplier Diversity Summit. So, looking at those opportunities as well as how they're structured, right? Making sure contracts are disaggregated so that there really are opportunities for small businesses. And we've got, a range of businesses can also bring about new perspectives and often new ideas. So, great. Well, why don't we open it up to Q&A? Jose Nino, our esteemed Jose Nino.
Morning.
Good morning.
Ladies, you've done a great job. Congratulations what you do for us. Understanding, you spoke about water.
Yes.
We're bio-friendly corporation. We're an environmental company. We deal in those arenas, and we have one of the top podcasts in the world, running 5 years now. We're an environmental information company also. Plus, we manufacture our products in Texas, but we're headquartered out of California. This week, we received the environmental information that we're publishing and putting out on Friday on nanoplastics or microplastics in water, your drinking water, and in all kinds of water. People don't know that we drink over a credit card and a half of plastic every year. Even when you cry today, you tear plastic. When it rains plastic. You know, in some areas you have even seen it flame to the point that, as you would know, fire departments now use a different chemical in water when they're turning off fires because of that. When you wash your clothes, you get these microplastics in there. So, the announcement was done yesterday that people have to start in the future boiling water in order to get the plastics out of your drinking water. So even if you're drinking bottled water, you're drinking plastics. And only 80% of those plastics come out of your bottled water or any water. It's a chemical coming out of oil and gas, for example. But what are the commissioners doing to address the issue on microplastics nationwide for the future of the public?
Yeah, very good question, Jose. And what I usually define, whether I'm speaking to a chamber, Kiwanis group, or whatever it may be in Arizona, is that water is pretty siloed in our state. The quality of the water is our Department of Environmental Quality. The quantity of water is a Department of Water Resources, and we're the distribution of water. However, where I engage in that conversation on the issue you brought up is really at NARUC. This past week, we had our conference here in DC, and we had the Water Research Foundation speak about PFAS, which is looming, right? The EPA, the industry is trying to determine how we're going to extract PFAS, the cleanup procedures, who's liable, and all. We had lots of conversations around that. But the microplastics also came up, and we received information on that. I really do like getting involved in the industry and the associations at the national level so I can hear about the conversations such as that are happening around the country. I think in the commission's world and our scope, it's just beginning around microplastics.
Yeah, so PFAS, forever chemicals, I think is an increasing issue in a variety of realms. And as you mentioned, there's this new guidance about boiling and then filtering water to try to filter out the microplastics. So it does have a variety of implications. And as you mentioned, I remember when I got the call from the White House saying, President Biden would like to nominate you to serve on the U.S. Chemical Safety Board. I had a moment where I thought, okay, I teach energy law, chemical safety. But then as I thought about the science, right, energy at its heart, energy resources are either organic chemistry, fossil fuels or organic chemistry, water, we've been talking about hydrogen chemistry, or physics, right? So we're all dealing in science. And so it's a reminder to think about the chemistry issues in a variety of ways as we deal with this, which brings us back to safety. So, thank you. Great.
Okay, we've got
one
Mr.
over
Glover
here
here
too.
also. There's a microphone right behind you. Yeah.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Larry Glover. I'm CEO of the Glover Group. Thank you, commissioners, for what you do. I'd like to ask a different kind of question. We know that we in America, we live in this of two different worlds, right? There's the world of the have-nots with means, and there's the world with the haves who have means, who have access. And you as commissioners also are guided by the fiduciary responsibility of making sure that the businesses, the utility businesses, run as they should and be responsible. But then we now saddle you with issues like equity, like DEI, and these are all not business issues, but they are equally important and significant to our communities. My question to you as commissioners, because oftentimes you are put, and I'll use a sports analogy if you will, you put in a striped shirt, so you become the referee for how do you manage the business of energy and how do you also pay particular emphasis to the communities who are most impacted and need the greatest help. As commissioners, how do you now, wearing that striped shirt, how do you balance these decisions around how do we ensure reliability safety and all of those issues, while at the same time we are working to build and lift up our communities, particularly from an economic standpoint. How do you now balance that? Because that's a pretty delicate balance, pretty delicate dance that you have to do. Talk to us a little bit about what that is for you.
So I think from my perspective in Arizona, I make the economic argument about why diversity is important, whether it is purchasing power of the Latino community in Arizona, that's our dominant minority group, I guess if you call it. The community engagement is important, especially if you're the owner of the utility and you're going to build that next natural gas peaker plant or solar farm, whatever. As commissioners, regardless of the ethnicity of the group that you're growing in, I want to know that you've talked to that community. Do the mayor and council support it? Have you met with the chambers? Have you, and I'm asking questions like that. I want to hear the response from the community. If you've not engaged in any community engagement or supplier diversity or so on, you're probably lacking some of those relationships. So for me, I make the economic argument. Politics are different in our two states. You're not going to see a mandate in Arizona that it will be a percentage or a this or no, it's got to be, if you are running whatever business, don't you want to attract the purchasing power of this particular community? And that's what I sold, in essence, as a Hispanic chamber leader. And we did quite well with corporate sponsors and engagement with our elected officials at the time, because we are continuing to grow as a very dynamic, younger ethnicity group in the state of Arizona and throughout the nation. So that's the way we tackle it and promote it in the state of Arizona.
Gracias. And for the U.S. Chemical Safety Board, we actually have adopted a list of what we call critical drivers of chemical safety. And one of the topics on the list is what we call fence line communities, but also nearby underserved communities. Because when you look at where many petrochemical and chemical facilities and energy facilities are sited, they often are near diverse communities. So being aware of the impacts of siting decisions, of operational decisions, emergency preparedness on the communities is absolutely critical for safety. And Leah mentioned communications. So one of the issues as well is there's such a huge explosion of opportunity with the Internet of Things, a huge transition with communications, but we have seen huge failures when there are problems, sometimes because of accidents, with not only with communications within a facility, but between a facility and the community. But at the same time, there's so many opportunities for monitoring and through sensors for monitoring in the community. I think we need to know more about what is actually happening in different places in terms of health. I can tell you, walking over here from the metro, I had to stop and use my asthma inhaler. And I grew up in East LA, and the reason I have asthma is because I grew up in the middle of the East LA interchange, surrounded by freeways. And then we moved to Montebello, and we didn't know that where we moved to was on top of a natural gas storage field, which had been partially depleted, and later on ended up having so many leaks that actually 5 homes in the neighborhood had to be bulldozed because of the leaks. And there was a dump that became a Superfund site that was on the top of the hill. So growing up near that, I developed asthma. And this is a very common story in our communities. So we need to be aware of what happens because, again, you can have terrible incidents. There was an incident in Houston that occurred during the last administration, and we finally issued the investigation report earlier this year. But it was a factory that did specialized paints for the oil and gas industry. Houston, also, Texas, as well as Florida, doesn't have very many zoning laws. And so this long-established business was there, and then there's a huge need for housing. They built hundreds of homes right across the street from this business. So a few things went wrong. There was a terrible accident and explosion. Sadly, 2 workers were killed, but 400 homes across the street were damaged. Some of the homes were knocked off of their foundations. One person died in their home. And it was a very diverse community, right? Because this is a lot like where I lived when we moved from East LA to Montebello, where the upwardly, you save some money and you're finally able to buy a house. So we find very much that looking at, are we measuring, monitoring, communicating, and also planning smartly and operating safely and smartly are integral to the work that we do. Thanks. I heard there was
another
a question over there. Okay. I think we still have time. I saw a sign for 10 minutes. Who's our timekeeper? How much time do we have left?
Here's a question.
Oh, come on. Okay. Daniel Sierra, Burns McDonnell. Commissioner, first and foremost, thank you for being here today. You talked about that when you first went in, there was 8 Hispanics that are commissioners throughout the United States. Now there's 4. Where do you see this happening within the next year, 5 years, and 10 years when it comes to commissioners here in the United States?
Good question. I sure hope it gets better. I mean, in terms of representation, it's a sad thing to start with that our numbers have dwindled. Most of those states, I see 5 minutes left, thank you. Most of those states where we have lost commissioners they're termed out, they've moved on to a different position, and it's a governor appointee position. So what I would encourage, if you or you know someone who might want to serve as a commissioner, it's really those relationships with the governor, with perhaps state legislative leaders, with the appointment director. It's called different things in every state, but there are folks that are managing that for each of the governors. We need to have relationships. You need, in my case, as a chamber president, I knew our Governor Ducey very well when he was our state treasurer. I was involved in campaigns, I was active, I did not lobby to be a commissioner. I actually ran for Congress in my community and was proud to win my primary but lost the general election. And at that point I decided to leave my chamber position because I'd been there about 10 years and thought I'm gonna just leap without a net, see what else is out there. When the governor's office called and they said, someone's leaving the commission, I can't tell you who at this point, but he's got about 1.5 years left on his term, I'd like to appoint you to the Corporation Commission. And I said, absolutely, sir, proud to serve. Let me research this, because I didn't know a lot about what it took. And then ultimately I got appointed and then knew I had to run immediately, because we're elected in our state, statewide. So that was a big part of the decision also. So I would research the state you live in or other states. One of the things I know Jose is doing and the U.S. Hispanic Chamber is discussing also is where are there opportunities that have been lost? What opportunity is there? I think California has a new vacancy. Illinois had a few seats that had turned. And if they were held by Latinos, it'd be really great to at least have Latinos on the list to be considered. And I don't know if that's happening. I certainly hear of vacancies in Oregon. I mean, I could go state by state, and a lot of those have been filled and are in the process, but we'll have more come soon. The 4 remaining, we have 2 in Arizona, myself and Ana Tovad are serving, Lori Cobos in Texas, and Gabe Aguilara, I think is how he says it, in New Mexico. And those are the 4 that are remaining now, and we need a greater list of candidates going to your governor's office.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, your involvement as well in testifying before committees, so you were aware of some of the work. Hispanics in Energy also is a great way to get involved and understand more about the issues. I teach energy law. It's a really exciting class. Right now I'm on a leave of absence, so I'm not teaching. But, you know, Jose, I think that we can talk about developing, you know, some mini courses in regulation, because NARUC, which I was also very active in, will do regulatory boot camps after you get appointed. But we need some regulatory boot camps to help people understand the regulatory field in order to prepare for appointments. So, you know, I can teach a lot through my semester-long energy class, but I don't think it takes a whole semester. But, you know, and we can also talk about developing micro-credentials to help people, you know, demonstrate their mastery of some of these issues, because I think that mastery is important as well as involvement.
Absolutely.
All right, my name is Gabriel Chavez. I'm here with Constellation. A question for you both. I think you both started the conversation with, hey, we're here for resiliency, reliability, and some of that is, I'll say, challenged by, I'll say, extreme weather events and what we're doing there. And you also mentioned the Western Coalition, right? Because Arizona's being challenged by water availability and resources to share out to communities outside of, let's say, major metropolitan areas and surrounding suburbs. So we talked about extreme weather events and coalitions. How are you guys working together with whether it's or agencies like the EPA and the chambers in your respective regions to establish, I'll say, a critical mass to get what you need for your respective areas?
That's a challenging question. I think the coalitions are occurring more among the states and the commissioners and the utilities. They're really determining what's the resource adequacy that's available to that state and how we can supplement each other. You know, Washington and Oregon have hydropower and different components. Arizona's very solar dominant. New Mexico has a lot of wind. California has a lot of their solar and different components. So how do we work together and feed off one another, especially when the weather may change or extreme weather events may occur over the entire West Coast? I'd like to see more chamber involvement. As a former chamber president, when we are doing a rate case in a particular community in Arizona, I'll often reach out to the local chamber to say, hey, we're in your neighborhood, you know, you should have members speak to us or write letters or something in that regard. There's actually a House bill right now in the state legislature in Arizona that is talking about expanding our consumer advocacy office to include small commercial, which would be small business. And I really hope that passes and moves forward, because this is my first elected position. I often tell people, I was floored by the number of special interest groups and lobbying groups that come before us, and large companies and so on, but rarely ever see a small business voice. So I was often representing the small business voice, sitting there even as a commissioner, just based on my own personal experiences. So I think it's important that we are building more connections, and oftentimes as commissioners we need to do all we can to get out and do public speaking. I do quite a bit of it in my state, talking to different groups, but every state should be doing that, because nobody knows what we do. Nobody knows the votes we're taking that impact their families and their businesses, and I think that's an important way not only to talk about what does resiliency look to you as a community, but also encourage people to serve on a commission in the future.
I'm being told that we need to stop, but do you have a quick última palabra? Let's go ahead.
Okay, good morning. Gaston Aras with Dominion Energy. You shared with us that you're running for your position and you're campaigning, and I wonder what's the message that you have been able to craft that is appealing to the Latino community, as you stated, is a huge voting bloc in your state. And I also wonder about the funding, because running a campaign is expensive. So
Sure.
We can have governors appointing Latinos, but then if they have to run for office later on, how we are able to craft a message that resonates, and where do we get the resources to fund those campaigns?
Yeah, no,
Thank
that's
you.
a good. I'll start with the second one first. In Arizona, we're blessed to have a clean elections campaign system. So in Arizona, I am soliciting $5 contributions. That I need a couple thousand of those to qualify for state funding that comes from criminal fines. And that way it's an even playing field for anyone who wants to run for a commission. So the challenge right now is get about 10,000 signatures, get these $5 contributions, qualify for state funding. So it really shouldn't stop anyone from pursuing it. It is statewide. I live in Tucson, which is down by the Mexican border. The population density is in Phoenix. So really my challenge is I've got to try and do public speaking every day somewhere if I can, right? Make sure that they're aware of my name recognition or what the commission does, and that's basically how I'm campaigning. What am I saying? It's the exact same message you've heard up here: energy reliability, affordability. We've seen California, unfortunately, have some rolling blackouts, some different issues. We've seen the Texas freeze occur. We're right between states like that, and so there's a lot of concern and focus on, please make sure, Commissioner, that we're not going to have a blackout during the heat of summer and that we're prepared. So I talk a lot about energy reliability. And then affordability programs. We've been able to push a number of refunds back to our customers. We have a moratorium. You cannot shut off electricity and water and gas during the hottest part of the year to protect families. And so I talk a lot about that. But it's pretty much the same message you've heard today. But thank you for asking.
Well, gracias. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all, and thanks to Hispanics and Energy.
Thank you very much
for convening us. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so this next part of our program gets a little interesting as we have concurrent sessions. So we have session number 5 taking place here where everyone currently is. That's the Puerto Rico Energy Resilience session. And then session 6, benefits of effective Hispanic ERGs, will be in the back classroom. So if everyone can see me over here, you go toward the back corner. Please note there's very limited seating. It's maybe about 35 seats in there. But for those who do want to join, I would suggest you get there now. Once again, Puerto Rico Energy Resilience here on the main stage and the ERG group in the back room. Thank you. Okay, we can please have folks settle in. We want to get this next session started as soon as possible. Thank you.
No, aquí se va a sentar el Fred.
Hola.
Uepa, Nelly, ¿cómo estás?
Nelly.
Qué bueno verte. Surprising.
I know.
Gracias.
Me siento bajita aquí. Yo necesito sentar en un libro o algo.
Yeah.
¿Por qué tengo las paredes?
If our speakers for session 6 are here in the main room, can we please ask you to go back to the classroom so we can get that started? Namely, Señor Zach Valdez, we're waiting for you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Wow. Great conversations, and we're going to continue this incredible gathering of experts and very knowledgeable people that can help create a very positive future. I am going to introduce our next moderator, and the next panel that focuses on the issues of Puerto Rico. You're going to find that this is a very stimulating panel, and thanks to our moderator, who has been a very key person in focusing in on the issues not only of Puerto Rico and its recognition and its status in energy, but in bringing Hispanics in energy to work with the administration here at the department and to work with us specifically to engage in some incredible solutions. I'm very proud that this panel is going on, and it's really because of Fred Fafle, who is Senior Legal Advisor to the Legal Counsel here in the Department of Energy. He's been a partner for 2 years, and if there's any special recognition in terms of these partnerships between DOE and Hispanics in Energy, he's the man that's made it happen. And so we're very grateful to him. Last year we recognized him, and so we're just delighted that he's agreed to lead this discussion with his very important people. So with that, Fred, if you can please take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jose. It's a pleasure and honor to be here with you all. And we do have a special panel on Puerto Rico. Thanks to everyone for being in attendance at this Hispanics in Energy and DOE co-sponsored event, as you can see on on the website and also on the announcements. So we have here, and the reason it's a little bit crowded on the table because I wanted to have here what I call the dream team. I mean, these are people who really are shakers and movers in what's going on in Puerto Rico right now and the energy transformation. I mean, the energy transformation is going on everywhere, but particularly in Puerto Rico. And also, as Mari and Agustin can attest, that the president really has tasked this department and the secretary with the recovery of the grid in Puerto Rico. And she takes it very seriously. She has been there a number of times. Really cares deeply about the people in Puerto Rico. You may have heard in her presentation last year, and she'll be here again later on today. And I'm going to hopefully kick it off to be able to explain a little bit more of what the whole federal government. So there's a coordination effort of what the federal government is doing. And this team here, along with Jen DeCesaro, who couldn't be with us from the White House, is what I consider the dream team to make this move forward. So let me start by just making some quick introductions. And if I leave any points out, please add to those. So Agustin Carbo, right here to my left, he is based in San Juan. He is the inaugural Department of Energy's Director of Puerto Rico Grid Modernization and Recovery Team. And you can tell me more what that means in a minute. So, but before joining DOE, Agustin was director of the Environmental Defense Fund's Energy Transition Program. And he has a lot of experience with energy in Puerto Rico. He was also the first chairman of the Puerto Rico Energy Commission, now called the Puerto Rico Energy Bureau, executive director of the Puerto Rico Solid Waste Authority, and assistant regional counsel at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in Texas. Don't hold it against Agustin. He's an attorney like me, and he's also an engineer, is my understanding. So let me then turn to Charlotte. Charlotte, thank you for being with us today. Charlotte works with Hispanic Federation, and I'll let you say more about that. She is definitely a seasoned nonprofit leader with over 2 decades of experience in coalition building, advocacy, education, and community engagement, primarily focused on addressing structural inequities in the U.S. and in Puerto Rico. As the chief director of Puerto Rico for the Hispanic Federation, she has overseen the Federation's long-term commitment to Puerto Rico, which began more than 5 years ago when Hurricane Maria struck. Hispanic Federation was a first responder to the crisis and has been a major founder and driver of Puerto Rico's recovery efforts, investing more than $53 million in philanthropic investments to advance Puerto Rico's recovery. In addition, for the last 2 years, Hispanic Federation has collaborated with the National Renewable Energy Labs at the Department of Energy to support the PR 100 study, so hopefully you can elaborate on that a little bit more. Welcome. Marisol, partner in crime. I can say when the secretary, we meet often on Puerto Rico, and she turns to Marisol and says, Mari, what's going on with this and that issue? She is definitely key in making our efforts move forward in Puerto Rico. She is the secretary's advisor on Puerto Rico. That's your new title now. She oversees the department's activities to accelerate the recovery and modernization of the power grid. Before this role, Marisol managed a team within the Grid Deployment Office and was fully dedicated to providing technical assistance to the government of Puerto Rico and its local entities in implementing over $16 billion of federal recovery funds for the island's electric sector. Marisol has spent her entire professional career within the Department of Energy and its national laboratory complex. She is also an engineer and certified project management professional. And last on the table, but certainly not least, let me shuffle here. Francisco. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros, Francisco. Francisco Berríos Portela is actually chair of PREPA's governing board, and I'll let you explain a little bit more about that. He is also the governor's assistant chief of staff for energy affairs and chair of the Puerto Rico Green Energy Trust. Previously, he served as director for the energy policy program of the Department of Economic Development and Commerce, and he is also an engineer trained at University of Puerto Rico and at Stanford University. Welcome, everybody. So I'm just going to start with a few questions, and hopefully at the end we'll have some time for the audience to ask them. So my first question is to Francisco. Francisco, what are the principal challenges that you see in Puerto Rico with the production and distribution of electric power?
Well, morning everyone, and thanks for the invitation first of all. So specifically challenges, we can be talking the entire day about those, but I will try to summarize at least what I consider the most or the top challenges. And first of all, I will say keeping the lights on. That's our first and top priority. And I don't want to talk on behalf of the federal government, of course, but I believe that as part of the collaboration that we are currently working, that has been a top priority that we have all identified. So, but continuously, we are changing the energy landscape in Puerto Rico. So just in 2020, PREPA, which is the Puerto Rico Electric Power Authority, was a monopoly. It was an entire monopoly, integrated, where generation was centralized on the PREPA, transmission, distribution, the grid, the customer service, and actually, Agustin was the first chair of the Energy Commission back in 2014, but it was not until 2019 that actually this started to change dramatically. Of course, the founding of this initiated back in 2014 in terms of the regulating the market, or regulating actually. So because it was self-regulated market and it was a monopoly. And of course, it went on bankruptcy. So talking about challenges, we can talk about, we have already achieved, which I prefer best to talk about, we have already achieved trying to at least overpass specific challenges that we identify in the process, and that start with the debt, that start with having a monopoly that doesn't work as it was supposed to, and we have in place now a regulator that is really strong, that it's completely transparent in terms of the rates, and actually the entire process of procuring and contracting and budgeting, so that's entirely transparent now. So we have overpassed that challenge. We have overpassed simultaneously having a private entity managing the grid, having a private entity managing the generation assets. That's really important for continuity. In the last 10 years, there have been about 20 executive directors of PREPA. There is no way that you can have a continuity with that kind of change on executive level. So we have overpassed that, and definitely that's something that I truly believe it's a great achievement in order to have better continuity. That has already been be translated in integration of renewables at distributed level, for example, improving and ramping up real quick, thanks to the implementation of having an operator that it's executing what the public policy says, and having a regulator that it's overseeing those implementations. Besides, of course, still talking about challenges specifically, and going to your question, we need to work on an accelerated way to expedite the entire energy transformation that, of course, it's ongoing through all the world, changing from fossil fuel-based central-based generation to distributed generation, renewable, and how we get there at the same time that when we need to rebuild our grid, because it was impacted back in 2017 by Hurricane Maria that totally destroyed the system that was not in good shape. So we have a bunch of opportunities as well to make sure that we can cover that, and we're working together, of course, with the federal government, and the good news is that we have the funds available We want to optimize all the funds and funding opportunities, not only the ones that are already allocated under FEMA, but of course we are pursuing as well federal funding opportunities on competitive tenders that there are right now. So we want to optimize all that, but definitely one challenge is that we are somehow overfloated with a bunch of work. We have strong limitations on the workforce. We are working, to tackle those challenges all together and with good strategies and the support of the federal government. But definitely, it's an enormous challenge, and I can keep, of course, and we can talk. In addition to that, we are even federal dollars are great, and we are taking in billions of dollars. Still, there is another challenge that we need to have a matching for using all those funds, and still PREPA is in bankruptcy, pending to have the debt restructured. So we need to play with all that in order to make sure that we can accelerate and expedite the entire reconstruction, modernization of the grid, and the energy transformation as well, which is everything happening simultaneously. So first challenge, keeping the lights on. Second challenge, making sure that we can expedite everything. And of course, the third challenge, I will say that it's a workforce to make sure that we can expedite everything simultaneously.
Thank you, Francisco. That's daunting challenges, and people of Puerto Rico are lucky to have you in the governor's office helping. Of course, we work closely with the governor's office, so Mari, this is straight into what you do every day. What is actually the role of the federal government in the reconstruction and enhancement of the grid and generation systems in Puerto Rico?
How much time do we have? No, thank you, Fred, and thank you, Hispanics and Energy, for the invitation, and you all for being here. Not to be a Debbie Downer to start with this right off, but I do like to set the context with going back to 2017 and Hurricanes Irma and Maria, because the damage that was caused was just unimaginable, and the suffering that came afterwards. Some people, it's hard to even grasp this, but people without power for almost an entire year. I think the federal response and the silver lining in all of this is that the federal government authorized, now it's up to nearly $20 billion just for the reconstruction of the grid. I think any jurisdiction, not just because it's a smaller territory, but any jurisdiction that suddenly receives such an injection of funding is going to need help. Not just in administering, but also in planning and deciding how to best invest it to make the system not just go back to how it was before, but to also build it better and more resilient. And so that's where the federal government, at least especially DOE, stepped in to provide that subject matter expertise, that technical support through staff here at headquarters, but also making sure that we're maximizing the capabilities of our national labs to do modeling, analysis, technical assistance to really help determine what are the best investments, how to prioritize them, and how to have the biggest impact on the system. But at the same time as the funds were being allocated, right after Hurricane Maria, the public policy, like Francisco described, started changing on the island with regards to energy. So hurricanes happened in 2017. In 2019, there's a new law, Act 17, that established a 100% renewable energy target by the year 2050. Then came Luma Energy and the restructuring, and now Genera. There was a new IRP, and so we were at this kind of cross point where we have this massive amount of federal funds authorized to rebuild the grid to make it better, and at the same time, a completely new kind of envisioned future for the system. And so Agustin is going to talk a little bit about PR 100, but really focusing our efforts on how to not just repair the grid, but how to make investments in a way that help the territory meet those goals that they set for themselves. Then in 2021, we saw Hurricane Fiona, which even though it was a Category 1 hurricane, it still led to an island-wide blackout. And so I think President Biden, he visited the island. He was a little bit frustrated that, 4 years later, the state of the grid, even with so much funding that has been authorized for the grid, that the state was still kind of in dire conditions, that even a Category 1 storm could lead to a complete blackout. Some people were without power for even over a month. And so that's when he assigned Secretary Granholm to be the lead of Puerto Rico Grid Recovery and Modernization. And so since then, we have been taking more of a leadership role in all of this, serving as the coordinator. So the Secretary has been to Puerto Rico 7 times now, and we sit, close partnership with Francisco and the governor, but we sit everyone together, every decision maker from LUMA, the regulator, Genera, PREPA, the governor's office. We identify priority projects that we know are more complex, so from getting all the approvals, et cetera, are harder to execute and have a longer lead time. Prioritize those projects and identify what are some of the obstacles that can get in the way to getting those executed quickly, whether it's, bureaucracy and processes that we can find ways to work around them to expedite, or whether it's, coordination, making sure that agencies are talking to each other, that we don't duplicate efforts, duplicate studies, et cetera. And we have really seen a lot of progress in getting really important projects approved by FEMA and starting the implementation stage. Things like that are new to FEMA even, things like an island-wide replacement of meters with advanced metering infrastructure, things like deploying battery storage, utility-scale battery storage at existing PREPA facilities to do voltage control to reduce outages. And that's the FEMA side. There's also the HUD side of the funding, the Housing and Urban Development Agency. So those are the CDBG funds that the Puerto Rico Department of Housing administers. We've also been working closely with them. Those are funds that are going more to like individuals. So FEMA, you usually see it more like rebuilding the grid. The HUD funding are more to provide household level resilience. And so Francisco can maybe expand on that a little bit more, but they have some really important programs that are deploying solar and storage and cisterns for low-income households and microgrids, et cetera. And so we have our national labs working closely with them to, support them, do technical reviews, issue RFPs, things like that, making sure that the Department of Housing, that's not known for doing energy things, still has access to energy expertise to execute the programs effectively.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mari. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We could probably talk all day on my mind. 3 or 4 issues came up.
I know, right?
We don't have, unfortunately, the luxury of all day. So, let me ask the next question to Hispanic Federation on what is the role, Charlotte, of nonprofits in the energy transformation in Puerto Rico?
Well, everything you heard so far, I think there's a role for nonprofits to play, and that they have been playing in it in Puerto Rico's energy transformation. You have nonprofits in Puerto Rico who were immediately involved in Hurricane Maria, as you mentioned, this island-wide blackout, in responding there and engaging as first responders to the fact that there was no energy. You have nonprofit organizations involved in the research and policy advocacy and policy creation needed to enact things like Act 17 in Puerto Rico, and then to help with that planning process of implementation. How do we achieve that? They've been directly involved. You mentioned PR 100, which I know Agustin is going to talk a little bit more about, but a 2-year study that included broad stakeholder engagement, which involved dozens of nonprofit organizations with different expertise around Puerto Rico. And then in the actual execution of projects, a lot of the work that's been done to include small businesses, to include community initiatives to install solar energy and validate that solar energy does in fact work, a lot of that began with nonprofit and environmental organizations in Puerto Rico who were the innovators to say we need to do this here, proved it work, and have expanded on that. And then there's roles like what Hispanic Federation plays as well in terms of funding projects. We fund initiatives, we lead initiatives, and then we've been supporting, as you mentioned earlier in the bio, we've been supporting the Department of Energy with their stakeholder engagement, not just in the PR 100 study and the work that it took to ensure extensive and broad public engagement in that, but also in the Energy Resiliency Fund, which the DOE is currently implementing in Puerto Rico. And I think that's a good example, the Energy Resiliency Fund, again, to point to how were nonprofits involved in that. That came about as an allocation, an additional allocation from Congress that began with a lot of advocacy from nonprofit organizations, particularly community-based organizations in Puerto Rico who directly see the impact of what it means for the most vulnerable people living in Puerto Rico when the power goes out. For the people who are in those last mile communities, what does that mean? Who support the grieving families who lost their lives because of our power outage, because that doesn't get talked about enough, of that connection between energy, not just to keep the lights on, which is essential, right, to keep our economy moving and all of those, but the role that energy plays in saving lives, and that there are people in our society who without energy will lose their life. And that's what we saw after Hurricane Maria, is these as many as 4,000 people who passed away in Puerto Rico, and much of that was correlated to the lack of energy. And so I think that's where our community-based organizations who see that, it drives them, who see that direct impact, are then driven to engage because of the environmental reasons, because of the economic reasons, but most importantly because of the human reasons and how that's been involved. And that's certainly what drove Hispanic Federation to get involved in energy, because prior to Hurricane Maria, that was not one of our major topics that we work on. We're a national nonprofit organization. We work across the United States in more than 40 states with over 600 Latino-led community-based organizations. And our work began in Puerto Rico because of Hurricane Maria, originally as an emergency response support, and to move aid into Puerto Rico quickly through those community-based organizations. And since then, as you mentioned, we have been working there. We have a permanent office, which I have the privilege to lead there in Puerto Rico, and a team, and we've been able to invest more than $53 million in private funding in Puerto Rico. Thank you. And more than 10% of that funding has gone directly into renewable energy initiatives. And much of it has gone indirectly into renewable energy initiatives because, again, one of the things that I think a nonprofit can do that is different is we help fill in the gaps where government is not able to, right? Government can get but so far, but we continue and fill in those gaps. And the other thing that's unique about a nonprofit organization, and particularly our community-based nonprofit organizations, is we remain, right? Administrations change, government changes, politics change things, but nonprofits and community-based nonprofits, they stay in the community, so they provide that level of consistency of what's happening and create that trust with the community. And so as administrations change, we can be pivotal partners for an administration to be a trusted messenger to community, to help a new administration understand what is happening in this community, what are the needs of that community, and to be a bridge builder in that communication. And I think that's a role that Hispanic Federation has played as well with PR 100 and with the Energy Resiliency Fund, is to support the Department of Energy and the National Renewable Energy Labs through our network of community-based nonprofits in Puerto Rico, because that $53 million wasn't all through Hispanic Federation alone. We reinvested that in our Puerto Rico network of more than 150 local nonprofit organizations who have benefited from that funding. And it's through that network that we are able to support the Department of Energy by saying, okay, you want to engage in the community of Vieques will let us go find the community-based nonprofit organizations there who can talk to us about what is the best way to engage in that community. Who are those community leaders, those residents who need to be engaged there? Who are those stakeholders who need to be there? And that's where these nonprofits and the community-based ones can become essential partners, and where we have been able to support and engage in these spaces. So we are empowered as a nonprofit by those community-based organizations as well. Through that, we've also had funding that we've been able to invest in Puerto Rico has also supported policy. We're very engaged in the Energy Resiliency Fund and pushing for Congress to pass, and we originally wanted $5 billion, we got $1 billion. We still feel that's a win, right? $1 billion for Puerto Rico. We are now moving into supporting as a partner to the DOE. We were successful in submitting an application to the Energy Resiliency Fund to become one of two education and consumer protection partners, which is another important role for nonprofits, again, as educators of our community, making sure that this new technology is something that is understood so that people want to use it and trust in using it. And so that's going to be a role that we will play. And then we're very proud of the initiatives that we've done to actually install solar energy across Puerto Rico, from federally qualified health centers to, again, go back to the root cause of why we engaged in energy, which was saving lives, but also in things like fishing associations in Puerto Rico. And our perspective and the work that we do across different areas from agriculture and economic development helps us understand that a project like a fishing association in Puerto Rico, artisanal fishermen, they go out and fish, and you think, well, what does that have to do with energy? Why would a fisherman need energy? But when they come back, they need to put that fish into an icebox. Otherwise, they can't sell it, right? And so as power goes out in Puerto Rico, you have these artisanal fishermen who were losing their livelihoods. So that project came to us through a community-based environmental organization who said, hey, Hispanic Federation, do you know that this is an issue, their Conservación Conciencia? And we partnered with them, and now we are up to 15 fishing associations that have solar energy, so that fishermen who go out every day and fish and their catch can go into a freezer, and they're able to sell it. And so they're providing food security, economic development for them, and also during emergencies, they've turned around and allowed their community to use those refrigerators for medicine and to use them for other essential needs. So again, going back to my first point, we are involved in everything, workforce development as well as an essential need, but I think there is, and it's important that nonprofits be engaged in every component of what is Puerto Rico's energy transformation.
Thank you, Charlotte. And thank you to Hispanic Federation and your great work. It's amazing and very necessary. I mean, I have to say personally, I was there during Fiona, and I personally saw trees fall and destroy the transmission lines coming to my in-laws' house. My father-in-law is energy dependent, and so everything that you just said about medicine and what the lives that depend really came to life with my family, and it really is very common throughout. So thank you for what you do and what the nonprofits do. Let me then I heard mention of the law. There's a Ley 17 and the transformation to renewables. So let me turn to Agustin and ask you, we also heard about the PR 100 study and NREL's involvement. So could you explain a little bit about what this whole business of PR 100 study is and why it's so important to Puerto Rico?
Sure. The PR 100 stands for Grid Resilience and Transitions to 100% Renewable Energy, pursuant to the law or the state law of Puerto Rico requiring that by 2050 we achieve 100% renewable energy. There's actually a milestone coming up in 2025. We should be at 40%. The Secretary have said before that it's a challenge to achieve that goal, but it's possible. And I think the study, as Marisol briefly introduced and Charlotte, we were blessed to have 6 of our best national laboratories being part of this study and have over 100 experts from Puerto Rico participating on a monthly basis for 2 years to make sure, to try to drive or design what would be the best outcome to achieve 100% renewable energy by 2050. And the final conclusion of the study, which was rolled out like a month ago, is that it's 100% possible. It's going to be difficult. It could be. There's many challenges, as Francisco was mentioning, but it's possible. And I think that's what we are really working hard to drive the right decision, investment decisions that Puerto Rico needs to make as a government, and also make sure that this study is fundamental to the integrated resource planning process that will start this summer, and it's going to be the third IRP that will be reviewed by the Energy Bureau, the regulator of the island. So I think the study provides different pathways to achieve this goal, from a much more economic approach to a massive deployment of rooftop solar and storage across the island. And I think it's really important to use all that modeling in this integrated planning process at the Energy Bureau, because I think it'll drive those correct decisions that Puerto Rico needs to make. I think there's still some challenges that we're trying to fix from the utility scale side. Even the Department of Energy it's assisting with the Loans Programs Office to make sure that utility scale projects could be developed in the island, which is part of the solution. Even though we would love to see as many rooftop solar and storage systems, there's other needs in the grid. We just need to make sure that the grid is modernized, is strong enough that can withhold all these, the penetration of renewable energy systems into the grid.
Thank you, Agustin. If I recall correctly, a lot of the roadmap that you're talking about, how do we get from where we are to 100% renewables? A lot of it's solar, but it also has other technologies in there, and it's quite a study. It's quite a piece of art.
Yeah, I think what the study concludes is with the technology that we have right now, we can achieve the 100% renewable. So we don't have to wait for new technologies to arrive. So that's important, I think, in the equation. I think we just need to move a little bit faster in making sure that the deployment happens, and also not only from the rooftop solar side, but also the utility scale side.
Well, we do have time for questions from the audience. So if you would like to please come to where the mics are and share your questions for this illustrious panel that we have. I see our first question.
Yeah, this is Dr. Gene Nelson, Californians for Green Nuclear Power. I did some quick research here. 45% of the Puerto Rican population lives below the poverty level. It has a higher level of poverty than the least wealthy state in the United States, Mississippi. In California, we are burdened with power rates about twice the national average because, oh yeah, we've got to have lots of solar and lots of wind. What the heck, how can you manage those two disparate problems, namely that solar and wind are incredibly expensive, and of course they're unreliable unless you have ridiculously expensive batteries? Why not look at small modular reactors? Thank you.
Who would like to take that very easy question?
Sure, the easy one, right? So I will first say, of course, we have a strong public policy, and what will be under consideration. It's doesn't include right now nuclear at all, and of course. It's really important for us, and it's stated under the Energy Policy Act that we envision to have a system that is affordable, that is accessible, that is reliable, and it's cleaner. So we need to work to make sure that we have a balance to make sure that we can have competitive rates. The good thing is that actually that's great collaboration that we are receiving from the federal partners to make sure that that balance could be achieved among the way of getting the goals. So, of course, it's 100% renewable goals. It's possible from the technical standpoint. Consideration of cost, it's very important as well, but I have to recognize as well, as part of the energy policy that is in place, who is responsible to achieve the renewable goals is the government. So part of the public policy includes distributed generation, for example, with high efficiency generation assets, that mainly it's gonna be manufacturing sites, which in Puerto Rico represents about 50% of the economy. Those are gonna be, generating their energy consumption mostly on a combination of renewables with cogeneration projects. So that's part of the entire model that it's gonna be as the future of our energy system. In terms of cost, we have right now a good opportunity of using federal dollars for good projects that are gonna reduce CapEx from the investment from the private sector. Specifically on energy storage, we are basically using FEMA funds to cover 430 megawatts of energy storage. That is going to help a lot on improving costs or by providing us with flexibility of the generation that we currently doesn't have. And of course, as an island, we are not interconnected to another grid, and we are standalone. That's in addition to all the challenges that we have. So, of course, we are going to continue pursuing that balance of keeping costs as one of the top priorities, but definitely, we need to follow what is already under the commitment, and that's a commitment that we have together with the federal government, that it's on the direction of renewables and integration of competitive private market, that it's going to be, under the specific consideration of highly efficiency generation for self-consumption at some places that cannot be covered with renewable sources on site, and of course having a competitive market on the generation side.
That's a great answer. So I guess it's fair to say, the system, Doctor, thank you for that question. The system is broke. Maria and Fiona helped. When we fix it back up again, let's do it right, guys. Right? That sounds like what I heard from Francisco. Mari, what is the Department of Energy doing to help low-income residents in Puerto Rico along the lines of our question?
Yeah, I actually didn't talk about that when we were talking about the federal role in Puerto Rico, but historically DOE has been providing technical assistance, but as of last year, we got $1 billion from Congress that Charlotte mentioned to improve the resilience of Puerto Rico's most vulnerable residents. And so from that, we designed the Puerto Rico Energy Resilience Fund, and we embarked on a journey with Hispanic Federation and the Secretary traveling all across the island to define what vulnerable means. And yes, income is an aspect of that. But in Puerto Rico, power doesn't get restored equally across the island. And so it was very clear in talking to people that geographic location is also a big component or factor into vulnerability. And thinking through whose life actually depends on having power. Individuals with disabilities that have a power-dependent disability, so they have the respirator, they have insulin that needs refrigeration, electric wheelchair that needs charging. And so we took that criteria and we just launched last week the Programa Acceso Solar, the Solar Access Program, where we're providing solar and storage systems at no upfront costs to individuals that meet that criteria. So they have to have an eligible zip code, and we've mapped out the areas that experience the longest and most frequent outages. They must have proof of participating in an income-dependent program assistance, public assistance program like HIE that was mentioned earlier in another panel, or PAN or TANF, or have a disability, a power-dependent disability. And so that's the first $450 million. We have another 500 million to go that we're also right now in the design stage to identify the most impactful way to invest that shortly. And thank you for your question, Doctor. I think just to add a little bit on what Francisco said, and PR 100 in the study that Agustin explained, we didn't consider nuclear because it's not part of the public policy. Just some things to think through. Puerto Rico's very prone to earthquakes and hurricanes, and so I think that's probably part of the reason why it hasn't been included as part of the public policy. I think targeting education and public opposition to that type of technology is a big barrier. But also LCOE, dollars per kilowatt hour, are not everything. Thinking of the cost of people not having power on the island. Puerto Rico depends, I think 98% of all the fuel is imported. And so thinking of the economic impacts or the impact of lives lost when people don't have self-generated power. So we've seen the life-saving capabilities that things like rooftop solar has. And so I would just, food for thought, but thinking also, that the value of having, energy autonomy and having solar and wind generated on the island and not having to depend on imports, the benefits that it provides beyond just LCOE. But thank you.
Thank you, Maria. I see there's another question from the audience.
Hello? Okay. Hi, I'm Hennessy Vaz Concepcion. I'm a born and raised Puerto Rican that currently works in Dominion Energy. Everything that y'all have said sounds incredible. I have been witness to the many power outages in the island. I lived through Maria, so I know how bad it can get. And I love hearing that, all of the plans for renewable energy in the island. Currently, I think the amount of renewable energy is, maybe 6%, so we definitely have a long way to go to 100% for 2050. And the island mainly runs on fossil fuel, so my question is there any plans for the current generation facilities in Puerto Rico to either decommission them or change them to something else?
Sure. As part of the IRP, the Integrated Resource Plan, there is a schedule to retire the entire fossil fuel generation assets that we have. So, in a nutshell, basically, it's conditioned to get the renewables increasing and those large projects, specifically deployments, to be online, so we can continue and actually achieve those retirement dates that are already scheduled. But straightforward, there is already retired dates. Simultaneously, there are some other initiatives within the generation assets to improve, for example, new peaking units to cover, and actually that will fit better to grid flexibility and the intermittence from renewables, for example. That's something that it's going to be happening in the near future. In the next couple of 18 months or so, we are going to be having about 300 megawatts of new quick generation assets that could be online really quick to cover those gaps during peak hours. In addition to that, there is another process for the acquisition of LNG 300 megawatts generation facility that could have the capability of transitioning to hydrogen eventually. So that's it's not of course that we are putting all the eggs on the same basket. Diversification is really important for us, and opening the market to be a competitive market on the private sector. That's a part as well of the public policy. And regarding renewables, for example, mostly developers has choose to go on solar, but it's completely agnostic to solar, wind, biomass, landfill gas. There are some small developments on landfill gas, but there is a good potential for that kind of energy to be used as well as part of the entire mix of sources that we need to work together. And that's that summarized basically from my end.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the audience?
Hello. Yeah, my name is Julio Delgado. I work from Constellation, but more than that, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm from Isabela. I have the opportunity to work with PREPA for years. It's more a concern. I don't know if this is the forum, but I'm going to bring it up, maybe for DOE. We went over challenges and we discussed the topographical aspect, right? South generation, grid, all this stuff. We're talking about a lot of money, right, that is going to Puerto Rico, and it's a good thing. You want to make sure that the money goes to the people. It's not even fair that right now in Puerto Rico, a normal week, you have 1 or 2 days with no power. And the hurricane happened a long time ago. Okay, but the thing is this, we need to understand Puerto Rico is a highly politicized place. One of the biggest challenges in Puerto Rico is to overcome that. It's true. I worked for PREPA for years, and nothing moves unless you have a political backup. Now, we're talking about billions. We're talking about a lot of money. What DOE is doing to ensuring, or at least, well, let's put it this way, to make sure that most of that money goes to where it should go, to the people, to the grid, to the generation. Because in reality, we know that most of that money can end in the wrong place. It happened before, and it will happen. What is DOE doing? What layers are creating? Because you cannot leave the ship to take care of the wolf to take care of the ships. Yeah, right? Something like that. I'm trying to say it thinking in Spanish. But it's a big concern for me, just thinking about that. Too much money and the same history with political issues in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I mean, we recognize that that's a huge issue in the island. And I think DOE, even though most of the funding comes through FEMA and HUD, I think we are sort of in that watchdog position of making sure that the projects are within the scopes that are going to help the grid to be better and stronger for future hurricanes. So I know there's a lot of layers of bureaucracy, I think, just to make sure that we don't fall into corruption or misuse of federal funds. So I think that's why DOE is in the island, just making sure that funds are used in the right direction.
I want to add to that also. One, I want to clarify, I think Puerto Rico for a long time, especially since Hurricane Maria, got a bad rep as though we are somehow worse than many other places in the United States in terms of corruption and things like that. So I think we need to change also that perception of Puerto Rico across the U.S. Unfortunately, there was a lot of, at the national level, some bad-mouthing of Puerto Rico at that time, and certainly Puerto Rico, I think, has challenges with corruption, with government, and I don't think that's unique to Puerto Rico, and that's the piece I want to make sure is because that's not unique to Puerto Rico, and Puerto Rico is doing what it can to improve that. But I think, again, to what I mentioned earlier, nonprofits and public participation is essential anywhere, right? Anywhere to prevent that as an issue. The transparency that we need to insist on so that we see where is money going and how it's being used, and that when we see that we think it's not being used right, that we participate in that process. I think nonprofits are essential to that, but I think every citizen has that responsibility to keep an eye on it, whether it's from, here, living here from Isabela, with your ties to Isabela, and those of us who are in Puerto Rico. And I think that is the mechanisms that we hope DOE and the government continue to set up to show their commitment to this change are mechanisms that support transparency and public participation, because that is how you can stop anywhere. That's good governance, and that's how wherever in the United States or in the world where you see this, that is what can help prevent corruption, transparency, and public participation.
Do we have time for more questions?
I'm the last one.
Last question.
Nelly Gorbea, I'm the newly appointed President and CEO of the Puerto Rico Green Energy Trust. Thank you all for all of your hard work. It's been a pleasure to get to know all the people on the stage and all the many other people who in Puerto Rico right now are really fighting for a very different future. And I'm actually dovetailing on your comments, Charlotte, because part of what attracted me as somebody who's Puerto Rican but has lived in the mainland for many years to this job is the opportunities that lie to lead not just the United States but the world in terms of energy resiliency and a transfer over to green energy. There's a lot of positives in Puerto Rico right now. And so my question to you is, so you've all worked together now for a few years, right? The PR 100 study certainly gave you that opportunity. What are those
lessons learned or that really surprisingly wonderful moment that you had along the way to the unveiling of Puerto Rico 100, to the work that you're doing right now. I'll say that for me, it was seeing this synergy between government, leadership in government, leadership at the federal and the state level or the island level, and then also the nonprofit sector. I don't know that I've seen that in other states in the union, and I think that is a leadership model. What other things do you think of when you think positively about this experience?
I'm just going to start up. I think when we visit communities, I think it has changed everyone's perspective on what's needed. You know, I think seeing also the Secretary visit those vulnerable communities across Puerto Rico, which is not, sometimes you just read it, but once you go there and see the necessities of all the people and all the stories about the hurricane and the aftermath, how many days they were without power and all the things they had to do to survive. For me, that's every time I experience that, it's something that makes a huge impact on myself, and I think working with all of them, it's just amazing.
I mean, I would just echo what Agustin said, and Hispanic Federation has really become an extension of our team. And we did, like I said, a tour with Secretary Granholm. She's been to about 10 different communities, maybe more now, and held town halls, and it's just, it really just drives down the urgency of our work, the importance of our work. But also you might think of when we do analysis, like how does, talking to a resident in the mountains, like impact something like PR 100. But if you have crappy data input into your model, you're going to have a crappy output. And so going there and validating some things really improved the outcomes of our report. Things like understanding the, even critical. I think one point for me that was really eye-opening when you think about resilience, how resilience is different for everyone. We were at a town, Castañer, in the mountains, where a barber shop had rooftop solar installed. And one of their critical loads, so when the power goes out, what do you want to choose your solar panel to power? It was the AC. And you might think, oh, but AC is such a luxury. Well, if you're sweaty, you can't really cut hair, which then means that he has to close down the business. But for them, that specific business, rooftop solar, your AC powered so that they can continue operating. And so it's those kind of lessons that we really took back and made sure to implement into our work, that without this partnership it would not have been possible.
Well, we're out of time, I was told. But I want to thank Francisco, Mari, Charlotte, Agustin, the dream team, guys.
Okay, thank you for everyone who rejoined us that were back in the classroom. We're getting ready to start our fireside chat back here in the main stage. If we could have everyone come and join us over here, please, we'd appreciate it, or grab your refreshments and have a seat. Thank you.
Okay, folks, we are going to continue our program, and we'll soon be taking a break. But earlier we were talking about how challenging the hydrogen hub implementation is. And one of the key things that's going on is how do we get it done? So what you're about to hear is a very important component of how to implement that hydrogen hub. And the discussion that's going to be happening right now is very powerful to give you some insight as to what's going on. And so we have fireside chat with two attorneys, one representing the government, one representing Hispanics in Energy, to talk about this particular issue. And it has to do with a new policy, a new regulation that deals with the consideration of a process that government offers the public, which is to provide input on their ideas. So I have, again, Fred needs no introduction, but the other young man next to him is Martin Montes, and he is the official legal representative for Hispanics in Energy, and the topic has to do with the concept of Justice 40 as it relates to 45V. Sorry. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Just tell me. Okay, I'm sorry. So why don't we go ahead and get started and
Okay, we're going to do a short one because we have another distinguished speaker here. But so the question is, what's the big deal about hydrogen, and what's the tax credit, and why is that important, Martin? Very quick. We just need to make. I think we need to make these clarifications for our community.
Thanks, Fred, and Jose. Thank you for the compliment of indicating that I'm young. I don't feel that quite young these days. So yesterday we heard on a panel about the 7 hydrogen hubs that are coming into play, and the importance and the significant investment that the Department of Energy is doing, close to $8 billion going into these hydrogen hubs. So if you do the math, what you're looking at is roughly over $1 billion per hydrogen hub. Those that are going to be involved in creating projects in these hydrogen hubs under the Inflation Reduction Act will receive tax credits, significant tax credits that are going to come to them. So back in December, toward the end of December, the IRS issued a proposed regulation on how those tax credits are going to be given and who's going to be able to take advantage of them. One key aspect that was missing in the proposed regulation is that essentially it will exclude a significant part of clean energy to the hydrogen hubs, and that's nuclear, in addition to natural gas. So when you think about how does that impact Latinos, why are we worried about it? So most of these hydrogen hubs, as we heard yesterday, are located in disadvantaged communities. In fact, 3 of the hydrogen hubs are located in populations, in Latino populations. We heard about California, that was about 40%. The MAC 2 in Chicago, we have close to a 30% Latino population, and then we have a significant population in Houston. So what's the importance? So you take roughly $1.25 billion. Justice 40, we also heard spoken about, requires at least 40% of the dollars that are being invested in these projects go toward disadvantaged communities.
They flow.
It flows into
to
these
the
advantages
community.
from various programs. We heard workforce, we heard access to affordability, we heard economic opportunities, contracting opportunities. So by not including nuclear and natural gas, you're basically slowing down the benefits that are going to be flowing to Latino communities. And that's huge. Why? Because our communities have been left behind so long in the opportunity to get these benefits.
Great. I understand that that's a view. Well, I think that there's still comments coming into the IRS, and so that's just somewhat in a stage of flux. It's not, just to make clear, the Department of Energy is not the decision maker in that regard, but we have implemented with our programs these community benefit plans that have these pillars, and I think we saw that in the hydrogen hubs, where they were saying, you know, with labor, let's get the jobs to the community. Let's get the Justice 40 benefits in addition to that. Let's do diversity and inclusion. Let's get these programs out there and benefit the communities. And there's got to be these promises by the entities that are receiving federal monies. The benefits flow to the communities, and tax credit is just in the mix of that. So I think that's I appreciate the message going to our communities, that's what the federal government is doing. We heard in the last panel, engaging the community is very important, and our community sometimes has been left behind, and we want to make sure that, you know, and I know that the government has in mind that factor is being inclusive with our program.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Very fair. Very fair, Fred.
So do we have more time, or is it, I think that if there's any questions, you want to take questions?
Sure, we'll take some questions if there's questions.
Yeah, good morning. Daniel Sierra from Burns McDonald. So can you kind of go through, I know the 40% going into disadvantaged businesses and things of that nature, but what happens if you promise to hit 40% and you actually don't? What happens in that type of situation? Because I hate to say it, but that happens commonly. So
that is a great question, and one of the additional comments that we've provided to the proposed rule is that there should be metrics and annual reports that get filed to track accountability. And so there are several states out there now, Illinois being one of those states, that has passed clean energy legislation to advance that in the state. And one of the things that Illinois does, it does have metrics to track, in addition to metrics around supplier diversity reporting and other types of reporting like that. And so we would like to see that in the proposed regulation as well. So those individuals, those companies that are taking advantage of those tax credits also are required annually to report on how they are satisfying that community benefits plan that's part of the Justice 40 initiative.
And just to add to that, that's a great question. Those promises come to the Department of Energy, for example, and it happens also with other departments, with other agencies, with IRA money that we're talking about. Lots and lots of IRA benefits come via tax credits. They're put into an agreement, an enforceable contract that these entities sign. So it's actually, the promises are not simply in the air. They're solidified via a contract that is enforceable legally by the government as a condition of receiving these monies. Another question?
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for your speech today. This has been fantastic. I'm Daniel Duran. I work here at the Department of Energy in the Office of Wind Energy Technology. Frank, you touched a really important aspect to what we do around here in the community benefits plan. And I think there's some demystification that needs to happen within our community when it comes to this community benefit plan, right? It's something that minority-owned businesses really need to learn to take advantage of. Is going into the future, 5 years from now, we're going to look back and it can't be like the Recovery Act, right? Where we look back and say, dang, we missed the boat yet again. And it's an opportunity for, I think, us here at the Department of Energy and this stage that we're on currently, to kind of talk more about the community benefit plan to business owners, to small contractors. I know Office of State and Community Energy Programs right now is dealing out a lot of money and formula grants to states, and it's important that our community business owners understand that they need to partner with these states going forward on these community benefit plans so that we can keep everybody's feet to the fire when it comes to, like you asked, making sure that 40%, that mark is hit, right? It is a contractual obligation. But can you talk a little bit more about just the community benefit plan and how small business owners, specifically Hispanic businesses, can take advantage of the community benefit plan and maybe a resource to learn more about it? Thank you.
Yeah, I dare say, and do you want to chat a little bit about that? Let me just set the stage on that. So community benefit plans is a way in which a lot of these policies they're found in the executive orders, for example, including the climate change executive order with Justice 40 and others. How do you get those concepts and you make them real? So we're saying, well, here's a template, and there's actually templates that the department has for applicants to the money to prepare these plans. How are we going to benefit the communities? It's not just the Justice 40, but also labor. Who are we employing? If we are in a community that's predominantly disadvantaged in a certain state, county, or where have you, how are you, the applicant, going to, what is your plan? That's why it's called a community benefits plan. What is your plan to benefit the community? Present it to us, give it to us, we evaluate it. And that is actually part of this, one thing that's unique at the Department of Energy, I want to say, is that actually gets scored up to 20%. I think we saw that in some of the slides that were presented with the hydrogen hubs. They are scored, and you will actually get a higher rating if you have a better CBP, community benefit plan, than the next guy. So that's a little bit of the concept. There's a lot of detail to be included in there, and certainly I hate to refer people to a website, but there's a lot of information on the internet on community benefit plans and templates and what they're intending to do and the format in which they are intended to come.
So one of the things, and we still haven't seen the community benefits plan for the hydrogen hubs because, as we heard yesterday, they're still going through the contracting process. So that's something that hopefully through the Department of Energy, once that's done, we have an opportunity to evaluate those. That being said, if you go to the websites for those hydrogen hubs, they have identified community partners, right? And many of the hydrogen hubs have identified Hispanic serving institutes to be part of their community benefit plan. Again, that's going to create workforce opportunities, STEM opportunities, recruitment. And so that's what we're going to want to see specifically under Hispanics and Energy is what's that engagement look like? What's the workforce training looks like? What's the investment in small businesses? Who's going to be part of that effort as well? And so hopefully, we'll see some very robust community benefits plan in terms of how those were scored up to 20%.
Question?
Dr. Gene Nelson, Californians for Green Nuclear Power. I'm really puzzled by a program that completely ignores the laws of physics. Hydrogen production is incredibly energy intensive, and yet the proposals right now seem to have been designed by solar and wind lobbyists, and those are very inefficient, very expensive forms of power generation. How the heck are we going to get the physics back into this program, or is it just going to be money wasted?
Well, I want to say, and thank you for your question, that and a lot of the money that the Department of Energy has provided to recipients over the years, dating back to the Manhattan Project, dating back to the days of the beginning of the Department of Energy during the Carter administration, are put out without 100% certainty on the technology. So part of the reason why we in the United States are so advanced is the national labs receive a lot of this money. They do some of this research and they figure these things out. So we're not scientists. We cannot answer that question. But part of the purpose of the hubs is to create. Look, let's face it. Unless the cost goes down, it's not going to work. So that's part of the reason.
You're choosing, the winner has already been chosen, and the winner is the most expensive. That's crazy.
Not quite settled yet, Gene, and to Fred's point, I'm definitely not a physicist, so I can't answer the question in that regard. But what I would say is by potentially eliminating existing clean energy as to the hubs, you are slowing down the benefits that are going to flow from what is intended to be clean hydrogen energy that's going to propel us to combat climate change in an effective way. To us in Hispanics and Energy, that is impacting our communities significantly, because yesterday how some of these hubs, most of these hubs are refineries. You have pollutants around. You're impacting the affordability to energy to these individuals. So yes, it's going to slow down the timeline. We saw yesterday a slide up there on the California hubs in terms of how long they intended to be in place. Well, there's some risk there, right? They're at risk potentially of not meeting that timeline and then foregoing dollars, wasting dollars that have been invested because they're not going to be able to execute. So I see we're getting we're getting the hook here. So we appreciate the questions. We appreciate your time.
Yeah, we could say a lot more about that issue, but fortunately we're out of time. But thank you so very much for your attention on this important topic.
Okay, everyone, we know that some have already helped themselves to lunch. If you have not already, please know that that is already set, and we highly encourage you to do that now if you need to take a restroom break, because we will resume promptly at 12:15 p.m. So that gives you about 25 minutes. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed lunch.
Huh?
the magic sauce for creating wealth is abundant community. That's the magic sauce. And guess what? It doesn't come from itself. It doesn't come from me. And it's like there's this collective insanity saying, oh yeah, this is good. This is better. If I say it enough times, it's going to happen. Now, that's the only thing. It's just, it's true. And to make it happen, we just, again, it's a darn physics logic. When you work on what is
Excuse me.
it's all the thing also is why do we get here? Why? We get an yes answer. We're taking up petroleum markets and it happens to be something that comes out of the ground at the same time and your choice is either you go for it or use it. And right now in the US, we flare a billion cubic feet a day.
They have it right over there.
What's going to drive it? Yeah, that's the thing is it is why do we really make changes? We really make changes when it's too expensive to maintain the same. That's what drives innovation. And it drives technical teams. So, one time, we use trees. And we'll burn, we'll make steam, and we'll manufacture something. Yeah, that works. And then coal, and then petroleum, and natural gas. To me, obviously, I want we need to go nuclear. And the problem is that really would have to be driven by big bureaucracy like that. Because they're the only resources. Only. And of course, where did the UN come from? Well, it was the decision of the energy commission. So it's like, why are we being trained to tie hands farther back when the present problems? Well, there's another thing too, really just, and that is, where's the money going? Where's China? That's where it's going to. Money's just, it's a big vacuum cleaner sucking up all the
a reality. It's a reality. And it's like, what is going on? Why are we having this collective problem to be able to think? U.S. developed nuclear power, and let's just give all our money to China, and we'll give away billions. And foreign, when you think about it, yes, well, we actually reinforced it. We rewarded it to become the low-cost manufacturer of the world. It doesn't give a crap about human rights or environment. Yeah, exactly. You have made a monster. First of all,
Excuse me. Can you take the picture?
just need to. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get this program started just a few minutes early. We have some of the timelines shifting around. We know some of you are just wrapping up lunch, but others, if you have finished, we would love for you to please join us back at the seats here toward the front of the room if you could. Thank you kindly.
Okay. Everybody enjoy your lunch. We have a real treat, and the next keynote speaker that is here, a dear friend of ours, of the Hispanics in Energy group, and a real, I would say, real powerhouse here at the Department on equity and justice efforts, and that's so important to our administration and to the U.S. government. So I get the honor of introducing the Honorable Shalonda Baker, who is the Director of the Office of Energy Justice and Equity at the United States Department of Energy and Secretarial Advisor on Equity. She's a Senate-confirmed official here at the department. Prior to her Senate confirmation, she served as the nation's first ever Deputy Director for Energy Justice. And before joining the Biden-Harris administration, she was a professor of law, public policy, and urban affairs at Northeastern University, has spent a decade conducting research on equity dimensions of the global transition away from fossil fuel energy to cleaner energy resources, which is a lot of what we're doing nowadays at the Department of Energy. She is the author of over a dozen articles, book chapters, and essays on renewable energy law, energy justice, energy policy, and renewable energy development. In 2016, she received a Fulbright Garcia Robles Research Fellowship to study climate change, energy policy, and indigenous rights in Mexico. So she speaks fluent Spanish. She is the co-founder and former co-director of the Initiative for Energy Justice, an organization committed to providing technical law and policy support to communities in the front lines of climate change. Her book, Revolutionary Power, An Activist Guide to the Energy Transition, argues that the technical terrain of energy policy should be the next domain to advance civil rights. She received her BS from the United States Air Force Academy and a JD from Northeastern University School of Law, and an LLM while serving as a fellow at the University of Wisconsin School of Law. And one thing we have in common, I too play rugby. It is my honor to introduce to you the Honorable Shalonda Baker.
Hey everyone. Such a great crowd, great crowd. Well, buenas tardes a todos y todas. Estoy muy emocionada de estar aquí con ustedes el día de hoy. Voy a compartir un poco sobre el trabajo que estamos haciendo aquí en el Departamento de Energía en servicio a la comunidad latina. Mi nombre es Shalonda Baker y yo soy la directora de la Oficina de Justicia y Equidad Energética y la asesora secretarial de Equidad en el Departamento de Energía aquí en los Estados Unidos. Today, gracias. Thank you. such a pleasure and honor, really, to be here. I know I'm going to get the hook at some point, so I want to speak quickly. We have a lot of things that we can talk about, and have a lot of things that I want to share. But today I'm really here to share some of the work that we've been doing at the department to advance equity and justice here. And I also want to drill in and zero in on the work that we're doing on behalf of the Latina and Latinx community here at the department. My commitment since day one of joining the administration is to ensure that no community is left behind in this historic energy transition. And I know you've been talking about that over the last couple days. But that's what I set out to do every single day, and that's what we collectively, Fred included, set out to do every single day. But first things first, let me share a little bit about the office I lead. The Office of Energy Justice and Equity. That's a new name. That's a new name. When I joined the department, we were the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity. We renamed ourselves at the end of 2023 to the Office of Energy Justice and Equity, which is very much a reflection of this moment that we're in, this historic moment that we're a part of. It better reflects what we do every single day in our office, and it also reflects where we're headed as a department. So some of you have been dealing with our office for many years now. Maybe you know that our office was formed in 1978. Maybe you didn't know that. But our office was formed in 1978, right around the same time the Department of Energy was founded. So this was almost 50 years ago, when lawmakers already recognized that the energy system was having disproportionate negative impacts on communities of color in the United States. And they created an office to tackle those issues. And so my office has this extraordinary mandate, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. First, we have a research mandate. We are ordered by Congress to conduct research on the impacts of the energy system on communities of color in this country. We also have a policy mandate. So we are to advise the Secretary of Energy on policy issues affecting communities of color in this country. We have a singular mission, the singular mission within the department, to connect Black and brown communities. So we're talking about the businesses that serve those communities and the universities that serve people of color, to the vast economic opportunities that we have here in this building and that are created in this building. So Congress created this office, this tiny little office, in 1978 with this extraordinary and ambitious mandate, because the data told a story way back in 1978. The data told a story about people of color in this country and our relationship to the energy system. Let me talk a little bit about that data. So we know from the work of environmental justice scholars and advocates that communities of color are more likely to live in the shadows of fossil fuel generation. That's Latinx communities, that's Black communities, that's Native communities. And they disproportionately bear the devastating health and environmental burdens of our energy system. Our own data, collected here at the Department of Energy, also tells us that these same communities spend a disproportionate amount of overall household income just to meet energy needs. So they are energy insecure. We also know that people of color are underrepresented in the clean energy economy. I think that's why you're here this week. And that they have not equitably shared in the growth of the new technologies meant to make households more resilient and drive down energy costs. There I'm talking about things like rooftop solar. We're hoping we don't see the same patterns when we're talking about EV adoption, things like batteries. But the data tells us that communities of color simply have not been able to access clean energy technologies. So these are all examples of energy injustice. These are examples of structural problems that we face as a society and that we're determined to change. We in this building, and I hope you in this room as well, are determined to change as we transition to a clean energy future. So we here at the department believe that partnerships between organizations like Hispanics in Energy and forward-thinking stakeholder organizations like those who are represented in this room can play a pivotal role in driving positive change and addressing energy injustice. Together, we can combat energy injustice and create a space for all communities and households to participate in the energy economy of the future. So, as partners in our work, because we're partners in this work, I want to ask you a few questions that animate my work every single day, that keep me up at night, that wake me up in the morning, and that I drive my team to ask every single day. First, how do we avoid repeating the mistakes of the past as we transition to a clean energy future? Second, how do we keep Black and brown communities from being disproportionately burdened by the clean energy system? Because that's a possibility, y'all. It's a possibility that communities of color could still bear the harms of our clean energy system. And then third, is justice possible? Is justice even possible within the constraints of our current environment? So to answer all of those questions, we have to stay vigilant. And what it means is that we have to do some of the hardest stuff that I've ever had to do as a professional. We have to tackle structural racism and address it every single day. I said the R word. We've got to also tackle and address structural inequality. And you don't just do that by saying, I woke up today and I'm going to tackle structural racism and structural inequality. You do it by looking at the way in which you design your programs, you design your policies, and you design your practices, your day-to-day practices. So I know that if we don't reckon with injustice in our march to tackle climate change, if we don't reckon with those things, the R word, the inequality word, we know that the way in which we spend this historic amount of funding through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act will be inequitable. And we know that if we don't address those things on a daily basis, we're only going to further embed injustice within our energy system. So I know you get that. You came here to the Department of Energy, you're part of this conversation. So I know that you already know that addressing climate change is not simply about technology. You know that it's also about power. You know that it's also about resources and accessing resources. But I think you probably also know that it's about justice and that the problems of our energy transition are fundamentally about structural change and creating that. As Fred said in the intro, I've written about this in the past, but I continue to believe that our energy system is the next terrain to advance civil rights. I stand by that. As I mentioned before, we have historic tools in our disposal to advance a just and equitable energy transition. But again, the project can't just be about technology. It has to be about the freedom and liberation of those upon whose backs the energy system was built. It has to be about folks getting access to wealth and the opportunities that are going to be created by this transition. So let me talk to you a little bit about those opportunities, because I think you've been talking about that stuff over the last couple of days, but let me just remind you about the history through which we are living. So I know that many of you who are online or in this room are familiar with the historic Justice 40 initiative, which commits 40% of the benefits of federal spending on climate and clean energy to frontline communities, to overburdened communities, to underserved communities. And through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act, we have $100 billion here that are climate and clean energy dollars, and 40% of the benefit of that money has to go to frontline folks. So we are, again, focusing on the historic opportunity we have to support critical clean energy installations, but while also addressing injustice by creating opportunities for jobs, training, education, community involvement, and environmental benefits. Not only for the rest of the world, and when I say the rest of the world, not only because we're going to fight climate change and everyone's going to be better, but we want to bring environmental benefits to the communities where projects are located. That's never been done before. So laws like the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act have opened the doors to myriad opportunities for community organizations, to small businesses, and Hispanic serving institutions to access federal dollars to fund changes that matter and will directly and positively impact communities across this country. So, I came into this department, like I said, on day one, And there are a lot of smart people here. And often within agencies like this one, a lot of folks say, okay, we're gonna solve all the problems of the world. We care about communities, but we think we can do it without talking to them. We think we can do it without their input. And so we tell communities what their problems are because we've read the literature, we've read the reports, without actually listening to people who have the trouble. So in the past, we as a federal family have also dictated solutions instead of partnering directly with communities to solve problems. So we at the department really believe that those who are closest to the problems are closest to the solutions. And they're gonna have the best solutions as well. We also know we can't have a just energy transition without involving communities and without making them the focal point of our work in this building. And so how did we do that? Again, it's real nice to talk about it. It's real nice to cite the literature, but we created community benefits plans. That's historic. So let me tell you a little bit about that architecture. At their most basic level, community benefits plans, or CBPs, as we call them affectionately, are actionable, measurable plans that center equity and project development. So anyone applying for that $100 billion of Bill or IRA money is now required to provide a community benefits plan. That is historic. That's historic. So that counts for 20% of every single application coming out of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law or Inflation Reduction Act. Because they now have to have these plans, we're rewiring who gets money from us at the department. Community benefits plans allow us to ensure that the socioeconomic and environmental impacts of the energy system and of our policies and programs don't have disproportionate impacts on Hispanic communities, Black communities, Indigenous communities, and low-income communities. Community benefits plans also give us a pathway to ensure that overburdened communities win something in this energy transition. But it's not just about avoiding the negatives, the environmental burdens. Community benefits plans allow us to push for stakeholder engagement on day one. They also allow us to put in place benefits that have never made it to communities, things like job creation, things like business creation. So again, we're focused on economic development in this energy transition, and we want to bring everyone with us. So I want to talk a little bit more about the specifics. So I've talked about some of the architecture, these policies that we have, the things that we're doing, but how is it actually making it to households? When the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law was passed, you know, I talked to my mom and I was like, Mom, there's $1 trillion that Congress gave the federal family for climate change. And she was like, yeah, but how much of that is going to make it to my community? How much of that is going to make it to my household? And so we're focused on that, making sure money actually flows into communities. I want to talk about some great work that my colleagues are doing. The Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management just last week announced, or actually I'm not sure when exactly, but recently announced $2.7 million in federal funding to help local communities across the country create a roadmap for repurposing existing energy assets. What that means is all those burdened communities, which happen to be Black and brown communities, rural communities, tribal communities, they're going to actually have a seat at the table in helping to repurpose the energy assets in their community. For the first time ever, they're bringing in community colleges, historically Black colleges and universities, and minority-serving institutions into the fold. So again, we have created some historic tools here at the department. We're so excited. I've been fortunate enough to travel all over this country and also Mexico, sharing the work that we're doing. We've made, again, these visits the focal point of our work, and we're so committed to ensuring that we do the outreach that makes all of these tools and resources real. We're excited to say that for the last 3 years, we've given $250 million to Hispanic serving institutions and $500 million to MSIs generally. So Hispanic serving institutions, again, have received half of our funding to minority serving institutions. We know we have to do better. We know we have to do better. But again, these are real dollars that are flowing into communities every single day. So in closing, I just want to thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your commitments to justice and equity. Thank you for holding our feet to the fire, because I have a lot of hard conversations with people every single day And so know that I wake up with those 3 questions on my heart and know that I'm fighting for justice on behalf of all people in this country. So thank you for the moment. Thank you for the time to share with you during your lunch. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much, Sharonda. Thank you so much, everyone. So I am incredibly proud in this moment to be able to introduce Senator Cortez Masto. She is the first woman elected to represent Nevada in the Senate and the first Latina. So as a Latina myself, I am like, this is just such an amazing honor. Growing up in a union household, Senator Cortez Masto learned the value of organized labor at a young age, and in the Senate, she has consistently fought to bring more businesses to Nevada while passing legislation that creates thousands of good-paying jobs and building the state's clean energy economy. She consistently, as well, has been ranked as one of the most effective senators. Of course, she's a Latina and a woman, and her ability to bring Democrats, Republicans, and independents together to get things done. And her common sense approach has allowed her to improve her state's infrastructure, combat wildfires and drought, and lower housing costs for the people of Nevada. Please join me with a warm applause for welcoming Senator Catherine Cortez Masto.
Well, hello, buenos dias a todos. I am so excited to be here with all of you. Before we get started, though, I just have to thank Hispanics in energy, all of the staff, all of the people involved, your incredible president and CEO, Jose. Thank you. Thank you for continuing to host a summit and this conversation about, really around an essential industry that we can be part of as Latinos at all levels, and I'm going to talk about that. And I also have to thank DOE for hosting this today in their incredible building. It is really, it's critical now when the United States is leading the rest of the world in the clean energy transition that we are engaged and we are talking about our opportunities here. American innovations in clean energy they're boosting our economy, they're creating hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs, and they're supporting really working families across this country. Nowhere has this been more apparent than in my home state of Nevada. Throughout my career and tenure there, not only as a third-generation Nevadan, but right now as a United States Senator, I have focused on what I called the Innovation State Initiative for the state of Nevada. So I have really worked to make sure that Nevada is at the forefront of the clean energy economy. We have a booming solar industry. We have a critical mineral supply chain in Nevada. Nevada is the only state in the country, if you don't know, that has the potential to encompass every facet of the lithium-ion battery economy, from the mining of lithium deposits to the research and development to manufacturing and assembly, and finally to the recycling operations. Nevada is also harnessing hydrogen and battery technology to power electric buses. In fact, I was motivated to bring clean transportation to Nevada by a group of passionate Latino advocates, from Chispa to Eco Madres and other groups. And several years ago, not only did I meet with them, they told me about how pollution from diesel fuel buses disproportionately affects our students of color. So I worked with the Biden-Harris administration and with state and local officials in Nevada to get funding for new zero-emission school and public transit buses. That is the power that Latinos have when we pursue our passions and we are advocates and we are talking about what we want for our families and the opportunities that we have for their future. Most people also don't know that in Nevada, we have an emerging field in geothermal energy. Geothermal energy.
It's an abundant source that we're only just beginning to tap into across the country, and its development will support businesses and jobs across the West. We already have nearly 42,000 jobs in clean energy in my state, thanks to some of you, and we're predicted to double that in the next 10 years. Our businesses know clean energy is a good bet, and that's why, again, I worked with the Biden-Harris administration to deliver $270 billion in tax credits to keep our clean energy sector thriving. We've seen the return on investment already. It led to Nevada having the #1 solar economy in the country. And clean energy businesses are setting up shop in Nevada and bringing new jobs from northern Nevada to southern Nevada. So we are all here because we know this. Clean energy really creates good paying jobs that are helping our working families. Urban and rural, young and old, Americans are building careers in clean energy. These are meaningful jobs that are shaping the future of our country, and thousands of Americans across our country want to be a part of it, including Latinos. I see it in my state, I see it across the country. The problem we're seeing is that Latinos are so often underrepresented in these fields. That's why it's important that we ensure our Latinos have an interest in energy, and if they do, they have the resources at their disposal to learn the skills they need and to elevate up. What I mean by that is not only learning the skills to be a part of a company, an entrepreneur that leans into clean energy. There's so much potential for our community. In Nevada, a lot of that training comes from our unions. Unions have apprenticeship programs that can be life-changing resource for Latinos looking to jumpstart their careers. Union labor, and I'm a product of union labor. My father was a proud member of a union in Nevada, but our union labor is a strong force in Nevada's clean energy industry. From IBEW, working on solar arrays, to the operating engineers who will help run the first ever high-speed rail in America in Nevada, between Nevada and California. And in fact, 51% of our building trades apprentices in Nevada are Hispanic. Remember, Nevada's Latino population is just booming. We're 30% of the population now in Nevada, and 51% are part of our unions. And that's fantastic, yeah. And I will say, we were just talking about this because there still, to some extent, is a language barrier. So part of this is ensuring we're overcoming that barrier and speaking to Latinos and meeting them where they live and not expecting them to assume that they know what we are already putting out there. That's a key part of our connection with our Latino community. And I will say, unions give Latinos an opportunity, I know this firsthand, to get good paying jobs in the clean energy industry, to support their families, and quite honestly, to retire with dignity. That's a part of this as well. And that's what our workers want and deserve. That's what will motivate more Latinos to pursue careers in clean energy. And some Latinos are contributing to the clean energy workforce through entrepreneurship, what I just talked about. Small businesses are an essential piece of the clean energy economy. We need to make sure that Hispanic business owners has every opportunity to succeed. That's why it was important for me to pass legislation to make the Minority Business Development Agency permanent and expand its programs and its offers. Yep, that's right. That way we encourage Latino entrepreneurs to pursue businesses, and no matter where they want to go, but particularly in this clean energy industry. Preparing for these clean energy jobs of the future also means we need to help more Latinos access STEM programs through higher education. And I heard your previous speaker talk about this. I know you support this. For those of you who aren't familiar with my background, I said I'm third generation. My sister and I were the first in our family to graduate from college, University of Nevada, Reno in northern Nevada. We were lucky to have an opportunity when we were in school to get that education. But I will tell you, at that time, Latinos were significantly underrepresented in higher education when I was going to school in Nevada. And I've watched since that time as Nevada's Latino community has grown. And it's great to see that. But we need to make sure we're opening those doors constantly. I know, just from my experience, attending college opened so many doors for me. But it's my priority now, like all of us, to make sure we continue those doors open and bring more people through. That's why I have and will always support our Hispanic serving institutions. They are key to ensuring we're getting more through that pipeline, right? Yep. So let me tell you, I just recently visited one of Nevada's 5, we have 5 HSIs. One of them is Truckee Meadows Community College, and I heard directly from those students about how life-changing getting this education has been for them. HSI has courses and professional development resources that many underserved Latinos wouldn't have access to otherwise. That's what they were telling me. And it was great just to have this conversation with them in their school, talking about their opportunities, knowing that they felt that they had that choice and that support and that ability to succeed for them and their families. That's what it is about for me and my family. You know, I can't stress this enough. My background growing up was a father who was born in Las Cruces, New Mexico, came to Las Vegas when he was 5. My grandparents, my grandfather, my abuelo, was a baker. My abuela, she worked retail her entire life. That's all she did, retail. I remember going to the local community store. And it was important for them to be a part of the community. But here's what I learned most from them. We all know Latinos love our family. We all know that listen, my grandma went to church every Sunday. She also exercised her right to vote. We all learned that we all are part of this community. But the most important thing amongst all of that is we didn't get here alone. Community helped us. And for those that had helped us, we have a responsibility to help others. So growing up, I watched as not only my dad and his family, but my father was key to growing that Latino population in our state. Somebody mentioned Tani Sanchez earlier, who I grew up with, who works for one of our energy companies in Nevada. There was a key group of Latinos when Nevada and Southern Nevada was very small, who just met regularly on Saturday, including my father, on how we promote our Latino population, get them businesses, get them an education, making sure they have every opportunity. Now that was over 40 years ago, 50 years ago. And now that population is a third of our population in the state of Nevada. My goal is to make sure they have every advantage now to lean into the 21st century opportunities. And that's what you all are doing right now. That's a key part of making sure we're giving back and opening that door and making sure we're coming through it even more. So part of this is absolutely exposing some of our kids and our youth to this opportunity that STEM courses are part of the skills you'll need for that innovation economy for the future, right? It's the science, it's the technology, engineering, it's mathematics. There's a pathway to success, and there's no doubt in my mind they have the ability to be on that path if they're just exposed to it and we knock down those barriers and give them those opportunities. That's what HSI is all about for me. That's why I'm a big supporter of it. The University of Nevada, Las Vegas is another HSI institution in my state. Their STEM program has helped countless students pursue their dreams in clean energy and beyond. They are key to this workforce. So to me, everything that you are doing, the work we are doing in conjunction with the Congress and the Biden-Harris administration is a game changer for our community. This isn't 1 or 2 years down the road. These are long-term investments in the next 5, 10 years and the future. And we need to be able to take advantage of it. And we need to be able to make sure that our kids have that future. And anyone who wants to be an entrepreneur within our community gets that opportunity. That's what we are all about. That's why this is so important. At the end of the day, I know this isn't just about clean energy. It's about really Hispanics having a seat at the table. No matter where you come from, no matter your profession or the industry or what you're doing, having a seat at the table that makes a difference when you're, in my case, making policy. But it's true for a boardroom, it's true in the classroom, it's true across the industry. Because what I know and what I learned from my parents and my grandparents, grandfather who came from Chihuahua across the Rio Grande, is sometimes it takes courage, but other times it takes the knowledge that you have a responsibility to help others. You had that opportunity to succeed, you didn't get there alone, and now we help others through the door. And that's why I'm so pleased to be here with all of you, because that's what you guys are doing. Thank you. Thank you for everyone for being here.
At this time, we'd like to encourage, once again, everyone who is sitting in the back end of the room to please come and fill the seats in the front end of the room. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Maria, come on. I want to take this moment, since we have a little bit of time before our next speaker, to recognize someone who's been on our board now for 2 years, I think, almost. And a couple of years ago, she said, hey, we got to do something to organize the Latino at the state level. Says, and I want to see if we can start a Virginia chapter of Hispanics in Energy. Come up, come up. And she was just tenacious about it. So she would, every time we'd meet, says, what are we doing about organizing a state chapter? I mean, you know, just persisted. It took us 2 years, and of course I brought it to the board. First one that jumped in was Oman, and then who's here with us. And then we brought it up to Jose, and then we began talking to Maria, and after a lot of effort, 2 years later, we launched our first state chapter of Hispanics in Energy in Virginia, Richmond. And Maria is the one who did it, and so on behalf of Hispanics in Energy, she's on our board of directors. We want to recognize her and thank her for her tenacity, for her perseverance, and just, you know, let's get it done. And so, anyway, thank you very much, Maria, and this is on behalf of us.
Okay, well, I was not prepared for this, so you do? Yeah. I just want to say thank you. It's been an incredible 2 years being part of the Hispanics in Energy Board, because we're making such a huge difference. This is an industry that is growing, that has amazing potential, and it's going to get better and better every day. And I think the inclusion of Hispanics is incredibly important. We need to be out there talking to young people, telling them how important it is to be a part of an industry that it's not nice to have, but it's a must-have. It's a must-have for the world that we live in today. It's a must-have for our country. For everything that we want to do, we need energy. We need power. We need electricity for all our wonderful devices that not only ourselves, but our family and children have today. So I just want to I want to thank you. You all are the best. You know, I love being a part of this board and being a part of this organization. And I am excited. I want to just thank my team, the Dominion Energy team that has worked tirelessly to make this happen. And we're not going to stop here. We know that we're going to have other chapters opening up soon. We've already gotten a lot of interest. And I'm just excited what's to come. Thank you so much.
You surprised me.
We will resume the program in about 5 minutes. Oh, Fred, you have something?
Well, I just want to emphasize, so Secretary Granholm will be here at 1. So even though we're taking a 5-minute break, please keep that in mind. And I urge, please, everybody to come and sit at the front so we can have, she's an amazing, amazing speaker. It'd be wonderful to have everybody please come and sit at the front rows or in this section if you would, please.
again, the prerogative of being the president, right? So I want to recognize another individual right now, and I'm asking him to come up and say hello to us. Ron, Mr. Pierce. And if I can have the board up here, please, Maria, Jose, Sam. Let's see, who else do we have out here? Come on up, Fred. Oman. So this is our second year here at the Department of Energy, and again, thanks to this gentleman here, Fred. This is our second year here. We talked about it, we pulled together a memorandum of understanding, and this allowed us to partner like a venture activity between the public sector and the community. Very rare. And if you look at the history, this is the very first time it's ever happened for the Latino community, and thanks to Fred. And last year, we recognized Fred for playing this role. But the person who signed the actual memorandum of understanding is a gentleman by the name of Ron Pierce, who's here with us, right here, sir. Come on up. And so because of Fred and his friendship, he was able to say, yeah, sure, I'll host you guys. He's a director. He had the power to sign off on this MOU. And then he didn't realize how much he was taking on. So it was not just getting us a location, but then doing all the logistical things, the communications, the formalities internally, and then partnering up with our whole team. And I got to tell you, the partnership has been outstanding. And so on behalf of the Board of Directors of Hispanics in Energy, we want to recognize Ron for being an outstanding community partner. And so we want to thank you very much.
I'm just going to say, Ron worked really hard. He really did. Thanks, Ron.
Fantastic speaker coming up, our fearless leader, deploy, 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 and without further ado, Secretary Granholm's going to be coming up.
Here you go. We had just recognized Ron for the partnership. He's been an outstanding team player. Well, let me tell you, behind every cabinet position, behind every effort, there's always an amazing leader. And so several years ago, we were introduced to this individual, and it was really amazing to watch her operate. And she not only took on a highly sensitive issue with what's going on with the country and the climate change, and of course all the stakeholders in the energy space. It's like you really got to negotiate with a whole bunch of folks. And so I want to share with you that this person has turned out to be one of the best friends Hispanics in Energy has ever had. And so over the course of not only hosting us here and being our partner in the Hispanic community, she also helped to lead an energy resiliency effort for Puerto Rico, which you heard about earlier. And that's right. That's right. And finally, our brothers and sisters in Puerto Rico are getting the kind of attention they really should have deserved from the very beginning. And so, but anyway, she's really been a friend of the Hispanic community, and we're so delighted that she's at the helm of this organization. She is really a visionary of the future, a visionary of inclusion, and really someone who's going to be fighting the public cause and the public interest forever. She's really an incredible woman, and that is the Secretary of the Department of Energy, Ms. Jennifer Granholm. And come on up. And we tried to do an award, but I guess the folks inside said, well, you know, it's one of these things that you got to watch out for, Jose, because you know, it might be you know, perceptions and optics and these kinds of things that I guess this year's more sensitive than other years. However, from a psychic perspective, we're giving you this award and letting you know that we really support you, we endorse you, we love you, and thank you so much for everything you're doing for us. So
I like getting psychic awards. That's so great. Thank you, Jose, very much. And I'm so delighted to be here. And, you know, bienvenidos a todos to the Department of Energy. I'm sorry that I missed the words from the senators, which I know have been, you know, peppered in here for the past couple of years, but I would give them a psychic award as well for having passed the legislation that has opened up so much for all of us who are in this energy space, right? So let me just cut to the chase, start with a couple numbers. So, and please remember this, 14.8 million. That's not dollars. That's jobs created since President Biden was elected. 14.8. That is the, but wait, it's not just 14.8. It is the largest number of jobs ever created under any president's term in the history of the United States. Amazing. And that includes over 4 million for Latino workers. In fact, we've got the longest continuous stretch of unemployment in 50 years, under 4%. And for Latino workers, it is the lowest unemployment rate on record. And, right, come on. And you might wonder, you know, why is this happening? Well, it is not coincidence. It is not luck. It is because of a strategic, focused plan. I have met, I've been able to travel a lot in this role. It's kind of amazing how out on the road I am, but I have the privilege of meeting a lot of those who have been employed. Those, you know, I've come to understand the profound pride, the orgullo that many feel in the jobs that they're performing. In fact, you heard from our great Puerto Rico team earlier, including Fred, and I don't know, everybody's probably back to work, but the pride is really significant in Puerto Rico for working in this space. We met with a number of women, line workers, who were being trained to repair the grid. And one of them said, she's a young mother, and she said, I have never felt so proud to work in a space because, she said, I go to a community, and she said she went to this one community and reattached the wires to the poles, and the lights came on, and the community came out and applauded. She said, I've never felt so proud of feeling like I'm giving back to us, to our work, right? So this strategy that the president and the bills that the president signed into law, it is a strategy to invest in America. We call it the Investing in America agenda. Invest in all of America. But in order for this to work, in order for it to work well, it has to be equitable. And we are very strategic about that. It starts with listening. So, for example, at the Salton Sea in California, for those of you maybe familiar with it, it is now the most significant reservoir of lithium to power the batteries, to put into batteries for electric vehicles. This community is a poor community, way below the average of wages. And a budding Salton Sea, we did several roundtables with citizens, and they were saying that they only wanted to make sure, one, that the development didn't increase pollution for their families, because of course there's a disproportionate amount of asthma, et cetera, in the area. It's in a valley, and it holds a lot of, particulate matter, et cetera. And they wanted to make sure that the benefits from the development, extracting the lithium, were going to be shared, that there would be shared resources, right, from shared benefits from the resources. And that's an important lesson about shared benefits. So in the Rio Grande Valley, I know we met with a mom who was praying for reliable electricity so that her kids could study after the sun went down. In Puerto Rico, from Salinas to Orocovis, Arecibo, Vieques, Culebra, Mayagüez, Luisa, we have learned that these power outages are not just about inconvenience. They're deadly for many. I met this, in the last visit that we met this incredible, and pardon me if you've heard these stories from these guys earlier today, but we met this, it was a powerful visit to a small home in Bayamon. And this, there's a gentle elderly grandmother who was in a wheelchair, and there was her daughter who was frail because she was being treated for cancer, and then her grandson, 20 years old, who had cerebral palsy. And when we went in, and he's connected to a machine for life, he can't live without the breathing machine. And they took me back to the room where he was in, and the mom was crying, and the grandmother was crying, and they were crying, and they gave our team hugs because they were going to be among the first to receive from the program that was signed into law here, solar and storage. And they were saying that for them, every storm is trauma because they don't know whether their son will be able to live because of being connected to a medical machine, And when we went around Puerto Rico to devise, and this goes to this issue of listening, right? To devise the strategy for how we would make sure that the $1 billion that we got for rooftop solar and storage was well done. I was so moved because $1 billion sounds like a lot, and Puerto Rico's a small place, and it sounds like you'll be able to cover everybody. Not even close. We'll be able to cover about 40,000 homes if we do this well. And we had town halls all over the island to get advice on how we should craft this program. And in every town hall, the selflessness of Puerto Ricans was so moving because every town hall said, do first the people with medical conditions that need electricity to live, do second the very poorest of the poor who would never be able to lease solar panels, and do third the communities who are in the last mile, the ones who are first hit by storms and the last ones to come back on. And that's how we're designing this program, by listening and taking their advice. And honestly, it's been one of the most moving things that I have done in this, not just in this job, but in my life, really. It's really. But, it's also about economic opportunity everywhere. And this is why investing is so important. We were just what's today? Today is Thursday, thank you. On Friday of last week, we were in Moses Lake, Washington state. And Moses Lake is it's a rural area, largely agricultural, has an agricultural history, large Hispanic population. One of the things that's happening in Moses Lake, little Moses Lake, is that it's becoming this sort of battery capital, this battery supply capital. And so one of the companies, Qberg, was there, and I met one of the workers. Her name is Julissa Salcedo, first generation, and she's doing quality control there. And she was saying that her family is so proud that she is able to lead them into this future-facing world, this future-facing job with great prospects for wonderful, benefits and job and helping the family. And she's just tip of the iceberg for what is happening there. Why? Because in Moses Lake and in all of the grants and all of the loans that we are reviewing, where people are vying for some of these dollars, we are requiring community benefits plans from those who are seeking federal dollars. And that means that we want these companies to say, in order for you to be able to access these federal dollars, how are you going to partner with the community? And it's not just like the money, give us the money and we'll partner later. We'll tell you how we're going to do. No, you have to tell us in a very specific community benefits plan what you're going to do to hire local people, what you are going to do for health, and what you're going to do for the local schools, and how you're going to create a pipeline of energy workers for this community. And the package is scored, 20% of it is based upon the strength of that community benefits plan. This is the first time that the Department of Energy has ever done this, and we're doing it all the way through. So it makes us very proud of all of that. It makes us very proud to be able to insist on structural, we talk about structural inequity a lot. We're embedding structural equity by insisting upon these community benefits plans as one piece of how they will integrate into the community. And it's not just to be nice, it's also that projects that are built in partnership with communities, they do better. It's the best way for communities, for projects to succeed, is if you do it in partnership with the community around them. Less friction, fewer lawsuits, all of that. It's an important part of the strategy of success, in addition to being the right thing to do. Of course, the investments that we're making don't just face the projects across the country, which they are doing all over the place, but we're also investing in Hispanic companies. I know you were just giving our OSDBU office a pitch, but the fact, I'm sure they said this, that there's over 50% increase in the investments worth of the contracts that we're giving to Hispanic-owned companies. That's a 50% increase in 1 year. That is really a good thing, right? $260 million worth of contracts. V3 Gate, I don't know if they're here, a service-disabled, veteran-owned Hispanic small business helping us with our IT work inside of DOE, other contractors working on the cleanup programs, the national labs, all the way through. It's really, we feel very, very proud of that. And we're proud of the efforts that we're making to invest in communities across the country as well, like not just the battery plants and all of the businesses, but helping communities think about their future. So for example, in Cuesta, New Mexico, there's a mine there that closed in 2014, and all sorts of people lost their jobs, of course, from the mine. And now we are working with them on, first of all, Cuesta is a city powered now fully during the day by solar, using the mine resources. And then we're working with them on how a hydrogen facility can help to power them at night. So a full-on wrap around 100% clean energy. And of course that ends up creating huge job opportunities too. And then on top of that, the incentives for locating in disadvantaged communities are irresistible. If you wanted to do a solar project, and you did a community solar project in a disadvantaged community, and you used American-made solar panels, and you paid prevailing wage, had apprenticeships, you could get $50,000, 60, if you locate on tribal land, 70% off of that project through tax credits, through the Inflation Reduction Act. That's just, it's irresistible, right? I mean, that is amazing, amazing through the President's Inflation Reduction Act. So it's happening. It's happening. And honestly, the tax credits are doing a lot of the work. In fact, the investments in poorer communities and disadvantaged communities have more than doubled, maybe even tripled what they were the last year before the Inflation Reduction Act. So the investments are being directed through the tax policy to the communities that need it the most. I'm just thrilled about that. And then one other thing I'd like to say for DOE's sake, we are really focused on growing the Hispanic workforce as well. We have invested $100 million, nearly $100 million in funding HSIs, including University of Texas at Austin, Texas A&M, UC Irvine, to create the next generation of energy workforce. We're yes, making sure that that happens. Funding industrial assessment centers in community colleges and in institutions that can help for the next generation to understand how to do industrial assessments to bring down energy costs, et cetera. Bottom line is we're all in on this. We're all in on inclusion. We're all in on opportunity. And I would say that the fact that we are making products, that the President's strategy has been to lure investment back to the United States, make the supply chains in the United States, stamp these products made in America, use them here, export them elsewhere. It is a transformation. It's a transformation in which innovation is inevitable, investment in America is irresistible, and no American feels invisible, which is, yes, nice alliteration, right? And for those of you in energy, all I can say is this is such an amazing time to be in energy, right? These historic laws, the most significant clean energy laws in our history, maybe even in the world. And we're in this field right now to take advantage of it. Sometimes when you're in the middle of history making, you may not recognize it because you're right in the middle of it. But I'm telling you, you will be able to tell your children and your grandchildren that you were there and helped to shape this clean energy industrial revolution. You were there on the cusp of healing our shared home, our planet. What a great time this is. Thank you all so much.
It was great seeing you. I gotta run. Great seeing you. Yeah, okay.
We will be resuming the program with session 7 in just the next couple of minutes. So we have our speakers, panelists, get ready please. We'll be starting momentarily. If we could please have Marco Avila, Mr. DiPaolo, and Teresa Daitner make their way to the stage, please. We're getting ready to get started now. Thank you.
Julia. Marco. Yes, that's right. I'm Jaime. Nice to meet you.
All right. Good, sir. Good to see you. I totally forgot I had plans with my wife. She had plans for us, so I miss your son, but I will get a chance to see him again.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to start session 7, which is on the state of Hispanic business contracting in the energy sector. I'm just going to introduce our panelists. First, we have Ron Pierce. He's going to be the moderator. Ron is the director of the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization in the Department of Energy. You know, Ron and his team have spent many hours supporting HIE in organizing this conference. Thank you very much, Ron. He's also a retired major in the U.S. Army. Marco Avila serves as the president of the Maryland Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. His background is in engineering. He is experienced in providing engineering and program management services for major infrastructure projects in the public and private sectors, including transit, highways, bridges, public-private partnerships, and telecommunications. We also have Jaime DiPaolo. Jaime is president and CEO of the Illinois Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is the leading Hispanic business networking, advocacy, and development organization in the Midwest. Under his leadership, the Chamber created and helped retain more than 18,000 jobs in Illinois in 2020. And we have Teresa Alfaro Daitner. Teresa is a highly motivated leader in the business community. She was named Latina Powerhouse by the Maryland Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and has over 20 years of experience on trade associations and nonprofit boards. She is also a CPA and has served in many accounting roles. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oman. Appreciate it. Before we get going, I didn't formally thank HIE and SEMA Strategies for the gift. It has been a pleasure working with both of those organizations the last 2 years to put this on. So thank you, HIE. Thank you, SEMA Strategies. It's great to be here. And I'm going to go out on a limb, but I'm looking forward to doing this again next year. It's our third annual gathering. Even though I just thanked HIE, I'm not sure I should because they put us behind Baker, Cortez, Masto, and Granholm to follow. That's a pretty tough lineup. But thank you for being here. Again, it's a pleasure to be here and be part of this event. I just want to put some meat on the bone, so to speak, and then open it up to questions from this fantastic panel. But as you heard from the Secretary and my colleague, Solanda Baker, this department has been very intentional, concentrated, focused on expanding opportunities in disadvantaged communities, Latino communities, Hispanic communities, African American communities, to make sure that those communities and small businesses have a seat at the table to do work with the Department of Energy. And I think a lot of you were here last year, and I had the opportunity to speak. We had awarded about $9.2 billion the previous year in small business contracts. We had set a goal in my office that we would go past $10 billion, first time in the history of the Department of Energy. Well, I'm here to tell you that we did do that. We went not only past $10 billion, we went up to $10.7 billion in small business awards and contracts. And we're well on our way to go beyond that to $11 billion in fiscal year 24. So this agency, under the leadership of Secretary Granholm, we're not only talking the talk, but we're walking the walk. And we're doing that to Hispanic-owned businesses is a vital and integral part of that. First slide, please. I just wanted to let you know, this is not enough. This is not enough. 94 companies, we can do a lot better in reaching Hispanic-owned businesses to help us in this clean energy revolution. So I promise you here today that we're going to exceed these numbers on the screen here, because we can do a lot more. We need to do a lot better in this particular community, and we need that expertise. Next slide, please. And you will have all of this information. Here are the primary NAICS codes and business operations that Hispanic-owned businesses have been doing for the Department of Energy. As you can see, it ranges from remediation services, consulting services, data processing, human resources. That's the top 10. We do many more, but these are the leading ones within the Hispanic business community that have been doing work at the Department of Energy, millions of dollars. But again, we're not going to settle for this. We're going to exceed it. We're going to exceed it with your help. Next slide, please. So again, some of the movers and shakers, and again, you will have this information in the businesses. The Senator highlighted V3 Gate, veteran-owned, Hispanic-owned businesses that are working with us. There are some of the areas and locations where we're doing some of our most important work with Hispanic-owned businesses. Golden Field Office out of Colorado, WAPA in Arizona. We do a lot of work in the state of New Mexico, 3 labs there, Los Alamos, Sandia, and WIP. And you can see the funding offices, the program offices, lower left that we do work with. But we are talking to these agencies, talking to the program offices, letting them know up front that this is our goal. OSDBU leads it, but we have no contracting power, so we rely on and we push and we challenge the program offices, the national labs, our 17 amazing national labs around the country where 80% of the contract awards are awarded out of our national labs. All procurement across the Department of Energy, and we work closely with them, introducing them to small businesses, making sure that they bring to the table opportunities that they're wanting in the next 3 to 24 months, so we're not wasting small businesses' hands, so they can touch, feel, and look at those small business program managers or contracting officers and get to know what you're looking for, introduce your business, and work with them. Last slide, powerful slide here. As you heard from the Secretary, between fiscal year 22 and last year, fiscal year 23, 47% increase in business to Hispanic-owned businesses. 47% in 1 year. 439 million, and you add those numbers up, increase in 1 year. That's intentional. That's not, hey, we'd like to do better. That's because we're looking for, we're seeking out, we need qualified Hispanic-owned businesses in those categories that I previously showed. That's the increase that we did in primes from 1 year within this agency. There's a little factoid at the bottom there. Some of the reporting systems that we use doesn't capture all of the contracts and awards that we do with Hispanic-owned businesses in other categories. So it's safe to say we're doing significantly more, but we're in the process of updating that and changing that so we get a fuller picture of contracting and work that we're doing with that. So let me just close by saying this is intentional work led by Secretary Granholm with my colleague Shalonda Baker that we're putting in strategies and tactics to reach small businesses here in the States because we need your help and work. As you mentioned, from Bill and Ira, there are billions of dollars of opportunities within this agency at our national labs, and we can't do it without everyone and the Hispanic small business community. So we're looking for those qualified small businesses and to help them. I just got back, last thing I'll say, I just got back Tuesday from 3 days down in Puerto Rico. As the Secretary said, great energy down there. Was at the Elevate Summit. 800 small businesses, Puerto Rican small businesses showed up, capable, willing to work, wanting to know about opportunities. And that's the intentionality and engagement that we're going to be doing down in Puerto Rico and everywhere within the lower 48 to reach out to those businesses. So we're open for business. We want to talk to you. Small business at hq.doe.gov. Small business at hq.doe.gov. My staff is ready to work, listen, talk to you, point you in the right direction for opportunities. With that, let me open it up to the panel, and I'll start with Marco. The first question that I have, and it'll go down the line, what do you want this audience to take away from your presentation today? What is working in small businesses in your community? What do you think they need to put in their tool belt?
Thank you for the question. Well, I always like to say that I am very fortunate to be and have the best of both worlds, because I work for a global engineering company, probably one of the biggest engineering firms in the world. So we're like always the primes, right? But at the same time, leading the Maryland Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, I work with the small businesses, and being able to understand both sides, I'm able to marry them and mentor the small businesses to make sure that what they need to do meets the requirements of what the primes are looking for. Particularly in Maryland, I mean, WSP is a huge player on the infrastructure and energy and all kinds of projects, but the Hispanic community, 12% of the population in Maryland, and specifically the small businesses. There's over 100,000 Hispanic businesses in Maryland, and only 680 businesses are registered to the Minority Business Enterprise. So that's something that a disconnect that a lot of these, I mean, nationally, Hispanic businesses have been created at a 15-to-1 rate. So a lot of these Hispanic businesses probably do not know that these programs are there for them. So chambers like the Hispanic chambers in all the states, including Maryland, our job is to make sure we mentor them, educate them, connect them, and lobby for them to make sure that they get into these programs and be able to have the opportunities, including, for energy projects, and not only on the state level, but on the federal level, to make sure that they have the knowledge to be able to get in and push their businesses to the next level and be able to have all the same opportunities that others have at the moment. So that's our big job and our big challenge, to make sure that we implement, or we offer the education, mentoring, and connections, like I said before. The potential is huge. In Maryland, I was fortunate enough to be the chairman of the board and president 4 years ago, and we grew almost 1,000%. So we grew from 89 members to 1,100, and our next goal in the next 3 years, by the end of 2026, our goal is to increase to 5,000 members in Maryland, which is a little crazy, but it's doable because the numbers are there. You just have to get out there and find where they are, and get them to get into these programs. Get them to say, hey, you have to get in here and take advantage of all these opportunities that are out there. That otherwise, they will not know. Yeah.
Awareness and navigation.
Yes.
Jaime, your thoughts. What do you want this audience to take away?
Yeah, well, in Illinois, in my chamber that I have the privilege to direct, we're one of the biggest chambers around the country. We have about 29 full-time employees. Our budget is pretty big. We got over 4,000 members in the state of Illinois. The majority are in the state in Chicago property. But here's everything we do is backed up by data. Data is your friend. Data in chambers of commerce are the way we design programs and making sure our companies scale. 80% of our Latino companies in the United States are less than 20 employees. So how can you expect that a company with 10 employees access a contract with the Department of Energy? They don't have the time or the personnel to even search for opportunities, right? So chambers of commerce just became your best friends. We, for example, in the chamber I direct, we have many programs that's going to help you access those contracts. For example, I don't know if you know, you need to be certified. To get a certification, it is a process. It is an application. It's about 100 pages long. It is huge commitment by the company to do that. But chambers of commerce, like the one I have the privilege to be the director, there's a program called PTAC. Now they call it the Procurement Technical Assistance Center. Now they call it APEX. That's the agency, it's government agency that's going to help you get that certification. We have one in our office. So there's also the small business development centers. Those guys are in task to help you build that business, scale those businesses to make sure you have access to those contracts. So in our chamber, for example, we are very innovative. We're in a place called 1871, which is one of the largest business technical incubators in the world. We develop software utilizing AI. Now we can match programs. Now we can, if you give me your capability statement, we can give you opportunities within seconds. We match them with the AI program that we have and give you the top 10 contracts you actually have access to. So we just solve your problem, right? But now how you fill out those applications. So everything we do at the chamber is to grow businesses and scale businesses because, they can tell you, how many contracts and all this, but at the end of the day, it's very minimal the amount of Latino companies actually applying for those contracts. So our job as chambers and business owners is to making sure our companies scale. There's a study that says if the Latinos in the United States were a country, we'd be the 5th largest economy in the world. Think about your communities. What does that mean? Our communities are getting gentrified. Our communities are falling apart. There's no injection of economies in our communities. So what does that mean? We're not creating generational wealth. And the only way we want to do that is through entrepreneurship. So our job as chambers of commerce, especially my job, I tell my people, look, we need to create the supply chain because we don't own our supply chain. That's the biggest problem that we have in the United States for Latino companies. We don't own our supply chain. So if we're going to create generational wealth, we need to start creating own our own supply chain. That's the key to the economy of Latinos in the United States. So thank you.
Teresa, your thoughts?
So, I've been a, is this on?
I think so. What about
There it
that?
is. So I've been a small business owner almost my entire adult life. I mean, I started babysitting at 11, if you want to count that, mowing lawns, but yeah, I had a small residential roofing company. I've had a CPA practice, and then getting into commercial construction, started doing owner's representation on projects in the $10 to $50 million range, and then general contracting. And when I started approaching the federal government as a potential client, one of the things I can share as a small business owner that I feel like I wasted time on, that I wish I had back, with a scattershot approach. Everybody, oh, this agency has money, or there's this program over here, or look at all these opportunities. And I think if there's small business owners that are watching this and approaching the federal government, and I wish you would share this with the new companies that approach you, is to narrow down to specialization and focus. And certainly within that to be nimble, but do a few things exceptionally well and know what to say no to. Know what to say no to. And in my own business, starting out trying to get work with the federal government as a general contractor with my certifications, woman-owned, Latina-owned, I started getting asked to do projects like interior renovation, which is typically drywall and carpet, and I had built a really, really robust project management team. I'd hired them from large general contractors where they were managing $50, $75 million projects. They were really complex. So I had built a team of A-plus players that I would have lost if I'd asked them to manage small projects that were very simple, and I couldn't afford to competitively price on those types of projects. So if you fast forward, I started getting into a lot of more complex projects very early, mechanical, electrical, mission-critical type projects. So while I hadn't worked directly for the Department of Energy, my company built 2 different substations for different federal agencies that were mission critical for the Department of Defense and Health and Human Services. And things like renovating cooling towers, that became my specialty, sweet spot, and building the network of the specialty subcontractors, the teaming partners that I needed. Look, you're only as strong as your weakest link. And that became really critical to our success. So specializing, getting really narrow, knowing what to say no to, and teaming up with the right partners. And let me just tell you, as a small business owner, teaming with the right partners isn't just about the skill set. Do you share similar values? Because there were subcontractors I could have done a lot of good business with that I had to walk away from. If they started bragging to me about how much money they'd made on change orders getting over on a client, we weren't aligned. We weren't aligned. So knowing who to say no to and what to say no to, has been just, I can sleep at night. I can sleep at night. And I never became the richest person in the world, or you'd know my name. But I really think it's so important to know who you are, specialize, and align yourself with people who think similarly. And that's where I think, that's my advice for how you advise. The last thing I'll say on that is mentoring is so critical. And that's a broad statement. I'll give you an example. I'm leaving here today to go to the university, local university, because I mentor student entrepreneurs. And these are the things I'll pass on to them too. Look, you have a world of opportunity ahead of you. Know who you are, specialize, get really, really good at just a few things. So that's important in that we reach back. And the very first event that I attended when I was starting my business in 2003, I actually met a friend here in the room, my friend Jose Nino. But there was a woman general contractor, a Latina, who immediately took me under her wing. Without hesitation, she said, I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna teach you. She had no hesitation about investing in me. She dragged me, I had known her days, and she drags me to Capitol Hill to a small business summit to see what's going on in the world of policy and how important that is. And she took me to USHCC. She was like, mira, Teresa, ven conmigo. And that was, I'll never forget that generosity and being on that receiving end. And so I think that's also imperative to be successful as a small business owner. You reach out to the people who've been before you, and you always reach back.
Thank you, and thank you again for that comment of narrowing your focus, because oftentimes, and I want to hear from you and your colleagues in small businesses, they'll walk into the office and they can do everything. They can do everything from build a rocket that'll get you to Mars to where? We can do drywall too. Know your focus, know your place on the mountain. And in that respect, Jaime, you mentioned the technical assistance. Contracting with the federal government or this agency can be scary. And you shouldn't be embarrassed by getting support and hand-holding.
Just to get paid.
And can you add to that? Because that
might take you 180 days for a government agency to pay you. So how are you going to support your business when you have an invoice due 90 days? So you need bonding insurance, and that's something that's foreign to small businesses. So we have we Chambers of Commerce have the knowledge, and we'll take you by the hand and make sure you got the proper bonding insurance so you can even apply for those contracts. Because you cannot carry a company when they owe you 90 days of service. You still got to pay your employees every week. You still got to put gas in those trucks. You still got to buy the materials. So government contracting is very, very, very complex. So that's why a lot of companies veer out the government contract. But if you have the right knowledge and the education and the right technical assistance, you're going to do very well, like this young lady did. So.
Yeah. Jaime mentioned it. Apex, SBA, Chamber of Commerce, you should be visiting them. Visit them. Yeah, don't be ashamed. It's scary.
It's a no cost, too.
It's scary to, and DOE can be even scarier with all these different sites to do it, but they are there and they are invaluable. The Apex accelerators, SBA, and to you, Marco, you mentioned the Minority Business Development Agency. I thought I was educated and well-versed. Started in 1972 in the Nixon administration out of the Department of Commerce. This administration, in November of the first year, November 21, finally codified MBDA and gave them $100 million. I had never heard of MBDA. Training centers all over the United States, invaluable in helping minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses. If you can talk a little more about that awareness and navigation.
I think, there's a lot of small businesses being created like fast, and some of them are just trying to figure out as they go. So the main thing that they need to do is partner with companies that they've done it before. You know what? They're gonna go after a DOE contract, specialize on something that the prime cannot do, or rather not do it, and then come in as a sub. And come in, and learn, start learning, getting your feet wet, getting the experience, until one day you can probably go in and start bidding on your own. But I think that the partnership is key. It's crucial to, especially when you just start in and you want to get your foot in the door, you gotta get a partner to be able to go in, someone that has already been there and been doing it, and to be able to keep moving with your new job, your new company that you created. Getting certified is also is key. You have to go through the process. You have to meet the requirements. It might be painful, but you know what? You got to go through it. You got to go through it and experience and get there and get certified, and because that will push you to the next level.
Can I add to
Yeah,
that?
please,
So,
please.
there's no reason why Latino companies should not be primes. We should be primes, and we deserve to be primes. We cannot just keep being the subs. And a way to do that is to pressure the government to unbundle projects. For example, in Illinois, the Illinois Hispanic Chamber of Commerce was able to unbundle a major project that they gave me the opportunity to unbundle the landscaping contract for this major highway road. So now what we did, we created 10 millionaires of local landscaping Mexican companies got involved. Now they're millionaires working on the highways as primes. That's what we should be doing, and we should be focusing on that, because you should be primes. We do the work.
And just to add, make us do our job, because those 94 companies, that was 94 primes. Everyone here knows that's not enough. And there are more than enough Latino, Hispanic-owned businesses that could be primes. So when a proposal or an RFI goes out there, respond to it. I must admit, the agency, and we've helped our program offices in the national labs and our contracting teams look at the RFIs. You can help shape the proposal. So an RFI is out there, answer the questions, help shape that proposal that's going to go out the door. But don't always accept the premise of the proposal, as Jaime said, like challenge them, like, wait. We can be a prime. I know myself and other companies that can do that. But that's an important tactic that we're looking more at, and challenging businesses. RFIs, put in your 2 cents, shape that proposal for when it comes out. Teresa, I want to go back to you, and you mentioned, and I heard it just early in the week down in Puerto Rico and in other events, joint venture is a good thing, but the value, knowing, I've heard that the values are more important than others. Can you expand on that?
Yeah. If you don't have alignment and you don't trust your partner, I don't care what relationship you're in your home or in your business, it's not going to last too long or be too pretty. So aligning values is absolutely critical. In objectives, and talking about joint ventures and partnering and teaming, I would routinely have any number of potential teaming partners in mind for different types of projects and opportunities, depending on the specialization. And it wasn't uncommon, I kind of want to bring supply chain into the conversation here, along with teaming partners. Wouldn't be uncommon for me to have a relationship with a teaming partner that sometimes, depending on the opportunity, one or the other of us would take the lead as prime. So it depended on, you have to read the RFP. Which of us had the best technical package, past performance, we'd done similar work for a similar agency, which one of us was stronger in that? Oftentimes, maybe it would depend also on the subcontracting requirements, that if we as prime our self-perform work wasn't counting toward a goal. Maybe it made sense for our teaming partner to be the prime and we would be the subcontractor. Either way, what we had created was a win-win-win. So whoever was collecting the data would benefit from our participation. We were self-performing, whether we were the prime or the subcontractor, and we had a great relationship with our teaming partners. So it really, in my opinion, that worked out well to have the kind of teaming partners we had that kind of flexibility with. Where it became the most important for us to have larger joint venture teaming partners was with surety bonding. In construction, I mean, it's hard enough to get capital to go to the bank to get a loan, but to get the surety, you almost have to have the money in the bank. Like, you want $1 million surety bond? Okay, well, if you have $1 million in the bank or assets to pledge, then we'll give it to you. And that just became such a catch-22 in trying to scale and trying to grow and take on, even though we had the talent to self-perform and manage larger projects, that became a ceiling for us. So the joint venture partners were what helped us to get past those limitations in construction of surety bonding. And so we would basically have someone that would financially be backing us and having those kinds of partners. But again, I would always start with, do we have values alignment? And some relationships worked out better than others. There's a learning curve to this, but I think staying flexible along the supply chain in anything we did and continue to do, because for me right now, a great opportunity is in working in the kinds of equipment in the supply chain and developing relationships with manufacturers and suppliers that I was installing. So sometimes you lose an appetite for the installation and say, all right, well, let me stay in the supply chain. What do I know? How can I be a proactive component here and contribute to the objectives, not only my own personal ones and getting 6 kids through college, but also of the teaming partner and the client?
Let me just stop here because I want this to be as interactive as possible. Are there any questions out there that you want to ask, or a topic that we're not addressing that you'd like to hear something? Yes, sir.
Teresa, this one's for you. So you tell young entrepreneurs to specialize. That's easier said than done, right? So what does that actually look like? Can you run through that a little bit?
Yeah, it depends. I mean, first of all, I will say, especially when I'm talking about a young individual, right, who has a particular passion, always start with something that comes naturally to you, that you're already good at, that you have a passion for. And know the rules of the game you're engaging in. I think too often people will, it's like, oh, I'm really good at this thing and I'm going to go do this. But if they don't understand that you're trying to play poker and this is a Monopoly game or whatever, it's like you have to know what you're getting into. But I always say, start with what you're best at and what you know. Personally, I started out in my career somewhat as a generalist because I studied accounting. And to me, accounting was just the language of business. If you didn't know financially whether your business was making money or not, or how you would break even, or how to make a decision about where to invest your resources, I don't think you should be in business. Or find a partner a trusted partner, who is good with money and can figure it out, because that is the language of business. So specializing, I think a lot of times people overlook what they're really great at. And it can be the simplest thing. Like, I'm really great at building relationships and great with people. Start with that. Where are the opportunities in leveraging that? And who do you partner with that's good at the things you are not? So yeah, you have to look at the opportunities and compare it with what you're already really good at.
Hi, Jose again. You specialize in energy.
Mm-hmm.
You were first contracting with everybody, and then you focus on energy. And then within energy, you even took it to one more niche and focused with utility companies.
Yes.
Okay, so you got to remember to do that. But for the presidents of the chambers, you have a bigger job because you have to compartmentalize all the businesses. You got to be the answer to everybody. So please explain how you're able, not really just to do what she does, because I know you advise folks to focus and do this, but how do you do it in a macro sense to get your businesses not only to support the organization, but then to assist them to get where they're going in all these different areas? Thank you.
Very good question, Jose. Like always, I know Jose. Who doesn't know Jose? It's a matter of education. For example, you think about contracts with the Department of Energy, and everybody's thinking construction or windmills, but they buy toilet paper too, right? So it's just a matter of really reading those contracts. I mean, the number one consumer in the world is the U.S. government, and they just don't build roads and bridges. They, like I said, they buy bread for the cafeteria. So every company has access to those contracts. It's just a matter of having, knowing your companies, knowing your customer, and how you're going to work with that particular client when they come when you give them the technical assistance they need. Because we represent mom and pop shops to big time corporations like ComEd is here in the house, and Nicor Gas, which is one of the leading organizations that really mentorship companies that take it under the wing so they can become prime someday, and ComEd does the same thing. But what we do is we know our client, and we teach them, we coach them, like she said, to narrow your scope, focus on what you're good at. That's what we do. So it's kind of difficult, but we do it. That's why we exist.
Well, in my case, I'm a civil engineer, and my world is engineering and design and program management, and I brought that world to our chamber. But like you said, there's so many different businesses, members that are doing everything everywhere. So one of the things that I've learned as the president and CEO of the Maryland Hispanic Chamber, applying what I know about program management through engineering, through the company that I work for, I've learned that I need to be in the room. And I go everywhere I can, in every discipline that I can in the state, to understand the other fields, the other disciplines, the other jobs, be at the governor's office, be in the room, be in every single event that you can think of. And a lot of people tell me, hey, you're everywhere. You have to be everywhere. You have, in order to be able to be known or be part of it or be included, you have to show up, right? So that's how we are learning all these different disciplines that are going on in the industries, the different industries. You come in and you share that information with your members. You said, hey, you have to go to this event. You got to meet that person in accounting or legal issues or procurement, and so that's what we've been learning in the past, especially for me in the past 4 or 5 years, that you have to be there. You have to be in the room. You have to be part of the conversation so you understand what's going on and be able to share that with the members and have something valuable, something that, a membership organization, if I'm a member of an organization and I'm not getting anything out of it, what do? I leave, right? So you got to make sure you provide meaningful information, connections, mentoring, education about the industries that they're interested in. So that's what we've been learning about it and making sure that we cover as much as possible all the fields of our membership and be able to have that opportunity for them to move up to the next level.
Yeah, chambers don't make miracles.
Yes.
You get out of the chamber what you put into the chamber. It's like a membership to a gym. If you don't go, you're not going to see results, right? So that's what he's saying about showing up.
Yep, absolutely.
Ron, I wanted to just contribute and kind of share a couple things that early on in my entrepreneurial journey were exceptional, but also this ties back to MBDA. And there are executive education programs, and some that are specifically for minorities and women. And I did not attend, there's a really good one at Stanford, I did not attend that program, but at Dartmouth, the Tuck School of Business, MBDA, I don't know if they still do this, but they had partnered. So they were bringing, it was this minority executive education at Dartmouth University. And let me just tell you, the majority of us, minorities and women, who were going into this executive education program on the campus, we didn't go to Ivy League schools. Many of us were the first generation business owners or first generation to go to college. So there's something about holding yourself a little bit differently when you're on a campus of Stanford or Dartmouth. And I think MBDA was so wise to know that. So they partnered and they subsidized the education program. And oftentimes the large businesses would also invest in some of their smaller minority partners that they wanted to help scale up, and they would send them to this program. And that's where I feel like I learned so much so quickly about how do you, it was kind of like a mini MBA, if you will. And the things that I hadn't even thought of as I was starting out, like the focus and teaming partners and supply chain, and just exceptional. So I just wanted to make sure and share that, because I just found it to be such an incredible resource to participate. And then the other thing is, I've always, for business owners, investing in yourself, getting uncomfortable and outside of our community. So as a woman in construction, some of the best investments I've made with my time are to go to places where I'm uncomfortable, where there aren't other women necessarily, there aren't other Latinos, and it makes me a little uncomfortable, and I learn and I grow. So think about like forum opportunities, or I have an accountability group. I have a Friday morning phone call running now almost 15 years. With two other entrepreneurs, a male, a female, and they're not even both in the US. But we have this call and challenge each other. Last week, you said you were going to make that phone call to Ron to follow up on that opportunity. How'd that go? And so that kind of making yourself uncomfortable and accountability, and it's you can do it with anybody, it's free. You just say, hey, let's meet at a certain time. And so for entrepreneurs, I find that that's really, really important to set up those kinds of structures for yourself. It's not even necessarily, I think that the chambers oftentimes, and I know the Maryland Hispanic Chamber is doing this, where they have like a mind share group. And it's just so important, because there are also people outside of your industry. So the innovation that can come when you learn about what someone's doing in daycare, what someone is doing in landscaping, what someone is doing in IT services, there's always these little nuggets that you can bring into your business. Hey, I hadn't thought about it that way. So I think those mindshare groups, the chamber is doing a great job in Maryland. I think other chambers are doing that, but really finding a way to step outside of your daily work, your daily business, to get a different perspective is important.
For example, if I was to tell you, hey, take this class and you might get a contract, right? So you might go, you might not. But if I was to tell you, look, here is the contract and you need to take this class, now your mind just changed. You're going to go to that class. Because businesses want to make money, all right? We're not in the business of making money. We're in the business of creating our own pathway to success. So we want to make money, and that's how it is. We need to wiggle those carrots to companies so they can scale up and make sure they create jobs and opportunities.
So, quick summary, Marco said, as Lin-Manuel Miranda made famous, be in the room where it happened. Teresa said, get uncomfortable. That's a life lesson. Get uncomfortable and you'll grow, all right? And as Jaime said, if you're in an organization membership, you got to put something in it to get something out. We have about 5 minutes left. Any other questions out there? Yes, sir.
Two, all right. Two questions.
This is for the chapter president. So I know getting certified, you have to go through NMSDC, and there's different organizations out there. What are you two doing in regards to fraudulent things that are taking place out there, like pass-throughs and things of that nature? Thank you.
You go. Your turn.
Well, we want to make sure that we guide them the right way, right? we got to make sure that we have the facts. We got to make sure we connect them to the right people so they can be able to get certified and find the right path. You know, sometimes you want to do it on your own, and you did it the wrong way, and you get in trouble and things like that. So you want to make sure you mentor them and you educate them and take them to the right path to get there.
So to get certified, it's not just showing up and saying, like, you know, I'm a woman. You gotta prove that you're a woman and you have the credentials, the education, and the right accounts to prove to them that. So our jobs chambers and give you the checklist so you can go do that. We don't certify per se, but we have the knowledge and the way to do that. For example, in the city of Chicago, the LGBTQ community are pushing to get certified. Now, how you're going to do that is beyond my comprehension, because I mean, it's going to have to be a big process to do that. But you got to prove to the entity certifying you, like the MSDC or the federal government, you actually can perform and do all these things. So if you want to get certified, you got to be in business at least 2 years to begin with. So you got to show them that you in there for the ride. So.
See, in Maryland, what we do is we bring the state agents to come so they can train our members. They can directly say, look, this is what you need to do in order to get certified. So we bring the state employees that are in charge of procurement and in charge of the certifications to make sure that they say to them, this is exactly what you need to do to be able to get certified. So it comes from them directly, so we don't have to be in the middle and say, oh, you know what, I didn't mean to say that, but the experts are talking to them directly. Yeah.
And then, you know, the AA program is being challenged, so that might even disappear someday. So now it's another, you know, you gotta redo things. So how are we gonna get those contracts? How are we gonna be able to access those contracts? Because the procurement as we know it is probably gonna disappear in the next few years because of, you know, what's happening with the AA program. So.
And I served 2 years on, as a volunteer on the state certifying body. So let me tell you, I don't think anybody asked tougher questions than me of the people in the hot seat that were claiming they could do something. And I think if you can do what you say you're going to do, it's easy to answer those questions. But I'm not going to lie, a few people squirmed when I was questioning them when we were talking about construction.
For example, an Anglo woman just became the 51% owner. How you challenge that? I used to be in the VEP and the certified, you know, appointed by the governor to help certify that. So there's some tough questions that happen because that happens a lot, especially with the Anglo community. They put the wife in front, but at the end of the day, the ones doing the work is the husband, right?
So 2 minutes left, 30 seconds of inspiration from each of you, and I'll finish up. 30 seconds.
Okay, so this will give you an example of how I think. I have 6 kids, 2 grandkids, and I love like kids movies. And there's one called Monsters, Inc. And energy is generated by like scaring the kids. The monster comes out of the closet and scares them, and then they collect the energy. Well, it's not lost on me the irony of Hispanics and energy. I have never met a group of people that has more energy and passion than Latinos. So that's it. Convert that energy into something powerful and wonderful and productive.
Thank you.
So one of the things I teach my community, especially first-generation Latino immigrants, is we need to learn how to use other people's money. We tend not to do that, especially first-generation minorities as a whole. So the success of a small businesses is learning how to use the banking system and not risk your patrimony. And what happens in our communities, we risk it all. And if our business goes under, there goes our house, our college, or whatever. But so one food for thought: learn how to use other people's money.
Marco?
What I would say is be passionate about what you do and become an expert on it. And then give back to your industry, give back to humanity, give back to your community, society, and you'll be great. And the one thing that I always like to end up with is like the best gift you can give someone is the example of your own life.
Wow.
That's hard to follow. As an old Army officer, I will follow the KISS principle, keep it simple, stupid. I'm stupid. I have my cards. My office is open for business. We want to hear from you. My mission, our mission is to help small businesses, advocate for small businesses to do work with the Department of Energy, and we want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. Put my team to work. How about a round of applause for this great panel? Thank you.
All right, everyone, let's take these next couple of minutes to refresh our coffee, stretch, get ready. We will start the next sessions, which are the next set of concurrent sessions, promptly at 2:30 p.m. Please note that session 8 on workforce development in the energy sector will take place here on the main stage. Session 9, getting to know Hispanic-owned energy companies, will be in that back conference room. Once again, session 8 on workforce development will be here where we are now, and session 9 on Hispanic-owned energy companies will be in the back conference room. We will start promptly at 2:30 p.m. Thank you all for your attention.
just in this sector.
Okay, everyone, we are now ready to begin our sessions. I'd like to remind everyone that session 8 on workforce development will take place in the main stage. Session 9 on getting to know Hispanic-owned energy companies is taking place in the back conference room. Please make your way back there if you plan to join that one. We are going to begin in 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, if we can have, please, our moderator and our panelists for session 8 take the stage. And those for session 9, if you're still up here, please make your way back to the conference room. Thank you.
I don't have any actual preference. On here? Male, female.
Hi, how are you? Nice meeting you.
Good, good. So send. This one just won't shut up. Your company is based out of where? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have you all introduce yourselves and sort of say a little bit about your company. And then, or your organization. Well, thank you, everyone, for being here. We're going to go ahead and kick this wonderful panel off, and we're going to be talking about workforce development in the energy sector, recruiting, retaining, and promoting talent in our industry. I think you've heard, if you've been at the conference in the last 2 days, I think we've alluded to this. Several of our speakers have talked about it. Even the secretary talked about, how important and crucial it is to recruit and to bring new talent into the industry. So I'm very fortunate to be with my wonderful panel. So my name is Maria Pia Tamburri. I am the VP of Intergovernmental Affairs at Dominion Energy, and we are a regulated electric utility, and we are, right now, we are about in 16 states, and our headquarters is in Richmond, Virginia. So I'm super excited to be here. So I'm going to have Nelson, I also have Nelson Perez, Vice President of Government Relations at Centrus Energy, Carlos Ayala, VP and Chief Diversity Officer at NiSource, and Diana Vasquez, Executive Director at HIE, the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities. So Nelson, why don't we start with you? Talk to me a little bit about your background and about your company.
Sure, thank you. So I'll start with my background first and then work my way up to my time here at Centrus. So I'm from New York City originally, and I spent my undergrad in law school in upstate New York, and I ended up working in politics for 10 years, first in the state legislature as a committee counsel, then at the New York City City Council, and then working for the city controller. So 10 years, state and local. And as I was looking for opportunities to, within government, outside of government, I was fortunate to have a mentor who worked for me and then ended up lobbying me later on. I was looking for somebody. He was working at Con Edison, and obviously a brand name. I would say it's the largest mom and pop utility in America, one of the oldest traded utilities on the New York Stock Exchange. And he said, if you come here, you'll never be bored and you'll have tons of opportunities. And he was right. So I started working on city and local issues. That was my background. And then about a year and a half into my tenure there, the person who used to have the Washington portfolio, she decided to get off the road because the job was split between Washington and New York. She was starting a family, So I lived in New York, but I had an apartment here and an office here, and it was right at the second term of George W. Bush, and then I did that job into the first 2 years of Obama. So saw both R's and D's and worked through that issue. And my final year, though, I was on the road for about 265 days. We had conferences and personal travel and just to travel back and forth. So I decided to get settled here in Washington and really take advantage of all the opportunities here. So I went to work for National Grid. National Grid is a UK utility that at the time, had assets in 5 states, all in the New England area. So it had New York, which was its biggest part of its portfolio, but it was in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire, and had some other assets in other places. I did that for many, many years, first as a director, and then I ended up running the Washington team, and then I ended up running the state team as well. So it was about 10 people for about 5 years. During the pandemic, took a break out of energy, worked in telecom. No offense to anyone in telecom, it's a terrible business. I didn't enjoy the issues, but fortunately enough, I was able to come back into energy, and I work now at Centrus Energy, which is the former USEC, the United States Enrichment Corporation, that was privatized under President Clinton. So we've been now a private company for almost 20 years, and we are primarily in 2 businesses. We are a buyer and seller of enriched uranium, and then we also have an enrichment facility in Piketon, Ohio. And then we have some other ancillary services. We do some high-end machinery for the DoD, and then we also do some services for nuclear reactors.
Great. Thank you. Diana?
Yes, thank you. My name is Diana Vasquez. I am the Executive Director of the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities National Internship Program, based here in DC. The Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities is the member institution for Hispanic serving institutions. Just some quick education for those who don't know. I did not know until I joined the organization. Hispanic serving institutions is a designation for colleges and universities that have at least 25% Hispanic enrollment. We represent 572 of them all over the country and in PR, as well as 400 emerging Hispanic serving institutions. So those are schools just pushing up, I think it's 15 to 24.5% Hispanic enrollment. HICU represents really a microcosm of America's diversity. We're educating 2/3 of the 3.5 million Hispanic undergraduates in the country, and doing work across many different sectors. Our headquarters is in San Antonio, Texas. We also have an office in Sacramento and an office here in DC. The DC office is split, the government relations team, which is working tirelessly on the Hill, getting advocacy and funding for HSIs, and the National Internship Program. And we connect students to paid internships with the federal government. And I've been doing so for over 30 years. Just a quick snapshot, last year we connected over 710 students to paid internships with the federal government, and that's across 20 different federal agencies, all with their own individual position descriptions and hours and formatting. But HICU engages, and I'm excited to talk about the other ways that we partner with both the federal government and corporate sector, because we provide a pipeline to the 5 million students at Hispanic serving institutions through workforce development and different education. So excited to be here.
Thank you. Carlos?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Carlos Ayala. I'm the Vice President and Chief Diversity Officer for NiSource. We are based right outside Chicago in Indiana on Maryville, and we also have offices in Columbus, Ohio. We serve about 4 million, over 4 million customers in 6 states, both electric and gas, primarily electric in Indiana. It's good to be home. Actually, I started my career here in DC, right out of college. I was a political appointee in the Bush-Quayle administration. So I was detailed over to the Department of Commerce, primarily worked on trade, minority business, tourism, and my career just flourished. So I've done work both international and domestic. I've done retail, CPG, and somebody was asking me earlier today, what's your background? I go, well, it's a little bit unique. But I've done, I remember when D&I started, it used to be called ethnic, and then it evolved into multicultural, and now it's DE&I. And I would say that basically the challenges have all been the same since we started. I think for us, the biggest thing is how do we continue to build the new workforce? How do we continue to ensure that all of our employees have the sense of belonging when they join an organization? And we're committed to making sure that, you know, every employee counts, every employee has a voice. And we're just committed to making sure that if you look at our leadership, you know, that we are diverse across the board. I'm proud to tell you that we have about 86% of our leadership is diverse at the top. And that's been a big commitment for us as an organization. And so excited to be here. And all the tough questions go to my left, and I'll take the easy questions. But thank you for having me.
No, thank you. And I'll just take a second to give you a little bit about my background. I mean, I'm mainly focused most of my career actually here in Washington, working on the Hill and in the Bush administration. And then as very similar to Carlos, when you ask me what my background is, it's kind of a long journey with working overseas and coming back and starting from living in Europe for 5 years and working for starting with the private sector and now at Dominion Energy. So let me start with sort of the problem, and I don't want to say like the challenge we have, right? That we, in all of our companies, we want to make sure that we are diversifying our workforce. But one of the things, as we are here today, we're at the Hispanics in Energy conference, we're going to want to focus a bit on what are we doing as companies and organizations to be able to reach Hispanics in particular. As you heard in the conference, and the secretary also mentioned it, that about 18% of the workforce in the energy sector is Hispanic. But as you also heard as well, the majority of that percentage, of that 18%, is also in service level jobs. So meaning, how do we establish that pipeline of individuals who are coming into the industry in the service level jobs, but kind of moving into management positions, C-suite positions, and kind of moving up the organization. So if we're talking around that, issue as well as recruiting, right, for the next generation, we have a retiring workforce that we need to make sure that we bring amazing, great talent, and we know that the Hispanic community has that. So under that sort of umbrella, I'm going to start kind of throwing out some questions so we can starting to have a good discussion. So can you share some examples of successful diversity, equity, and inclusion programs that have influenced retention in your organization? So Nelson, do you want to start on this one?
Yeah, and I'll put on my utility hat because that's where I spent most of my career. So I spent 17 years between two companies. And I know Carlos will probably touch on some of these issues, but I think utilities are one of the best places for people with a high school or college or postgraduate degree to work in. There are many times of jobs, but I think what you're talking about is how do you progress with somebody who is in an entry level or service. So the best thing about it, again, most utilities in America today is that entry level is a union job. And so you already have high wages, you have benefits, you have pensions, but they also have educational opportunities for you to advance your career while you're working there and move into management. So I think that there's a pipeline you need to create. When I was at National Grid, they did an amazing job of having scholastic opportunities at elementary, junior high school, and even at the college level. We were working with, college name escapes me now, but in Providence, with a college where we created a 2-year degree. All of the professors were employees of National Grid, and when you finished that program, you had a job at the end of it, working at National Grid. And then that allowed you, again, to continue your education and get your 4-year degree and then again move into management. So I think there are opportunities out there, but how do you transition it from entry level to into management and into positions of leadership? And I think that there are companies doing that, but you have to start before they get to the entry level. And then while you're in that organization, there's, again, an opportunity for you to move from that to leadership. So I just could say from my experience that utilities have been doing a good job, and I think it could be a model for other industries.
Yeah, I love that. I'm also at Dominion Energy. We have tuition reimbursement programs. And I was visiting one of our facilities, and I was talking to the manager of the facility, and he had started as, in a service level job, really working in the facility, and moved his way up to now being the leader of the facility. So I think as and I agree with you, and I haven't been in the utility industry for a long time, but I do think is how do we highlight those stories that are there to make sure that other people that might not know about it take that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one challenge, again, my time there, that we constantly ran into was a couple things. One is finding the workforce that has a high school education, can pass a drug test, has a driver's license, but then also understand that when you have an entry-level job, that means you're showing up at a yard at 6 in the morning, you're working in some unpleasant conditions, you're doing overtime, but over a period of time, that translates into these other opportunities. And there's just a lot of young people who don't want to work weekends, they don't want to work during storms, and so there's some dues you have to pay, but I think if organizations show that by doing that, you have, again, this pathway to leadership positions and other opportunities, I think you'll see people do it.
Yeah, that's a great point. Carlos?
Well, I think for us, first of all, we as an organization have been committed to making sure that the organization reflects our communities, and that work has been evolving throughout the years. What I am proud of is the fact that I think as we recruit, as you were saying, we've gone out there and figured out, okay, what does our workforce look like down the road? What does our internal corporate workforce look like? And what are the things that we need to do to basically evolve and make sure that we not only hire the best talent, but also retain the best talent? I think that's key for us. So we're slowly putting in programs, whether they're mentoring, sponsorship, additional conference support. I think it's critical for us to continue to evolve our talent. I am proud to tell you that, this year we have 11 employees from NiSource here participating. And last year, we only had, there were 6 of us. So each year, we want to continue to get better. But for us as an organization, I think, as I mentioned, representing the communities that we serve is critical. And what I am proud to tell you is 2 years ago, we actually launched our, what we call a diversity slate in the organization, which was basically making sure that for every single job rec open, we have a diverse candidate in the pipeline. So that meant basically that the recruiters will submit a person of color and a female into the interview slot. And I will tell you that has begun to change the landscape of our organization, because not only is it changing it, but it means that the hiring manager has to interview a person of color and a female. And those changes, believe it or not, have actually started making the impact in the organization, where now you're starting to see the movement trickle. And those changes are also going to lead to better qualified talent, right? More diversified, better thinking, different perspectives, and most importantly, I think it's just going to give us a wealth of talent, right, with different leadership perspectives that we all need in our organizations. So I think for us as an organization, we have leadership commitment, which is critical. We put in place some key policies that are definitely impacting our employees. But for me, the rewarding piece, which I think is critical, is making sure that every employee feels like NiSource is a place for them. And the average tenure for us is over 20 years for our employees, and I think that's what makes our culture unique in many ways. So I'm proud of the fact that I have the privilege of serving in a role that not only impacts talent acquisition, retention, strategic partners, but at the end of the day, it's, most importantly, is how do we do a better job of retaining our talent, which is critical.
Yeah, I love that, and we're doing a lot of that, very similar approach at Dominion Energy, but I do 100% agree with you that the culture is so vital. Having leadership from the top really promote that inclusive, diverse workforce is incredibly crucial for the success of these type of programs. But thank you for your input. I'm going to kind of talk a little bit about sort of HACU's perspective. And, as we talk about increasing our workforce, hiring diverse talent, what specifically are Hispanic serving institutions, and particularly HIE, doing to educate students about the energy industry?
Yeah, absolutely. So, as I mentioned, the HIE umbrella is a wide one, and so we have many wonderful both federal and corporate partners, and our partnerships all look different. In the energy field, we partner with BP and Exelon and Dominion Energy. I want to highlight the Dominion Energy, not just because Maria's right here, I swear, but I want to highlight that partnership because it's elevated. Of course, a title sponsorship at our annual conference is fantastic, and that allows companies to plug in directly with our student track, which last year was 700 strong, and do panels and have a booth, and that's great. But the partnership between HIE and Dominion has really elevated and turned into an actual grant opportunity. So Dominion Energy administered a $3 million grant, $2 million over the course of 3 years. Thank you. To put towards what we call the Building Hispanic Talent Initiative, BHTI, where HIE does what it's good at, right? Being a pipeline, being directly plugged into our Hispanic serving institutions, and even in this case, the secondary education space. And Dominion does what it's good at and provide knowledge in the energy field. And the shared mission there is to increase the number of Hispanic undergraduates that are interested in careers in the energy space. And to Maria's point, and we were talking even before, the importance of catching this workforce young, catching this workforce in high school and maybe even younger. And so the BHTI program, and I'll let Maria speak a little bit more because you were very closely involved with developing it, is a summer bridge program that twofold. It allows students to get exposure into STEM fields on a college campus. So that's positioning students for higher education right there. I know over 60% of those students are first-generation college graduates. That's huge, or college students, I should say. And also exposing them, again, to careers in the energy field. And I know Dominion is something I think is very special, would be happy to bring those students on board. Of course, if they end up at Dominion, that's great, but from my understanding, they're just committed to exposing students to careers in the energy field. If they come to Dominion, that's great. If they find another fit, that's fine too. So I'll let you speak on that.
Yes, we started this program 2 years ago. This is our third year, and it's been incredibly successful. One of the things that, as we were looking at a way to reach students early on, we knew that high school was sort of that sweet spot where they're making these decisions, and also knowing that Hispanic students, a lot of Hispanic students don't have the means sometimes to pay for, a college education or even a community college education, or sometimes struggle with just getting to the school and have those challenges. We wanted to build a program that allowed them to earn college credits and to be able to see themselves in a college campus. So we've already surpassed, we're close to 800 kids have gone through the program. No, I'm sorry, young people. I'm a little bit older, so for my perception it's a little bit different. Young people have gone through the program. We've had these students repeat the program, so not only go one summer, but do multiple summers. And we've encouraged that, even though it's not just about numbers, it's really about making that difference. So they're earning, we've given over 1,000 college credits. So that generates in funds for them to walk into a college, campus in a completely different perspective financially. And I think lastly, what I'm going to say about it is that it is an amazing program, and it's one that if you read the testimony from the students, it is like, it's funny, like we will meet and we'll just share the stories and read and it just makes you want to cry, because it's, these young people, these students didn't believe that they could do it. They didn't think that, no one believed in them, and they didn't think that college was a possibility for them. And now they know that they can do it. And I think if we can, and that the energy industry is a great industry for them to be a part of. So it's an amazing program, and we love partnering with HIE on it because they do a great job. And it's a part of just talent. It's a part of retention too, I think, because we have our members of our OLA ERG here, and they've spoken to these students. They've, virtually or gone to the schools to kind of meet the students, and it has been not only a great experience for our current employees, but an amazing experience for these students to see themselves in the future as possible leaders in the energy industry. So I'm eternally grateful, as you know, for what you all have done, and it's a wonderful program that I would encourage all companies that can do it to do these type of programs, because it does make a difference and it really paves the way for the future of the industry.
Can I add one thing?
Yes, please.
I think, obviously financial commitment, I think, is critical for organizations. But I also want to throw a challenge out for all of you out there. I think there's also ways for you to get back to your communities. What I'm really proud of is our employee resource group, has gone out there and identified opportunities to do mentoring sessions with high school students. And I will tell you, the impact that our employee resource, our employees are having with students is phenomenal. The ability to connect, the ability to inspire, the ability to change that mindset that you can do it. When they hear the stories of like Rosalba, first generation, Joanne, myself, right, Angela, the list goes on, that there's a lot of first generations that we've gone to college. And those stories also become impactful because they lead to eventually going to college, right? And so I just want to throw that out as, if you can do some community outreach, I think it's critical, especially at the middle or the junior high schools and the high schools themselves. You can make a difference, but you can't sit back and just, because your company doesn't do it. And I will tell you, the more that we can get our employees out in the communities, the better off your organization will be from serving those communities that we impact on a daily basis.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and I do think it's also a retention. I mean, how awesome it is to go to the communities and represent your company. I mean, I think it's a great opportunity. So let's talk a little bit about sort of, we talked about recruiting. We've spent some time. We kind of touched upon a bit on retention and, so let's talk career development. One of the things that we've also heard through the conference is, we need more, Hispanic leadership. The number of CEOs, Hispanic CEOs, has unfortunately decreased. We need more board members in the energy sector. And we need, a higher number of C-suite level. So, Nelson, I'm going to have you talk a little bit about your thoughts about it.
Yeah, and I think this follows on the comments that Carlos made. I think, once you expose people at a young age to different opportunities, and then you provide the financial wherewithal for them to do it, and then they're in the pipeline, I think that the mentoring part that Carlos was talking about is critical. And I think especially being, like myself, first generation college and graduate school graduate, you don't have a template. You don't have like experiences in your home. And my father had 2 jobs over 40 odd years. So when I left government and went to Con Ed, he didn't say anything. And when I got the job, he's like, great, you'll never leave. Because all his friends were guys who worked, they were unionized workers. And he thought, why would you leave? Pension benefits, it's great. And then 5 years, I noticed that my career was kind of stuck. And there's nothing to do with leadership there, just the way the organization was structured. And then I ended up wanting to do something different, live somewhere else, experiment. And I think that that's something that we have to teach, again, people who have first gone to college, that they don't have that exposure at home, that your career is your own. You're the best advocate for your career, no matter what organization you're in, and that you have to take the opportunity, especially in the first 20 years, which seems like a long time, but it's not, to get experiences with large organizations, with P&Ls, with exposure to executives on projects that advance the company's mission. And that allows you opportunities within that organization, and then allows you to be marketable to go somewhere else to keep your career going. But if you don't know that because you don't have experience growing up, you think, well, I got this job at Dominion, and they're going to take care of my career, and in 30 years I'll be CEO. That's not how it works. Yeah. And I think it's the lack of that playbook. So how do we all spend time in our communities with young people, people starting in their career, to say that, you know, you have the opportunity, you have the tools now because you went to college, you're working at a great organization, they're going to give you opportunities. How do you then take that and make sure you shape the career that if you want to become CEO, you're able to do it? But I think one of the mindsets that we have, especially first generation, is we show up, we made it, we're at Apple, we're at Google, wherever, oh great, they're going to take care of my career. We got to change that mindset.
Yeah, I love what you just said. What about sponsorships? Getting sponsors. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think the public policy discussion around these issues has changed dramatically than when I was going through college and entering the workforce. So, you know, paid internships were, especially in politics, were non-existent, and they're still an issue now today. So I think the financial component and getting people to sponsor and mentor are key. And it still ends up being a huge barrier for people of color, especially Latinos. So yes, I think that's crucial. But I think once we solve that, and I think we're working towards it, it's then how do you empower somebody young in their career to understand that the opportunities that come before them are for them to excel, but then take that and grow their career into something else. And it might not be that organization, it might be somewhere else.
That's great. Carlos or Diana?
Yeah, just echoing, when it comes to engaging, we have found through HAKU, the Hispanic community, especially young folks maybe first-generation college students, is that there has to be something tangible on the other end of that. That's why we are committed to paid federal internships. We do not, and corporate, we have corporate spaces as well. And in the 30-plus years of its existence, it's never been an unpaid, because a lot of students cannot do that. That's a luxury to be able to take an unpaid position. And again, to bring up BHTI, there's something tangible. They're receiving college credit. And so at HAKU, and we meet with folks in the federal space and in the corporate space, and there always has to be a community engagement day is nice, but what is this university getting out of it? What are these students getting out of it? So I encourage folks to keep that in mind when engaging sincerely. Is there has to be kind of a tangible something to walk away from for these students.
Carlos.
I think one of the things that there is no playbook that has been defined as far as how Hispanics progress in companies. I will tell you, I had some bumps in my road, moving up. And I had those bumps in the road because I felt like I didn't have good mentoring and I didn't have good sponsorship. And now that I've gotten where I am, I think for me the critical piece is making sure that I'm opening and creating programs for our organization, not only for developing our people, but also making sure that the playbook is open for the rest of the organization to make sure that we are creating an inclusive culture for all employees. There is a special heart, of course, being Hispanic from El Salvador. My heart is for all Hispanics. But my job is to make sure that all our employees are getting the equal playing field, which is critical for us as an organization. I would also encourage all of you when you go back, don't wait for the programs. I think mentoring relationships can begin at any time. I just had breakfast with 2 individuals in our organization that are here at the conference, and I would tell you, I was inspired. As you mentioned, Maria, it energizes people, it keeps people engaged, and I think it's people go, well, that's D&I's job. No, it's the work of all of us to making sure that we are creating the best place for us to work as an organization. So I throw the challenge to all of you, go back and identify a couple people that you can support, mentor, say hello to in the hallways. And believe it or not, you will make long-lasting relationships down the road.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, building on that, I think another cultural thing that we have to get over is that not every conference you're going to attend, not every coffee you're going to have, not every boss you're going to have is going to lead you into that next chapter of your career, but it is going to educate you. And it's kind of a numbers game. The more you're out there, the more you take on opportunities, the more you do projects, the more you move in a space, if it's energy or otherwise, you'll start to see the same people. They'll get to know you, and you'll get where you want to go. And sometimes you are going to have bumps in your career. I think what ends up happening, again, culturally, is that we think, well, if I'm going to do this, there's got to be a payoff. There's got to be something at the end of it. And yes, that's true. We all do this for various reasons. But sometimes you have to do it just to be educated. Sometimes you have to expose yourself. And again, you never know where that coffee leads. And I'll tell you a quick story. I was at a law firm before I joined, or went back into government between my stint in state government and local government. And the firm decided to close all its offices in the U.S. And my partner took me out to meet, have coffee with somebody. And he took my resume, and I ended up getting a job back in government. And 4 years later, we had a transition, an election, and he ended up becoming deputy controller for the city controller. And my resume had my old address when my brother was still living there. And my brother calls me and says, hey, someone wants to interview for this job. And I'm like, I never applied for that job. And this person, 4 years later, was in this position and thought of me and my skill set, and then called me up and ended up getting that job. But at the time, I said, I had this coffee, I was really looking for work, I was looking for my next opportunity, and I kind of didn't think about that this could lead to something else. Fast forward, when I got my first team, we had interviewed somebody 4 years earlier. My boss decided not to hire. I said, that's a mistake. She's going to be a great talent. I kept her resume. 4 years later, I called her. We ended up hiring her. She ended up taking my job, and now she's the SVP of Government Relations at AEP.
That's awesome.
So, like, what I'm saying is sometimes, again, you sit down, you do these things, like, what did I get out of it? And that's not the mindset. The mindset is that you have to be open to opportunities because they may be now or they could be years later.
Yeah, and I think one thing, and we'll take questions after this, is that, there's mentorship and there's sponsorship, right? And those two are uniquely different. I mean, it's great to mentor people and give them advice and listen to what they're doing. But what's really important as you're managing your career about sponsorship is that sponsorship is those senior leaders that will speak on your behalf when you're not there. Because they know you, because they know your work, because they know your worth, because they know your value to the organization. And that's kind of what we've been talking about too. Sometimes we kind of use those interconnected, we kind of use them interchangeable, I'm sorry. And they're very specifically different because when, your sort of sponsor is that person that would say, Maria would be great for that. And I wouldn't even be aware. So that's, as you're managing, even within your organizations, it's really important to make that distinction because that's really important to get the top talent to stay. Let's go ahead and take some questions. I have 5 minutes left. We have one question coming up.
Hello, David Ortiz, the Ortiz Group. How are you going to handle, with all the funding coming out from DOE and the federal government and switching over from gas to electric, there's a large part of the workforce is going to be displaced on the gas side. Like in California, for example, the goal is to be everything electric, no more gas by 2045. But there's a substantial part of the workforce that's already in the gas industry. So how do you handle that transition? I know there's a lot, I've worked with companies where they've tried to upskill employees to go from like a weatherization tech up to HVAC type work, and there's lots of issues that go into that. So I'm just curious your thoughts on, with this funding coming out, there's going to be a displacement of a lot of good blue-collar jobs if it works out. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'll start real quick, just from a different period of time in energy. So 80s, 90s, we deregulated half of the states. So as you know, generation got broken apart from transmission distribution. And when I joined Con Edison, we were at the tail end of that transition. And what the CEO and the leadership team committed to was that there were 3 pathways. Either you stayed with the people who bought the generation plants, you transitioned to new skill sets, new jobs at Con Edison, or you got an early retirement. And I think that the utility industry has shown over many decades their commitment to make sure that there is that transition. I don't think it's apples to apples, but I think that the pathway is still long enough. We've already seen in the EV space that all of those goals, even now from the federal level on down, are being pushed back because they're not attainable. So I think that some of the consternation around what's going to happen to the gas business are kind of still a little, still early, still premature. So I think there's a long runway. And again, the utilities, in my experience, they don't plan 5 years out. They plan 15, 20, 25, and 30. So I wouldn't be surprised if you already see a shifting of resources to make sure that depending on where you are in your career, you have an opportunity within the organization.
I don't know, Carlos, do you want to?
No, I think it's right. I think it's a long-term strategic plan. It's not going to happen overnight. But I do think every organization
cares about their employees. They want to make sure that they set the right thing to do for whether it's training, opportunities, new skill set development. And I think every organization has to start thinking about what will the change be. But as you said, basically it's, we're just thinking long term and making sure the programs and the procedures and policies are put in place to make sure that we are doing the right thing for all of our employees at all times and at all levels.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, one more thing too. So when I joined, natural gas prices, 2005, were at an all-time high. We were running out of natural gas. Everyone thought their career in natural gas was going to be over. They were going to transition to electric. And then all of a sudden, with new technologies for fracking, we were able to find more gas supplies. The prices dropped. Now we're back in a phase of phasing out gas. So there's been ups and downs. And again, I mentioned the change, the transportation change over to EV. So my experience with these organizations is, like Carl said, the strategic plans are long, 20, 30, 40 years, and I think those workers we find, they're highly skilled, so they have transferable skills as well.
Yeah, and I would agree. As of Dominion Energy, we will, any plant that we retire, we transition our workers to skill them, provide them what they need in order to do other jobs within the company. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Maria, you said something regarding that caught my ear, that the number of Hispanic CEOs has actually gone down. So I'd like to know from the panelists why. Why is that?
That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that question.
I have thought.
If you have a thought.
Yeah, I have my personal thoughts. I think some of it is the pool of people we're getting leaders from is shrinking. So, for example, when I joined Con Edison, he was the last CEO that actually came from a plant and moved his way through management. Every CEO since, so there's been 3, they've never started in the field, they're Ivy educated, and so that pool is getting smaller. The famous story of Dick Grasser, who ran the New York Stock Exchange, he started in the mailroom, had no college degree, and ended up running the organization. That's not happening anymore. And so what's happening is, I think the pool, regardless, it's not just background, the pool is getting narrower and narrower. So if you're not attending certain schools, if you're not having certain degrees, it's just the opportunity to move in the C-suite is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. I think that's one factor.
Yeah, and what I would say is, and I don't have the answer to your question. I don't think, we can know exactly why, but I do think it is really important why we're here today and why we're having this panel, because we want to make sure that we have a robust workforce and pipeline to get to those CEO jobs. It's kind of one of those things that if you don't have enough folks that are in that C-suite level that are there that can transition to that CEO job, the opportunity is not there. And I think Judge Nelson talked about it yesterday too. And we just discussed it about those sponsors that speak when you're not in the room. Joe talked about it yesterday of how he became CEO. And how he became a CEO is because, Judge Nelson was on the board and he's like, I know this guy that could do a great job. He should be the CEO. And that's when, who you know, how you drive your career, how you make those connections, how you network, how you really think through those, various steps throughout your career, so you can have those folks talking about you when you're not in the room. And Joe talked about it yesterday, and I thought that was really telling that, was he qualified? He's brilliant. And were many of the CEOs, of course they should be in those jobs and they're brilliant, but were they, pinpointed and like they were picked out of a group and say, you should, you're gonna be the CEO? It's just, people knew them, people knew their work, and that's kind of why their names, came up. And I think it's really important for us as people that are going through their careers and us in companies, making sure that we have the right people, we have the right talent, we have diverse talent, so everyone can have an opportunity to potentially be CEO one day.
I'll add one thing. I think in general, I think the roles are also, we need to develop our managers and get them ready for directors. And then we need to start getting our directors ready for the vice president roles. And then we need to make sure that those vice presidents are ready to move into leadership roles at the top. And it kind of has to work in tandem. And I think when we start getting folks in the C-suite, as you mentioned, then basically our job is to make sure that they are successful. And I would tell you, if we don't get those leaders right, whether it's the executive coaching, whether it's professional development opportunities, I think in general they will never see the great talent that you bring. So part of it is, when you do have those conversations, those coffee chats, I think that's when we start picking, okay, you know what, there's an opportunity for this individual. And those great conversations will lead to opportunities for all of us as we develop talent in the future. But you got to start networking. And if there's one thing I encourage, it's the networking piece that will make you go from just another employee to the differentiation. Maria and I have had plenty of right?
Yeah, we have.
We've had plenty of conversations, and we've got on the phone and we talk, hey, what's going on with you? And she'll share and I'll share, and what are you struggling with? This is what I'm struggling with. And I would tell you, we walk off the phone and I'm
feeling better.
I feel great. I'm
Plus
inspired.
she's really cool.
I'm inspired. She, hopefully I'm inspiring her.
Of course you are.
But the ability for us to really connect, and I would tell you, I have no hesitation picking up the phone. And I think that's what I'm encouraging all of you to do is, start, we were told we're great communicators being Hispanic. Let's use it and leverage it as we move forward.
Yeah, go ahead, Genesis.
Sorry. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Genesis Alvarez. I work at Dominion Energy as an electrical engineer. So my question is, for those first-generation Latinos going from engineering or that individual contributor into the leadership role, what advice would you give them if they're facing like imposter syndrome or maybe haven't built that confidence yet to get into that leadership role?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah.
It's great. I'll start with that. I mean, I think first and foremost, you have to, whatever your specialty is, if it's in policy or if it's engineering, or you have to know it. You have to know it well. And it seems obvious, but that's where you're going to get your confidence from. That you spent 4 or 5 or 6 years or 8 years in the beginning of your career really honing your craft. I think that one will take care of a lot of the confidence that you may have. I think two is, working in an organization where you feel like you can speak up. That's not true of every organization. I've been fortunate in all the organizations I've been in. If I was a manager, director, vice president, senior vice president, I've always had an opportunity to speak up. And then third, I think, is we're all going to have doubts. That's not limited to us as first generation. So have a mentor, and it doesn't have to be someone within your field. It could be outside your field. It could be a friend. It could be someone that you could talk to about work and say, I said something, or I don't feel confident about this, or I need help working through this meeting coming up because I know I have to speak up. I think we all need that. And I think what ends up happening is, especially most Latinos, we feel like bootstraps. We have to do it our own. We have to prove ourselves. Yes, you do, but you have a network. You have a support system. You already have that. You should lean on that, and I would highly recommend that.
Go ahead.
The one thing that I would encourage all of you is to do a little bit of a SWOT analysis on yourself. And that SWOT analysis helps you identify what your great strengths are, what those opportunities, and where you need to improve. And that would also tell you to be patient. Because I think if you just join an organization right out of college and you think that you're going to move in 1, 2, or 3 years to the next level, I think that you need to kind of just learn, soak it in, learn. And, I have a son who does investment banking in Chicago, and he says, Dad, I'm quitting my job. Okay, you just started there 6 months ago. He goes, I hate it. I go, why do you hate it? Because I haven't been promoted. I said, you only been there 6 months. So what does he do? At the 8th month, he quits.
Oh, no.
And he says, Dad, I'm going to find another job. I said, okay. 3 months later, I said, Chris, how's it going? Well, Dad, I can't find a job. I go, but you said it was easy. And I said, so I gave him the advice. Here's the advice I gave him. I said, when you join the next organization, you must be willing to be patient you need to get to know people. You need to know the business in and out. And most importantly is you need to be able to take feedback. 2 years later, he gets a promotion and he says, Dad, I got promoted. And I said, so you're not quitting? He says, no. I said, good. I said, but that patience basically is be patient, but get to soak it all in. Because if you think you're going to move in very up, look, we didn't get here overnight, and all of us have gone through bumps, but take time to really understand who you are and what's the great strength that you bring, but also where those opportunities are for you as an individual, and we all have them. You just got to refine them.
Diana.
And I'll be brief. I know we're pushing up on time, but just echo, it's not a radical idea, but the power of mentorship in particular. Yes, finding somebody who may quote unquote look like you, but also have the same values as you, that you can see yourself trying to adopt. Maybe not every single component of their career history, but pieces of it, and not being afraid. And this is coming from the perspective of seeing hundreds of college students go through our internship program. The ones that really walk away with really robust experiences went out and found. I think, Carlos, you mentioned not being afraid or waiting for somebody to create the program or come to you and say, would you like a mentor? Can I be your mentor? But really going out and searching for what you're looking for, because it's not ready-made for a lot of folks, especially first generation or anybody, really.
Yeah, and the thing that I would add is, leadership is something that you don't have to lead people necessarily to be a leader. I mean, I think leading people is it's really special. It's a great thing to do. And it's really important that you figure out if you're prepared, if this is the right time, but you have to believe in yourself and you have to advocate for yourself. And I think if that's your calling, is that what you want to do, try not to put your imposter syndrome, kind of say, go to sleep and just do it, because we all have it. I mean, I think we could be sitting here and, I could say that, I still have it sometimes, that, because you achieved a certain place in your career, that doesn't mean that you don't doubt yourself sometimes. But I think you just have to say, I can do this, I'm good at what I do, and you have people that you can rely on, exactly what everyone else said, that, that will tell you, go for it, and give you some good advice. Yeah, go ahead.
They give me a few minutes. So Margarita Vila, I work for Constellation Senior Design Engineer, and I'm here just like Joe said. I was here because an organization came to my school and talked about energy. So my question here is probably Diana or Maria. What can we do? We have here a lot of presence online of all these energy companies. What can we do to collaborate and work with HACU?
I'm glad they gave you
to
some
widening
minutes.
that entry point for Hispanics in the energy sector. So give us a call to actions for the companies here and the companies watching.
Absolutely. So I mentioned some of our energy corporate partners that we have currently, and they're quite big, but I know there are a lot of small businesses in the room that we can be flexible in how we engage. Our engagement looks different. We are familiar with navigating MOUs. We have one with the Department of Energy and Hispanics in Energy. The Hispanics in Energy MOU has been very fruitful and provided a lot of connections. To bring Dominion back to the conversation, to do what we do with Dominion, which is you do what you do best, and we do what we do best in terms of being the connector. Department of Energy, we'd love to see some momentum there with that MOU and get connected to bring our HSIs facing. So I would say just reach out. We have a wonderful development and advancement student programs team that can be responsive to what your company has to offer and what your company is looking for.
Yeah, and I think the final thing that I would say is our partnership with HACU was very tailored to what we wanted. Obviously, we have an investment, but it doesn't have to be, you just have to, you can work with Kathy and her team and the HACU team to really shape it on what the needs of the company are. But, you know, if you can do something with high school students to really get them engaged to go to college and seek a career in energy, I think that's a gap that we definitely, I think as an industry, we need to fill. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
You guys knocked it out of the park. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just going to introduce everybody. Yeah, you can, I'll get up here. You can take
Perfect.
William, do you want a water?
I'd like to ask our final panelists to make their way to the stage.
Okay, if we can please have our panelists for this final session make their way to the stage. Thank you.
Come on up, please. So good afternoon, everybody. We're going to start our final session of the conference. This is Energy Trade Association Roundtable. I'm going to introduce our panelists very briefly. You know, I got to say, when I was putting together their bios that I'm about to, speak on, I was incredibly impressed. This was a really highly qualified group of folks. So first off, I'm going to introduce our moderator, William Mojica. William serves as Senior Vice President, Technical Services and Asset Risk Management at NiSource. He's going to be the moderator for today's panel. We have Amanda Eversole. She's the Executive Vice President and Chief Advocacy Officer at the American Petroleum Institute, where she leads the federal government relations, state government relations, and external mobilization departments and the organization's overall advocacy efforts. She joined API in 2018 as Chief Operating Officer, and she previously served as Managing Director and Head of Public Affairs at JP Morgan Chase. We also have Karen Harbert, excuse me. She's the President and Chief Executive Officer of the American Gas Association. Prior to joining AGA, she was the President and Chief Executive Officer of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's Global Energy Institute. She is an appointed member of the National Petroleum Council and is a former Assistant Secretary for Policy and International Affairs at the U.S. Department of Energy. I guess you're back home. and our third panelist is Sherry Gibbons. Sherry is the President and CEO of the Smart Electric Power Alliance. She previously served as Vice President of U.S. Policy and Regulatory Strategy at National Grid. They're a clean energy company serving more than 20 million customers in Massachusetts and New York. And earlier in her career, she was an attorney for the Public Utility Commission of Texas, the Texas Workforce Commission, and the Texas Legislature. Thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you so much. As mentioned, my name is William Mojica. I'm the Senior Vice President with NiSource of Technical Services and Asset Risk Management. I get to moderate the powerhouse today. So Carrie and I were talking a little bit, and there's some really good discussions I think you guys are going to enjoy today. Well, I want to begin by telling you a little bit about NiSource, and I know you've heard about NiSource before, but I can't help myself but tell you that, as always, it's very, very important. Rosalva this morning did a phenomenal job just talking to us about the communities we serve. We serve 6 different states, approximately 4 million customers, both gas and electric. About 3.3 million of those customers are gas. And it's really something that we take a lot of pride and joy in. As Carlos mentioned earlier on, last year we came here, I met Jose, and we said, hey, we're going to make a bigger commitment to bring more individuals to the table so that as we go back into those communities we serve, we can really have a bigger impact. This year we have 11 employees from NiSource that are participating in Hispanics in Energy. So really, really good year for us. I want to thank Jose and I want to thank Carlos because that's a partnership that's really made its way down into our company. So real quick, round of applause for them. I'll tell you, I had the opportunity to sit down with Jose earlier this week, and we talked a little bit about the vision of Hispanics in Energy and how that's come together working with Carlos. And I can't help but think that right before this session, we were talking about what can we do to make a difference. And those are the things that we need to do as companies to make a difference. If this conference ends and we go back to our jobs tomorrow and we don't stay in contact and we don't make those decisions that need to be made for what we do every single day, we're not really going to make that progress. So I want to encourage that, and I think that's a great example of where we've seen it work. You know, the CEO Roundtable, as we were thinking about it, is really centered around addressing some of the top issues that we face as an industry. It's an opportunity to hear from some of the executives within the industry that are really making a difference. It's my pleasure to introduce to you 3 remarkable women who are frankly trailblazers in their respective fields. It's often been said that leaders have followers. You have to have followers if you're going to be a leader. And there's no doubt in my mind that our country's energy is following these leaders to understand and support how we tackle energy challenges in the future. Their passion ignites both inspiration and sets the tone for visionary leadership. All 3 of our panelists today had tremendous careers. You'll hear a little bit more about that here in just a minute, which have and will continue to have lasting impacts for the oil, gas, and electric industries. As mentioned, Karen Harper serves as the president and CEO of the American Gas Association, founded in 1918. AGA represents more than 200 local energy utility companies that deliver gas to more than 187 million Americans nationwide. Amanda Eversole is the Executive Vice President and Chief Advocacy Officer for the American Petroleum Institute. API represents all segments of America's oil and natural gas industry. Its nearly 600 members produce, process, and distribute most of the nation's energy. And Sherry Givens serves as the President and CEO of Smart Electric Power Alliance, SEPA, who is dedicated on helping electric power stakeholders address the most important issues they encounter as they pursue carbon-free electricity by serving as a trusted partner, providing education, research, standards, and collaboration. Please join me in welcoming these extraordinary women. So I'd like to start with Karen. We'll start right in the middle. And I'm going to ask Karen to tell us a little bit about herself, and then also tell us a little bit about the American Gas Association, Karen.
Thanks, William, and thank you for agreeing to moderate this panel. I promise we're a little outnumbered. You're a little outnumbered, but we'll make it.
Thank you.
Jose, thank you for inviting us back in, and thank you for being a great partner to the industry and to AJ in particular, so we're quite proud of our partnership. And it's good to see you in this event. And I'm glad you're live streaming it all over. So I think that's exciting. And that's a lesson we've learned from you. So we're going to be doing the same thing. So thank you for that. Look, I'm going to do it in reverse order. Just a little bit about AGA and the industry first, and then a couple of personal notes. As you mentioned, and by the way, we've been growing. So if you know nothing about the industry, we are growing, we're investing, and we're innovating. And you mentioned 187 million Americans. Right now it's 189 million Americans because we added 2 million new customers since the last time we did our statistics. So 189 million Americans use natural gas in their homes every day. That's more people, for context, than voted in the last presidential election. So we've got a constituency that really likes our product, and we're quite proud of that. We are in all 50 states. We are in almost every community in America. We live and work in the communities in which we serve, and we're proud of that. 5.7 million businesses depend on us every day, and we employ over 4 million people in our industry. I think that number is really important because it might seem small, but these are really good paying, life-sustaining, family-sustaining jobs. And they're in the communities in which people have grown up. And it means that these jobs are available to people so they don't have to move, and they can stay with their friends and their families and in their communities in which they grew up. And I think that's a really important, particularly for folks that have a constituent, that have a relationship with their communities, and it is an opportunity. So why are we at 189 million Americans? Because natural gas is very affordable. It's the most affordable way to heat your home, and affordability matters. We're looking at high inflation, we're looking at the price of milk, the price of cars, the price of everything but energy going up. The price right now of natural gas is the lowest it's been in recent history, and that's keeping utility bills very low. So if you are a family and you have natural gas in your home, you're saving about $1,000. Which is money you can use for rent, mortgage, medicine, education, whatever might be the priority. And we work very hard 365 days a year to keep that price low. The other thing to think about is that we are very reliable. We have seen, unfortunately, a number of significant and extreme weather events, whether it be the hottest day of July the 27th of this year or the coldest day, which was January the 15th of this year. And on those 2 days, the hottest day of last year and the coldest day of this year, we didn't lose a customer. We kept people warm, allowing them to cook their food, allowing them to turn on their fireplace, and that's really important. So we're life-sustaining energy, and we are energy of choice. We enjoy about a 75% approval rating. You're like, well, why are you only at a C+, right? Well, that's because 12% of America has never heard of natural gas. So I'm going to tack those 12 on as our supporters if they knew about us. So we're really, really an A- or a B+. So that's something, that's about passing grade in any college, right? The other thing to think about is what we are doing for the environment. Every one of our member companies have made a commitment to reduce their emissions. We've reduced our emissions in the industry 60%, and we're not done. And we're going to get that other 40%, whether it's 2040, 2050, right. But we are developing the technologies that are allowing us to do that and do it on behalf of our customers because they want a lower carbon footprint. We are also trying to infiltrate in a positive way the communities in which we serve, providing that backbone because we know how important in a weather event it is to be there when they need us most. And so if we have an event, we are able to call upon our member companies in other parts of the state or other parts of the country to come in and help us to restore that much needed essential energy. The one thing I'll say is we feel that we are enabling a better tomorrow because of that affordable energy, that reliable energy. We are attracting new industries from all over the world to move to America because of our energy profile. And that's a good thing. Those are opportunities, good paying jobs all across America. Whether it's advanced manufacturing, batteries, chips, whatever it might be. It could be petrochemicals. You're looking at what's happening in Europe. Many of the industries in Europe are moving here to America because we have affordable, reliable energy. And we're proud of that. And I know every one of our 50 states is in competition with one another, but one of the most attractive things for economic development officers is energy. And we're also proud of that. So I know we're going to have an opportunity to talk about lots of things, but I just want to end on a personal note. I was born in Latin America. I was born in Argentina to American parents, so I'm not Latina. But I grew up in Latin America. My first language was Spanish. And I've spent half of my career in Latin America. And I had no appreciation towards the beginning of my career of how important energy is to the economic development of a country. We take it for granted here in this country. We expect the lights to go on when you go to the light switch. We expect our homes to be warm. And what I came after 10 years of working at the Agency for International Development all over the world, but in Latin America, is that there's a bright dividing line between the developed and the developing country, and it starts with energy. And why is that? If you can keep the lights on, if you can actually have energy in your community, you keep the lights on. And that means people can study. Girls and boys can study at night. Crime goes down. That means that people are safer at home. Industries can flourish. Jobs can flourish. Women can go to work. And that really is a fundamental difference in the developing world. And as we go through this energy journey, I call it the energy evolution rather than transition, having energy available to the developing world in Latin America, in Asia, in Africa will be very important. And the American energy industry is going to be fundamental to achieving that all over the world. The liquefied natural gas exports, that we are now exporting more natural gas now than any other country, is going to afford people all around the world the opportunity to get out of energy poverty and poverty in general. And so everything that you're doing, while it might be in your community, actually we're enabling a tectonic change for the world, and you should be really proud about that. Thanks, William.
Karen, thank you so much. Sherry, let me go to you.
Well, thank you, Jose, and thank you for Hispanics in Energy for this invitation. I'm so happy to partner with you. I mean, this is a new partnership for us at Smart Electric Power Alliance, so delighted to be here, and thank you for your leadership and moderating this panel. So I'll go reverse order. I'll actually talk about my background because it actually leads to why I am where I am today, especially for those new in career. Open doors, walk through them, embrace opportunities. That's kind of how I came about to the role that I'm in currently today. By way of background, I've been in the energy industry for over 20 years. And I know it doesn't look like it because I started when I was a baby. However, that said, one of my first jobs was an attorney in the legislature, and then I had the opportunity to work as an attorney at the Public Utility Commission of Texas, which was really important to me to learn about energy regulation and policy. So I'm a policy nerd by choice. I'm an attorney by education. I did that for a number of years. Then I went into the workforce initiatives, which was really important, thinking about how are we going to employ people? How are we going to get them everything that they need to develop professionally, whether it's childcare or any kind of temporary assistance or unemployment insurance, really ensuring people can get back into the workforce. From there, I went back to the energy industry, and I had the honor of serving as the public counsel, the utility consumer advocate for the state of Texas. So I actually represented customers and utility proceedings before the courts, before the legislature, and my favorite role in that job was actually getting in my truck, because I lived in Texas, driving across the great state of Texas and listening to people and understanding their journey with energy, understanding the importance of it, understanding the cost of it, understanding that they could actually, make their homes more efficient, they could weatherize their homes, they could shop for new providers, and of course that's a Texas thing. But that to me was really important, just understanding people's journey in energy. From there, I had a consulting business. I worked with the alphabet soup of all my friends over here in the trade association, but it was really about education, educating customers, educating consumers, educating the greater public about the importance of energy. And then finally, just before joining SEPA, I worked at an investor-owned utility in the Northeast that served 20 million customers. I worked on regulatory strategy and policy across Massachusetts, New York, and Rhode Island, Texan and New England, by the way. And I loved it. It was a great opportunity to, again, to understand people, where they are, what they're doing, and what their focus is when it comes to energy. All that's to be said is that that's why I'm at the Smart Electric Power Alliance today, because I have that background. I have that understanding. And if you're not familiar with SEPA, we are a small, nonprofit, 501c3 organization. We're not a trade association. We're not a lobbying group. We're here actually to inform and educate and design frameworks and guidelines for the greater energy industry. We have 1,100 members. Yes, that's right, 1,100 members. And it is utilities. So we have investor-owned utilities, we have public power, we have electric co-ops. But in addition to that, we have corporate members. These are corporate members like Amazon and Schneider Electric and Microsoft that are on the cutting edge of the clean energy transition, working with utility partners, working with regulators, working with consumer advocates. Those are also our members, consumer advocates, the state energy offices, and the utility commissions. So for us, it's about being the big tent, the big table, having everyone come and talk about solutions to get to a carbon-free energy system. I've got 2 kids. For me, climate change is everything. It is the main issue of our day, and we've got to do something about it. So that's why I'm so excited to be with SEPA, and I'm really excited to be here to share about workforce initiatives today. So thank you.
Sherry, thank you so much. Amanda, I'll go to you.
Well, great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to join this very distinguished panel. And Jose was one of my first friends when I came to this industry just 5 years ago. And also Elia has been not only a colleague, but a friend as well. And I just want to sort of zoom out for a moment. API, the American Petroleum Institute, since we're all talking about how many members we represent 600 companies ranging from global large multinational companies like Exxon and Chevron and ConocoPhillips to very small mom and pop organizations. In fact, the balance, almost 500 of our 600 members are service and supply technology companies who really help find solutions to core problems, things where innovation and technology have allowed this industry to fundamentally change and evolve. And I think when people say to me, gosh, you went from banking to energy, why? Fundamentally, I think of myself as a problem solver. And I actually remember sitting in my high school graduation and the speaker talked about that my generation at the time would have not just 5 different jobs, but 5 different entire careers. And I think that's so interesting when we talk about workforce, because for me, energy was a very different part of my career. I've only been in this business for 5 years. Both have forgotten more than what I've done. But the important part of that, though, is that this notion of innovation and problem solving, solving some of the world's biggest challenges like climate change, is what called me to service in this industry. And I'm so incredibly proud to have the opportunity not just to be here with you today, but to represent the men and women, nearly 11 million Americans who have the ability to participate in the oil and gas industry. And it's not, and as Karen said, these are great jobs. They pay a lot of money. They give the opportunity for not only economic stability, but for generational transformation, the dignity of work, right? The ability to really be part of something. And at the end of the day, energy is one of those few things that the world cannot live without. There are 750 million people on this planet that don't have access to affordable, reliable, consistent, or cleaner energy. They don't have access to electricity at all. And so Karen's totally right, we take in this country so much for granted, and we at API just have unveiled an advertising campaign, and Karen talked about it, called Lights On Energy. And because people, when they flip the switch, they often don't think about where did that come from. It just comes. Mm-hmm. And then when it doesn't, man, it's like a real problem. How am I going to charge my cell phone? What am I going to do? But it's important that we educate ourselves, because with education comes empowerment. And there is a lot of information now that tries to help skew your feelings about things. You know, if you listen to some folks, you would be told that oil and gas is bad and we should stop using it forever. I don't believe that. And what we're trying to do with Lights On Energy is to help explain the facts. The facts about how our energy system works, the facts about how American energy independence, our ability to produce here in the United States, makes us safer. I'm a military spouse. My husband is United States Navy, retired now. But I know the sacrifices that the men and women in uniform of our country do for us each and every day. And we are the envy of the world as it relates to energy resources. Jose knows this. And we have to protect that. You can't just say we want to do something else when it's not possible from an engineering perspective. Again, that trilemma that Karen also talked about, affordable, reliable, and cleaner. We can do that. But we have to focus on doing it, and we have to do it in a way that that preserves an intellectual integrity, where we're actually talking to each other and helping one another understand what's really going on, and then focusing on being part of the solution. I'm also the mother of 2 girls, 4 and 8, and I look in their eyes and I see the future. And I feel accountability for that future. And I'm just so delighted to have the opportunity to be with this distinguished group today. Thanks, William.
Amanda, Karen, Sherry, thank you so much. I want to get right into the questions and also leave a little bit of time at the end so that we can have our audience ask any questions that might come up. So Karen, Sherry, I'm going to start with both of you. The utility energy companies have historically lacked diversity. We've talked about that today. Do you have any insight on how companies can bolster and expedite efforts to promote greater inclusion within their organizations? So maybe, Karen, I'll start with you.
Sure. Well, it starts at the very beginning, at the risk of stating the obvious, which you have to be a place where people can envision themselves working, right? And so that means setting the table at the beginning about why we are the important and essential industry that we are. And I think it starts with really reframing what the utility industry, I mean, everybody, of the new generation thinks we're, your grandfather's utility, we're the fossil fuel industry. That's not someplace I can envision myself. And that's so far from the truth. I mean, the innovation that Amanda referenced that has transformed our entire energy landscape from imports to exports. It took 35 years to get cell phones from the size of suitcases to put in your pocket. We did this in less than 10. So the amount of innovation, the pace of change, the cool stuff that we are making, delivering, and transforming, that's where people want to go. And we've got to really get that story out. We have an operations and exhibition conference where we invite vendors from all over the world to come and show their cool stuff. And when we have this conference and it floats around the country, we invite high school students, we invite college students, we invite community college students and say, can you imagine flying that drone for this company? If you can, you've got a job with this company. And so making it real and tangible and personal, I think, is really important. The other thing is you've got to be active in their communities. I mean, we are in every community in America, and making you attractive to the people that live there. But it's not a linear journey. It has to be authentic. It can't be check the box. This is how many percentage of Hispanics or African Americans or whatever might be your metric. Nobody believes that. Nobody wants to hear your statistics. They want you to be authentic. They want you to be right there with them, meeting them where they are and inviting them in to your business. We want you. It's not that you're going to fulfill my statistic. Yeah. And I think they can really honestly feel that. So we partner with community colleges. We actually have a lot of interns, both at AGA, but certainly at our member utilities, inviting them to come in at different skill levels. Not everybody needs a 4-year degree. We have lots of jobs at the 2-year degree, but we want to get more people in mid-level management on their way up to VP and ultimately to the C-suite. So getting them to envision that path, so that on the previous panel, he said he didn't get promoted, so I quit my job in 6 months. You got to give them that line of sight that actually you may be here at the beginning, but think of what you could be in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. This can be a career that is life-changing, but having them see that.
Yeah, I love that, Karen. We're seeing that in our college campuses when we're recruiting. When we start our conversations, we often hear, I don't know about gas, tell me more. And once we tell them the type of work that's out there and the technology they get to work with, there's excitement. We can see it in their eyes. Oftentimes that leads to a hire. It leads to someone that's willing to stay in the industry quite a bit of time. Sherry, love to hear from you as well.
Yeah, I would say many of the frameworks that we use at SEPA are actually utilized by our member companies across the board. It starts at the top. You have to be inclusive. You have to be intentional. When you do your outreach, when you're trying to recruit new members, you have to think about job descriptions. A lot of times we've found that if you word a job description a certain way, people won't apply. I mean, we know as women, if we don't check all 10 boxes, we're not going to apply for that job. We find that with people of color, people of global majority as well. We have to be really intentional when we do those job descriptions. We also have to train our hiring managers to be intentional in hiring the diverse talent to really help create that pipeline. So we've done a lot of that within our organization and also in our conversations with other organizations. It could also start being tied to KPIs, key performance indicators. As CEO of an organization, when I started at SEPA over a year ago, one of the things I decided was, I know you said don't talk about percentages, but for me it was like I wanted to talk about percentages because I wanted to see increases in diversity and inclusivity within my organization. So I actually tied my CEO KPIs and the organization's KPIs to ensure we had a more diverse workforce. Just over the past year alone, we've seen an 8% increase in diversity within our own workforce. We've grown from an organization of 48 people to an organization of 66, and we're growing more. So again, for those that are in the clean energy industry and are looking for opportunities, come to sepapower.org. We're always hiring. We're looking for great talent. We've got a wonderful mission. We've got a vision. We've got a great membership, and we're really intentional about our hiring, much like our members are.
I might just add that I love the accountability point, right? The metrics are about accountability, and it's, to Karen's point, it's not about box checking, right? It's really meaning it. It's understanding that there's a business case for diversity in businesses, right? It's not just, well, I'm feeling political pressure. Somebody told me I needed to have this percentage. It's because you get better business outcomes, period. And we need to really understand that and believe it. But if you can see it, then you can be it. And it's helping people understand, gosh, for somebody like me, wow, I can go fly a drone. I can do that. I could be the CEO.
That's right.
But we know, the data shows that for women and people of color in particular, you have to be, in some cases, asked or told. This is also true in running for political office, right? Some people just say, great, I check one of those 10 boxes, good, I'm gonna go give it a shot and see what happens. I know for me, I would have to be like, well, there was an 11th box that nobody talked about. Maybe I should add that and see if they're okay with it. And at some point, it's about making sure that the systems that you have don't have some sort of bias built into the system. Why do you need a 4-year degree? That was, it used to be that was just a sorting mechanism, so you would reduce the resume pile. But if you're routinely discounting certain people or certain groups, then you need to look in the mirror and say, why am I doing that? And these are really hard questions, but if there's a real, genuine commitment, you got to measure it, and you got to hold people accountable, including yourself. But it's going to create better business outcomes.
And I just want to add like a personal story on that. We had created a new position for a director of energy, equity, and inclusion because we saw equity has to underlie every project, every publication, every piece of work, every stakeholder engagement that we do. We posted this position, we sought external candidates, we brought in external candidates. Nobody was quite hitting the bill. I had a young woman in my organization, a woman of color, and I encouraged her because we had these conversations. She actually worked in the South Pacific Islands, working with chieftains and women who led councils, having these conversations about solar development. And I said, why don't you apply for this director position? And she's like, oh, because I don't think that's me. And I said, but you've done this. And just the light, her face, she just lit up. She just knew right then and there that it was her opportunity. It was her time to shine. And she stepped into that role. And she's been in it for about 6 months now. And she is just a rocket ship. She's doing such a great job in it. So it's women, it's people of color, it's all of us coming together, mentoring, sponsoring, pushing, edging. Look for those pushers in your life. They're out there.
Thank you, Sherry. We talked about sponsorship a little bit earlier on, and I think that's a great example of that. Amanda, I want to switch over to you. The next question is really, as we welcome diverse talent into our organizations, it's equally crucial to prioritize the development of that talent within our workforce. Can you offer maybe some insight to this group into the programs you believe are successful in cultivating and nourishing leadership opportunities within diverse employees?
Yeah, that's a great question. So a lot of our companies have ERGs, or employee resource groups. And one of the insights that we had at API was that there's so much instinct to just let me go create another thing, and then you have another thing, and then somebody wants to create another thing, and then you have lots of things. But employee resource groups are really interesting because you take, it's a platform for community within bigger organizations. Well, we thought we have a lot of member companies. Why don't we connect the ERGs? Not to create another thing, but to give a greater sense of community for ERG leadership. And so just this week, our Hispanic ERGs across all of our member companies met. And what happens when these folks get together, it's like magic, because they say, oh my gosh, you have that problem? How do you handle it? Oh wait, I did this. We did this cool program. It was super great. And so rather than trying to be limited by the creativity of your organization, you get to say, wow, this worked for us. And so it's a form of best practice sharing. It costs us no money. But it also says to those ERG leaders who tend to be sort of mid-level leadership, you've got a future. And also it broadens the community in energy, which says, look, there are a lot of people sharing your similar challenges that are trying to solve problems, and it's a really great feeling. And so building that sense of community is really important. We also invest in a lot of things to make sure that we have that talent pipeline that really understands the benefits and future in oil and natural gas. And so, for example, we have a program called Skills Ready that's in the Houston area. Skills Ready helps identify either high school graduates or mid-career transitioners, and it's about getting that basic core skill set to get a shot at getting the job. And it's the belief if you can get a shot, then you can get more skills and you can move up the ladder. And we've proven that to be so. But the way we recruit in particular is to make sure we've got a very diverse representation of participants, and we have had an amazing success with that. I'll just end by saying we also work with MSIs across the country, minority-serving institutions, to make sure that API has a global industry services group. We oversee standards and certifications to ensure that our industry is safe all around the world. And we give those standards away to 17 MSIs across the country because we want to give those students a leg up. When they come to work for our industry the first day, we don't want them to be learning about safety that first day. We want them to be ahead of the class. And that's incredibly important. And it's just, we looked at ourselves and said, what assets do we have that we can help move people closer to the starting line, knowing that not everybody starts from a point of equity. And it's been wildly successful.
Amanda, thank you so much. This next question, Karen, I'm going to turn to you, and I've had the pleasure really to watch Karen answer a very similar question in many different forms. You do such a great job every year at NiSource. We look at the playbook that American Gas Association puts together that really highlights not only what we're doing as an industry, but it highlights the progress we're making and the things we still need to do for the future. So, Karen, I want to ask you this. Amidst the global transition of renewable energy, how do you support companies in actively contributing and navigating the shift towards cleaner energy sources? And what do you perceive to be the greatest challenge that we're going to see in the future as we move forward with it?
Sure, William, thank you. And I've also seen you answer a lot of these questions, and you do a great job. So I'll try and match you. I started the beginning of the conversation with we are investing, we're growing, and we're innovating. And the innovating is where I'd like to focus just a couple of thoughts here. Everybody has said if you're not changing, you're dead. So the industry continues to evolve every day with just amazing transformations, and we're never going to be done. That's why I call it the energy evolution. For me, a transition, there's a beginning and an end. And I think we're going to continue to evolve forever. Getting better and better, continuous improvement is what we're all about, right? So as I think about it, we are right now, we have reduced our emissions, but we are the backup for renewable power. If you want more wind and solar, we should have more wind and solar. But if the wind isn't going to operate or the sun isn't going to operate until we have large-scale batteries, we are the backup. And we're proud of that, right? I mean, we are building the infrastructure to be able to be that backstop when we're needed the most. We are investing in renewable natural gas, so that is solving a big problem. Whether it's capturing methane, which is what natural gas is, from a poultry farm, a dairy farm, and increasingly important landfills. Now, our biggest economic competitor today is China, and it will be that way for the foreseeable future. In our economic standoff with China, China is no longer taking our trash. So our landfills are filling up. That's a big problem. America produces a lot of trash. So we have gone to all the landfills and saying, we can capture your methane, which is a big problem for them. We can clean it up and put it into our system. So solving bigger problems is what we see ourselves as. How can we enable the evolution? How can we enable more renewables? How can we solve methane from landfills, dairy farms? We're going to have a whole lot more farmers in this country because we're producing a lot more fertilizer and 2 billion people are coming onto the planet between now and 2050. How can this industry help solve that problem? Well, we're producing the cleanest fertilizer than we ever have. The fertilizer industry has moved from Europe to here. So we are providing them with cleaner sources for the fertilizer. So really thinking bigger. And the other point I'd like to make is that management doesn't know it all, right? And that's true at AGA, it's true at your companies. And I know just the current chair of the AGA board was just addressing the AGA staff earlier this week, and he made a really interesting point that you just made, Sherry, which is, I came in and to a certain job, he wasn't the chairman and CEO at that point, and I'm looking at some of the KPIs, and we had like the lowest level of customer satisfaction in the entire state. Everybody hated us. He's like, but why? I mean, we're such a good company. And he's sitting there, and it was his problem to solve, and he's like, well, I don't know. So he pulled people from all over the organization and said, you are now sort of, my tribal council, and tell me why everybody hates us. And they're like, really? Are you sure? Well, we're doing this. And he's like, we're doing what? And he's learning, and he's like, we've got to change this, and it's not going to change overnight, just like the KPIs don't change overnight. But now they are either number 1, number 2, or number 3 every year, because they really changed how they address the customer concerns. And taking a page from that book, I've done the same thing at AGA, and we have people from different levels because we want their employee experience to be better at AGA. So what's your pain point? Well, I mean, an example of this pre-COVID was that the lady who's in charge of contracts was walking around AGA getting people to manually sign the contracts approvals. Like, what happens if Sherry's on vacation? Well, then we gotta wait till Sherry comes back to be able to get this contract signed. I was like, that is a pain point. You're just walking around the office and nobody's there. DocuSign. I mean, that sounds very novel, but solving problems. You don't know that there's a problem on the front line. If you have a pain point, figure out how to make that go up to management. Your experience will be better, and they can actually solve a problem. So management doesn't know it all. Innovation is the future. Be bold. This is the slogan that we have, and then I'll be quiet. It's be proud of what you do every day, because you are in a life-essential saving industry, a life-saving industry. Be bold in your vision, so speak up within your companies and come up with solutions for your management, and be loud. And be loud in an appropriate way, right? It is be loud in saying, I've got an idea. They may take it or leave it, but you've spoken up, and be bold in the way you think.
Karen, thank you so much. It inspires me, as I mentioned at the beginning, to hear you talk us through this. Amanda, I want to turn over to you because I know API is doing a significant amount around this area, and I'm going to coin that term, Karen, rather than renewable energy transition, renewable energy evolution. So, Amanda, tell us a little bit. What are you guys doing at API with respect to this question?
Yeah, the notion that, the oil and gas industry is part of something that's going away as it relates to sort of being part of a climate-friendly, addressing climate change head-on. We are core to that solution. And what I get back to sort of my personal story here. To me, this is one of the fundamental questions of our time. And I wanted to be part of an industry that has the capacity to optimize molecules in a way that we really can bend the curve. And Karen mentioned it earlier, but the switching from coal to natural gas is the single biggest reason on the planet that we've seen emissions decline, record levels. But yet at the same time, we are using more coal last year in 2023 than in the history of the world. We will use more coal in 2024 than in the history of the world. And the reason why is that we don't have infrastructure solutions. We need to be able to build pipelines, and we need to make sure that we have a rational energy policy that allows us to do all three things that we need to do: affordable, reliable, and cleaner. And so API has a climate action framework in which we identify very specific policies across all parts of the value chain. But the bottom line for today is that we're part of the solution, and we're committed to making sure that this planet is going to be in a better place for our children and for our grandchildren. And I have 100% faith that this industry can do just that.
Karen, Amanda, thank you so much. I want to go to one more question. And really, Sherry, I'm going to start with you, and we're going to go straight down the line. And then I want to open it up for questions from the audience. The concept of economic inclusion has been gaining traction. We've been talking about this all day. We understand that serving our communities is essential to all of us. What do you believe are some of the effective practices to engage or support our communities, particularly those with a significant Hispanic population? So, Sherry, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think it's important that we are serving all of our communities, but more importantly, that we're going and listening to them and understanding what their struggles are and understanding what solutions they might have to offer. I mean, one of the things that I learned when I was a consumer advocate, you don't go in with all the solutions. You have them in your back pocket in case they don't have them, but it's really important to go in and listen. We've done a number of initiatives with some of our members going out and talking to community-based organizations, understanding and listening to them about equity, what they see in their communities on a daily basis, what they're living through. So for us, it's all about engaging and listening and making sure that all the voices are heard. And we do this regularly. Even in our own membership, we're not just a utility organization. We have utilities, corporations, energy offices, regulators, policymakers, and the like. For us, it's about understanding everybody's journey and what their understanding of equity is. As I mentioned, the work that we do, equity is at the heart of all of it. That's why I did hire the Director of Energy Equity. And our focus is really ensuring that we're 2 to 5 years ahead of what our members are thinking about. We want to make sure that we know what's on the precipice, what's going to ensure that energy evolution. And by the way, we have an Energy Evolution Summit at the end of April, so we got that hashtag pretty quick, pretty spot on. So for us, it's all about resilience, it's about storage, it's about transportation, it's about emerging technologies, and it's about policy, really ensuring that the glide path is in place to effectively make sure that all of those technologies are able to go forward and help underserved communities, help communities that are really struggling to afford and struggling to understand, what energy means to them. So for us, it's all about, talking to those communities and understanding their walk with energy.
Thank you.
So maybe I'll start from a different standpoint. I think we've been impressing upon our members in the policy debate, which is fast and furious at the state level, at the community level, at the federal level, that 189 million Americans don't have a seat at this table. And we touch those 189 million Americans every day. And so it's really our obligation, our responsibility to bring their voice into the discussion. It's not just X utility wants Y. It's that these people are expecting this, they're needing this, they're wanting this, they deserve this. And really bringing those voices into the discussion and fairly representing them, which means you do have to listen, you have to be out in the communities, and you have to be willing to explain if you're going to be building a new pipeline or something of what that's going to do to the community. It can't be just top down. We're coming in, you need it. No. This is what it will empower and enable so that they can envision what the opportunities might be for them. So it's a two-way street. I think we really have to remember that. I think our industry, and I can just speak for mine, and we kept our heads down and just kind of moved through and everything was going to be fine. That's not the way the world works anymore with social media and tweeting and all of this. You really have to be in the conversation in an authentic way. And the other thing we have to recognize is that, our customers who are at the center of everything we do, have hit hardships, right? And so we have to be able to have the programs in place to ensure that they continue to enjoy and be able to have essential life-saving energy that natural gas delivers. And so working very hard with the federal government to ensure that we have LIHEAP money available and distributed out to the states, working with the states to make sure that we know where all of the community's resources are so that we can afford our customers the opportunity to look at different places for resources. But as my chairman said earlier this week, we really have to approach this with a very different way. Instead of saying this is a handout, it's a handout. And what that means is giving our customers, we all need help at some point, whatever it is in our personal life, our professional life, and not being afraid to ask for it. So being able to exist with dignity. And so what they've done at this company is that they don't go turn people off and then say, oh, by the way, here's a place where you could go to get some money to turn your utility back on. They see the problem early on and they're like, we see that this is struggling. Why don't we change the way that we structure your utility bill? And maybe it's $25 a month for the next 2 years, but you have your lights on, you have your heat on, and you're not having to go and ask for a handout. It's a hand up.
Love it.
Right. I might take just a slightly different turn as well. I associate myself with both of your comments. But I think about the economic opportunity as really a way to genuinely engage with communities. An economic opportunity may come in the form of a job. That's great. We've talked about workforce development. But economic opportunity also comes in the form of being able to do business with our member companies as well. Right? That provides pathways to an incredible amount of not only, if you're a small business owner, right, personal wealth for you and your family, but it also helps, it gets back to the core business case study, right? If we can have an ecosystem with a diverse set of suppliers that are helping solve problems that are quick and fast and innovative, and can do so in a way that meet our safety standards, that's a win-win. So API has been partnering with a firm called Blue Wave, and Blue Wave helps big companies, you guys know this, can be very hard to work with. Not because we're bad people, but because it's just, there's bureaucracy, just like in government. And so what Blue Wave does is help helps identify where there are gaps, whether it's in cybersecurity sophistication, whether it's understanding the language, having the right legal guidelines, the right insurance indemnifications, and helps them say, look, this is the way you got to do in order to do business with us. But on the other side of that could be a great contract. And so we've been able to work with companies and close thousands of gaps. And what that does, it gives people a fair shot, not a guaranteed outcome, but a fair shot to do business. And that economic opportunity, being able to, whether it's to do the catering or whether it's to really to do manufacture pipe for a pipeline, that opportunity to just give me a shot. I don't want a guaranteed outcome, but just give me a fair shot. To me, that's incredibly important, and we're going to continue to do everything in our power to make sure our supply chains from start to finish have that ability for everybody to have a shot at getting some of the business.
Sherry, Karen, Amanda, I want to thank you. I want to actually open it up for questions and leave a little bit of time for that. So if we have any questions, I'd ask you to step up to the mic and we'll take the first one.
Larry Glover.
Yeah. Is this it? Thank you. First is a confession. I actually got up here to be able to say that these three women are superstars in this industry. And they are three of my four favorite women in this industry. And if you know me, you know who the fourth one is.
You're married to her.
Yes.
We love you, and we love Paula.
Good job, Karen.
Paula Glover, your wife, is the president and CEO of the Alliance to Save Energy, and so energy efficiency is a big part of all of what we do. So we thank you for being married to her, and we love all the work that you're doing too.
Thank you. I married up. I'll live with that. But here's my question. CEWD over the last several weeks has been promoting this concept that they call sector engagement, which says it doesn't matter which sector of this industry you come in, whether it's oil and gas or whether it's renewables or the like, but the concept is if we allow people to come into this industry from a workforce standpoint, from an economic impact standpoint, there are opportunities. Once we get you under the tent, you can move it around the tent and in this industry, and that's what we're looking for when we're looking for this great expansion and the 23 million jobs that are going to be created in the next 10 years and all of that. My question for you, ladies, as leaders in your sector and in your industry, are there programs that you are implementing that will help to hold accountable your members of your companies so that they also buy into this sector engagement, so they're looking at black and brown communities and figuring out how do we get you in here from a workforce standpoint, how do we get you in here from a small business engagement standpoint? Are there things that you are doing that will drive that down and hold your members accountable for that sector engagement?
Sure, I'll give it a shot. We do have one, and thank you for the question, because I think it's right. Nobody today wants to, just join a company and stay there for the rest of their career, and just looking at it, that way. Some people do, but not everybody, right? I mean, we talked about you having 5 careers. There's probably even more for many parts of the younger generation. We have a program at AGA. It's called the Next Level Women's Leadership Program. So it's dedicated to women, and we invite the CEO to nominate as many people as they would like for this program. Normally it's, several. And these are leaders that they've identified that are mid-level management, but that really have, an exciting future. We don't tell them we want them from government affairs. We don't, we want it from the Office of Legal Counsel. So they look across, and we meet 3 times a year. And then we have an alumni program, and they meet virtually forever. So they've got like a cohort of people across the industry that they never would have met, but they meet, and it's somebody from the general counsel's office. It's somebody from the CFO's office. It's somebody that's, in engineering and design. It's somebody, and all of a sudden they can envision, like, there's a place in the general counsel's office for somebody like me. well, the general counsel's office saying, I would love to have an engineer in my office so I can figure out what all these contracts actually mean. And vice versa. And so all of a sudden they're envisioning themselves being able to move around, not only just the company, but in the industry. Well, maybe I want to move to Oregon. Well, I could go work at this company. I would be relevant in this part of the company. I'm not just pigeonholed, in the area in which I am. So the silos are what we're trying to break down, and then giving people the empowerment to be in a different part of the company, I think is really important, and ultimately a different part of the industry. If I'm a coder, I don't have to just be where I am. I can be in Amanda's companies, or I can be in Sherry's companies, and really taking the blinders off, breaking down those silos, and what we call breeding opportunity, because you've got to breed it. It doesn't just magically appear, at your doorstep.
And I'll just add, I actually brought something from one of our member companies when I came to SEPA. It's all about professional development plans and career pathing. So I tell every individual within my organization they need a professional development plan. I didn't know what that was before I worked for the investor-owned utility. Nobody had ever told me about that. So I have every person in my organization pick something that's going to make you better in your job today. Pick something that's going to make you better in your next job, whether it's within my organization or outside my organization, and then pick something that's just good for you, health-wise, mental, physical, whatever it is. That's your professional development plan, and put action items and milestones and objectives. And we have funding that we set aside for professional development, so we can ensure people actually effectuate that change. The other thing is career pathing. SEPA's been around for 30 years. One of the things I instituted was I actually had a mini reorg about 6 months into my job, and I created career paths and opportunities for everyone in the organization. Every job that I post external, I actually posted internal first. And I tell everyone who's interested, it doesn't matter if it's in your current silo, in your current area of work. If it's something you're interested in and passionate about and you want to learn about, apply for it. Get that feedback. Learn that new position. There is a career here for you. SEPA's not just a milestone, a stepping stone along the way. It's a career. And I think people have really taken that to heart. And they do see the next 5-10 years what they can do with SEPA. So it's been a really wonderful thing to be able to bring something from a member organization to my current organization. And I highly encourage, if you don't, especially the younger people who are new in their clean energy careers, think about that. Think about that plan. Think about the career path. And honestly, just be open to opportunities, because I'm the poster child for somebody who's stepped across every kind of career within the energy industry, but it's such a vibrant, wonderful industry to be in.
Larry, great question. Thank you so much. 3 quick things. The first, and I think implicit in your question is accountability, right? Accountability for change, period, right? So how do we do that? I think about the platform that we have to offer at API as a great way, not just to say, well, this company does that, this company does that, that's great. But how do we use that to fundamentally change the size of the prize, so to speak? So what does that look like? There are 3 things. 1, best practices. So I hear that word and I'm like, okay, that's jargon. But what that really means is put people in a room and have them say, hey, let me be honest, this is what's working and this is what's not. And when you do that over time, after you build some trust with that group, you would not believe that how much real stuff comes up. And then the bar gets raised. Oh, they're doing something that's working. I should try that. Oh, wow, I got a good result. Oh, that didn't work. Let me stop doing this. Let me keep doing. And it creates this competitive nature where people want to do the right thing, I believe. I'm an optimist. I think people want to do the right thing. But you got to help them get there. And these types of discussions and accountability is to say, man, my company isn't doing any of that. I think I got a problem. Let me go back and talk to people. And I've seen that really develop over the course of the last 5 years. We have a similar initiative on workforce in particular. That's what gave rise to the Skills Ready program that I talked about earlier. But we don't stop there, right? What else are we doing? What are the reasons why resumes get screened out? What are the reasons why we have this sort of implicit bias in our hiring system? How do we stop just we always do things this way and actually bring intentionality and accountability? And then the third piece is in supplier diversity, right? We have another group there, right? How do we make sure that it's not just, well, we've been doing this for 50 years. Great, it's not working. So how do we change? What do we do differently? We really have an opportunity, and I think it takes people who genuinely want to move the needle, and then to look around the room and saying, great, there are more people around this boardroom table named Mike than there are women or people of color. What does that mean, right? And so you have to do it in a way that brings people in and doesn't make people so paralyzed that they can't operate. But at the end of the day, it's that accountability for really wanting to embody that change. Thanks, Larry.
Larry, I want to thank you for the question. And in the essence of time, I'd like to have you all give one more round of applause to this wonderful panel.
Thank you, everyone. We are coming to the close of the day, but before we officially close, we have Mr. Olman back up on the stage for our closing remarks.
All right, it's been a really fantastic conference, and I just want to thank everybody for your time and your participation and contribution to the discussions that we've been sharing throughout the last 2 days. First and foremost, I want to thank Secretary Granholm and the fantastic team here at the Department of Energy. We have received incredible support behind the scenes from DOE and to organize today's conference, so just thank you very much. We have amazing sponsors whose support has made this conference possible. I just want to recognize them: Constellation, Pacific Gas and Electric, ExxonMobil, Southwest Gas, Next Era Energy, CPS Energy, Edison Electric Institute, Group O, Dominion Energy, LIUNA, the American Petroleum Institute, Exelon, Chevron, NiSource, Great Lakes Solex, Genera PR, the American Gas Association, BioFriendly, Barnes and Thornburg, the Spanish Language Academy, and Grace Marketing. I also just want to express my sincere appreciation to all the distinguished panelists and speakers. Your commitment to sharing your time, effort, and expertise made this gathering possible. And of course, none of this would be possible without the active participation and enthusiasm of all our attendees. So thank you very much. Safe travels and best wishes to all of you. Good night.